Welcome back, Brief Broken Officer Amler. Tonight we have the return of the Wolf King. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. I've been killing it. Before we begin, be sure to like and comment any topics, videos you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor and check out the merch in the description below. Now, let's begin the video.
The first deaths were not on any chart or tactical slate. They were men nailed to iron thrones in lightless vaults, skins painted with inked sigils, and tongues cut down to stumps so that only the Emperor could hear their final screams. Across the Ultima Segmentum, astropathic choirs convulsed as one. In a tower of black adamantium above the Thalassa sector, a robed overseer walked between rows of bound astropaths, the soles of his boots clicking on the cold floor. The air stank of narcotic smoke and sanctified oils. Each astropath sat slumped, skull-shaven, eyes burned blind by the ritual that had bound his soul to the Astronomicon. Incense swirled in slow spirals around their motionless heads. The overseer paused as one of them began to mutter. "Shadow," the astropath breathed. His voice was little more than air escaping a punctured lung. "Shadow, coiling, teeth in the dark." The overseer made a note on his data slate, its surface crawling with green runes. Minor, warp turbulence perhaps. The Thalassa sector had always been a troubled region, its Imperium currents choppy and full of hidden reefs. Nothing the Adeptus Astra Telepathica could not weather. Then the others began to join in. First one, then another. Then a ragged chorus of blind mouths speaking in perfect unison. Coiling, around, around, around. The incense smoke flattened under an invisible pressure. The overseer felt it on his skin, a heaviness like the promise of a coming storm. The hololithic projectors in the vault flickered, the distant image of the Astronomicon stuttering behind curtains of interference. "Silence your minds," he commanded, hand tightening on the electro-whip at his belt. "By the throne you will hold." The astropaths did not obey. They screamed. It was not the wordless terror of men in pain, but something sharper, more precise. A note struck upon a choir of human throats, reverberating through the warp itself. The overseer heard it inside, his skull. He saw, not with eyes, but with the raw nerve of his soul, a shape drawn in negative space. A serpent, vast beyond comprehension, made of chitin and hunger and thoughtless purpose. It coiled around a scatter of stars, tightening, its body formed from 1,000,000 living vessels, linked mind to mind. Its maw opened, not in rage or malice, but in blind appetite. The Thalassa suns dimmed as it wrapped itself around them. The overseer's heart ruptured under that pressure. He died with his mouth open in a soundless scream, his data slate clattering to the floor and shattering, its final half-formed pict freezing into a jagged curve that might have been a scale on a cosmic snake. That was how the shadow in the warp announced itself. In the command bastion of Segmentum Obscurus, high above a cold, nameless world, the recall order went out. Admiral Hanroth stood in a chamber lined with relics of earlier wars, burned pennants taken from shattered Xenos fleets, a cracked Eldar helm mounted upon an iron spike, a strip of chitin from a Hive ship preserved behind stasis fields, still faintly pulsing after all those centuries. He had kept that last trophy as a reminder, not of victory, but of how narrow the margin had been. A servitor finished reading the recall edict in a monotone voice. Hanroth barely listened. He had already memorized the key words: Thalassa, Shadow, Hive Fleet Designation, Jormungandr. He moved closer to the stasis field, regarding the strip of armor. In the half-light, it looked like old bone rather than alien shell, ridged and pitted by impacts. The last time he had seen it, it had been part of a living wall, thick with ichor and embedded bioweaponry, shrieking as his boarding parties carved through and planted melter charges. "I broke your back," he murmured, almost to himself. "I watched you burn in the black nebula, until there was nothing left but ash and void. The chitin did not answer. It did not need to. The Vox relays already had. He turned away as the doors to the chamber opened. The chamberlain, a thin man wrapped in navy blue robes, bowed low. "Lord Admiral," he said, "the strategium is ready. The cogitator savants have completed their first projections. The astropathic reports are extensive." Hanroth nodded once. His hands had begun to ache. He realized with sour humor that he had been clenching them into fists hard enough to make the knuckles protest. Age. It had crept up on him while he was busy surviving the last war. "Summon the senior staff," he said. "We will look the serpent in the eye together." The strategium was a cathedral of flickering light and murmuring machines. Hololithic projectors rose like columns, displaying shifting images of star fields, fleet dispositions, and abstracted symbols of threats not yet fully defined. At its heart, a great pearl of light represented the Thalasi sector, each sun a pinprick, each world a rune hovering beside it. Around that pearl, the darkness pulsed. The cogitator savants had done what they could. Data spines plugged into their skulls. They had fed the machine spirits every scrap of old recording from the first Jormungandr incursion. Every Auspex trace, every pick capture of the sinuous progress of that fleet, every log of where and how it had struck. The spirits had responded. What surrounded the Thalasi pearl now was a serpent drawn in lines of crimson light. Not a true image, but a construct of probability, a curve of potential positions, each point a vast hive vessel or a network of smaller organisms. It did not cut straight in towards its prey. It coiled, it slithered around the sector's rim, taking up position, looping like a noose. "It is the same pattern," whispered one of the savants, eyes wide with the reflection of the hololith. "The same, yet more. Additional nodes, greater mass signatures. The serpent has grown since it last shed its skin." Hanroth stood, with his hands clasped behind his back, shoulders squared, gaze drinking in the image. The serpent encircled the flickering world runes like a constrictor, pausing before the final squeeze. "Thought destroyed at the Black Nebula," he said, almost absently. That was what the report said. "You destroyed a great portion of its biomass, Lord Admiral," replied the Chamberlain, tone careful. "Enough to break its assaults and drive it back beyond the mapped stars." "Not enough," Hanroth said. He could feel something, a cold pressure behind his eyes, as if the memory of the old battle pressed in there. Never enough. He lifted one hand and gestured. The hololith zoomed, the crimson serpent resolving into clusters of icons. Bioships, kilometers long, pulsing with life. Clouds of lesser vessels clung to them like parasites to a leviathan. "Look," he told his officers. "Here and here, it slithers. It does not yet strike at the heart. It is vomiting debris and spores into the systems at the edge of its coil, seeding them, preparing the ground, just as it did before." "Then we have time," ventured a fleet captain, optimism making his voice too bright. "If the pattern holds, we can assemble, fortify, form proper lines of defense before it closes." Hanroth almost laughed. There was no humor in the sound. "We have less time than we think," he said. "Jormungandr moves beneath as much as above. It strikes from the ground, from the stone, from the very crust of the worlds it touches. While you watch the sky, it eats your foundations." He straightened. "Transmit to Segmentum Command," he ordered. "Request full authority over Thalasi theater operations. All local fleets to come under my strategic direction. We will not repeat the errors of the First War. No isolated heroics, no governors hoarding regiments for their own pride. The Thalasi sector is now a killing ground." Killers needed prey. The call went out, rippling across a dozen systems in terse, brutal orders. Raise the guard, muster the planetary defense forces, activate the defense lasers and the void shields, bring the Titans out of their slumber. On Hive worlds, klaxons howled above the endless thunder of industry. Workers were dragged from assembly lines and herded into mustering yards. Munitorum clerks, their vox throats already raw, read decrees demanding that every male of fighting age present himself for service. The press of bodies became a living tide, a river of grey fatigues and shaved skulls, flowing towards barracks, whose walls had not seen fresh paint since the founding of the regiments that now marched out of them. On agri-worlds, vast column lines formed on the flat plains between towering grain silos. Chimera transports and Leman Russ battle tanks idled in lines that stretched from horizon to horizon, exhaust smoke mingling with the dust thrown up by marching boots. Commissars rode down the lines, black coats, snapping in the wind, reciting the same words that had been spoken on a million worlds before. The Emperor demands your lives. You will give them gladly, and you will make the Xenos pay for each drop of your blood. On the forge world of Maggaya, bells tolling in the cathedral factories signaled an end to all non-essential production. The machine priests descended into the Titan vaults, their sensors spilling sacred fumes as they awakened god engines that had slept for centuries. As each colossus stirred, vox relays crackled with binharic hymns. Eyes that were gun ports flared to life. Reactor hearts rumbled like captive suns beginning to stir. Orbital bastions swung into position above every major world, their lance batteries and macro cannons turning outwards. Void shields hummed ascent. From a distance, the sector looked like a forest of thorns, suddenly bristling around soft fruit. Billions waited beneath those thorns, under the shadow of a threat most of them could not truly imagine. On the mining world of Sephrax, the sky fell. At first it was only light, streaks of blaze across the upper atmosphere, as if a rain of meteors had decided to come early. The surface shook with distant impacts. Dust rose in towering plumes. Overseers cursed at the disruption to their schedules. Vox reports arrived from the orbital stations, garbled with static, speaking of debris swarms and clouds of rock and ice and organic matter plunging down like a second sky. Colonel General Maros watched the first hours of it from the command balcony of the primary parade ground. He was a thick-set man, with the pale skin of one who had spent most of his life underground, and the iron-hard eyes of one who had long ago accepted that he would die where he had been born. Orbital bastions report most of the larger clusters destroyed, Lord General, said his adjutant, consulting a flickering Auspex screen. Whatever gets through appears to be mostly inert material. Fragmented. Radiation minimal. No signs of... He trailed off. The Vox line hissed. For a heartbeat, a voice screamed in binary, and then cut. Maros watched the dust plumes on the horizon. They were too many, too regular. Not meteors, not fragments. Seeds. Keep the parade moving, he said. The men need to see each other. They need to feel strong. Below, formations of freshly conscripted guardsmen and veteran miners in flak armor stood in ordered ranks, banners snapping in the wind. Tanks gleamed in the hard light. The planetary governor had insisted on making a speech, his words booming across the assembled regiments. "For Sephrax and for the throne," he shouted. "For the Imperium of man. No alien horror shall ever take this world while we still..." The ground opened. It began with a crack, a sharp report like a giant bone snapping. Then whole sections of the parade ground buckled and split. Men shouted and stumbled as the earth beneath their boots heaved. Tanks lurched as if some gigantic beast had shrugged beneath them. Something vast rammed up from the bedrock. A trigon erupted from the fracture in a geyser of stone and dust and dismembered bodies. Its chitin was the color of old ash, its armor layered and ridged. Dozens of scything talons unfolded around its length, each as long as a tank. Its maw opened in a roar that was more vibration than sound, a psychic note blasting across the nearest mines. Men nearest to it died without understanding how. They were hurled into the air, crushed beneath falling debris, speared on living scythes. Those a little further away saw enough to scream. Raveners followed its breach, swarming up the new tunnel mouths like maggots in a wound. Lean, sinuous bodies, clawed limbs, wide-fanged maws. They flowed through the collapsing ranks of guardsmen faster than laser guns could track, cutting, tearing, dragging men down into the darkness. "Open fire!" Maros roared. The parade ground dissolved into chaos. Laser guns snapped, painting the air in red beams. Heavy bolters thudded from hastily manned emplacements, explosive rounds stitching into the Tyranid bodies, bursting armor, shredding limbs. Tanks pivoted and fired point-blank battle cannons, turning Raveners into clouds of red mist and chitin shards. For every bioform that died, it seemed 10 more burst from the ruptured rock. The voxnet filled with overlapping voices. "Contact! Contact! They are under us! They are under... Firing, Emperor, forgive us! Firing into our own lines! The tunnels go deep. The Auspex cannot resolve their extent. The entire substrata is..." A scream cut all of them off. It was not human. It was not natural. It was the howl of the hive mind, pressing through the thin membrane between dimensions, directing, urging, feeding. Men clapped hands to bleeding ears and still could not shut it out. Maros watched a platoon swallowed whole as the ground beneath them collapsed into a new shaft. Their faces turned upwards as they fell, laser guns still clutched in white-knuckled grips, their shout of, "For the Emperor!" truncated as darkness and teeth closed over them. "Seal the lower hab levels," he snapped. "Now!" The adjutant stared, aghast. "Lord General, there are thousands of workers down there. Families. We have not yet evacuated. If Jormungandr reaches the hab stacks, it will have meat enough to birth an army beneath our feet," Maros growled. "Seal them. Vent them. Deny the swarm its prey. That is an order." The command codes went out. Deep below, in the press of cramped corridors and stacked hab cells, sirens wailed. Bulkhead doors slammed shut, locking men in place. They pounded on them, demanded answers, cursed the officers above. Then the air began to move. In one narrow corridor, a platoon of off-duty guardsmen felt the temperature drop. Their breath misted in front of their faces. The lights dimmed as power relays shifted. Somewhere far away, valves opened. They heard the rushing, the sudden howl of atmosphere being dragged away. "Open the doors!" a sergeant bellowed, hammering at the bulkhead with the butt of his laser gun. "By the throne! Open!" The rest was torn from his lips as the pressure dropped. Men clutched at their throats, eyes bulged, blood vessels ruptured. The howl of the escaping air drowned out their screams. It did not matter. In the rock beneath their feet, Trigons and Raveners chewed their way upwards regardless, following the psychic thread that led towards the smell of flesh. Venting, death, the cold cruelty of command decisions. None of it meant anything to the Tyranids. They would take whatever meat remained. They would make more of themselves from it. From orbit, Sephrax looked like a world under normal bombardment. Dust plumes, fires, impact craters. The surface scars of a war that most admirals would understand. The true battle was being lost in the dark below. Far from Sephrax, a ship cut through the void like a spear of grey iron. The strike cruiser Hrafn's Glare bore the sigils of the Space Wolves upon its prow, a snarling wolf's head and a field of Fenrisian runes. Its hull was scarred by old battles, its gun decks lined with macro cannons and torpedo tubes. Within, the air tasted of oil, ozone, and the musk of warriors who had spent too long between stars. In one of the ship's shadowed sanctums, Rune Priest Scally Wordeye dreamed. He stood on a world of ice. Above him, the sky burned, not with the cage light of the Astronomicon or the pale glow of distant suns, but with a slow, malign aurora, purple and green, and the sickly yellow of rotting fat. Across that sky moved a shape, a serpent of armor and tooth and endless segments of writhing flesh coiled around the horizon. It wrapped itself around the icy world, squeezing, its body sinking into the crust. Wherever it touched, the ice shattered, and black pits opened, spewing. Swarms of smaller, skittering things. Scally felt the pressure of it on his lungs, felt the way its presence deadened the air, crushed sound, smothered thought. The howls of his kin died in their throats as they tried to raise their voices in defiance. Even their rage seemed muted, strangled. He reached for his runes, for the old Fenrisian words for storm and wolf and kill, and found them slipping from his grasp like water. The serpent turned its head towards him. Its eyes were pits full of distant, alien stars. There was no hatred there, no recognition, only hunger. Scally woke with a snarl, his hand already closing around the haft of his staff. The sanctum was cold, lit only by lumen strips that flickered like dying hearth fires. He could hear the ship's engines, feel the steady thrum of the Geller field, holding back the true shapes of the warp outside. His breath steamed in the air. The dream clung to him like spiderwebs. He rose and stalked to the nearest data altar. Servitor skulls hung there, their empty sockets glowing with green runelight. Auspex readings spilled in a quiet stream, constant updates from the cruiser's sensor arrays. At first, the symbols meant nothing. Then he saw the pattern. Curved lines of contact icons, mass readings at the edge of their range. A great arc of biological signatures, not closing, but sliding around the borders of the Thalassa sector. Serpent, he murmured. His one organic eye narrowed. The other, a pale crystal orb etched with runes, whirled with faint blue light as he reached out along the currents of the warp. The same pressure met him as in his dream. A smothering presence, not targeted, not personal, just there, a weight on the soul. The shadow in the warp, men called it. To Scally, it felt like the breath of a predator fogging the air before it struck. He bared his teeth. "The Jormungandr coil," he said, again. He did not remember crossing the sanctum. A moment later, he was shouldering past a pair of blood claws in the gallery outside, their chatter dying as they saw his face. "Wake the captain," Scally ordered, "and the wolf guard. There is a serpent in these stars, and it is closing its grip." In the void fortress above Maggaya, the War Council gathered. Admiral Hanroth stood at the head of a long obsidian table, its surface inlaid with a map of the Thalassa sector picked out in silver and gold. Around him stood men whose names would never be known, beyond a few administratum archives, but whose decisions would decide the fate of billions. Lord Generals of the Astra Militarum, in coats heavy with medals, Magi of the Adeptus Mechanicus, their flesh half hidden beneath robes and steel, optics whirring as they took in the data, Navy captains, hard-eyed and tired, a representative of the Inquisition, hooded and silent at the table's edge. Scally Word Eye stood slightly apart, his wolfskin cloak hanging heavy around his broad shoulders. He leaned on his staff, the runes carved into it glowing faintly, as if in answer to the tension in the chamber. "Containment," said one of the Magi, vox grill buzzing as he spoke. "Methodical destruction of vanguard organisms, controlled withdrawal to predetermined positions, establishment of overlapping kill zones. The enemy will crash itself upon our defenses and be broken." "You talk as if this were an Orc war," growled a Lord General, "or a cursed heretic uprising. This is a Hive fleet. It does not bleed like we do. It does not fear loss. You may break a wave against a cliff, Margos, but the sea does not care. It simply sends more waves." Hanroth let the argument roll for a moment. The words were not new. He had heard their echoes in a different chamber, over a different table, when he had fought this same foe before. "Every hour we spend debating is an hour the serpent spends digging," Scally said. His voice cut through the babble like the crack of a bolter. "On Sephrax, It comes from beneath your parade grounds. On other worlds, from beneath your hive stacks and factorums. It coils under your feet while you polish your guns and draw your lines. Several of the guard officers bristled. The inquisitorial representative's hood tilted slightly, as if taking measure of the brash Astartes. "You were not invited to this council to lecture us, priest," one of the generals snapped. "The placement of regiments and fortifications is a matter for the Astra Militarum and the Navy. The Astartes will be deployed as needed." "And yet," Scully replied, "it was my dream that first saw the coil. It was the howls of my brothers that woke when the shadow thickened. You are men of iron, I do not doubt it, but this foe will slip behind your lines while you draw them, unless someone goes into the dark to cut out its burrowing hearts." Hanroth raised a hand. "Enough," he said. Silence fell. Even the Magi quieted, their mechadendrites stilling. "Magos, you are correct," the Admiral continued. "We will establish kill zones. We will fortify the Keystone Worlds. We will make of this sector a fortress that bleeds the enemy dry." He turned his gaze to Skali. "And Rune Priest, you are correct as well. Fortress walls mean little if the enemy tunnels under them. We must be ready to strike under the surface as well as above it. This will not be a war of straight lines." The holomap between them shifted. Icons flared as data from the outlying systems arrived. Red warnings, distress calls. "The serpent bites," Hanroth said. On Maggaya itself, void shields flared as mycetic spores slammed into them, burning in groaning fields of force. Most disintegrated, turned to falling ash. Some slipped through, carried on subtle eddies of void and gravity. They hit the surface in streaks of fire. Upon impact, they split and spilled their contents. In one manufacturum district, workers looked up from their labor as the roof shook. Cracks raced along the vaulted ceiling. Then a section of it collapsed entirely, a rain of masonry and slag burying assembly lines and flesh alike. From the crater, an avalanche of chitin and flesh poured forth. Gaunts, their feeder tendrils twitching, their eyes blank with the will of a distant mind. Warriors, taller and heavier, scything arms tearing through steel as easily as bone. The defense lines around the manufacturum had never been designed to face an enemy that simply appeared inside them. Bunkers found themselves flanked from within. Foxholes became graves. Guardsmen died with their bayonets still fixed and their laser guns still slung, cut down before they could fully grasp what was happening. On a frontier moon, little more than a mining outpost with a thin atmosphere and thinner defenses, the sky was almost entirely hidden by descending spores. There were no void shields there, no great bastions, only a scattering of flak batteries and a few old orbital guns. They fired until their barrels split. It barely mattered. When the spores burst, the swarm flowed across the rock like a living tide. The garrison lasted less than a day. Then there was only silence and the slow pulsing of digestion pools as the moon itself began to be eaten. In the astropathic choir vault on Thalassa Prime, they felt each death like a fresh knife in their minds. One astropath, older than most, held on longer than the others. He had survived the Tyranid wars before, his soul scarred but unbroken. His name had been taken from him when he had been bound to the throne's light, but he remembered the taste of the black nebula on his tongue, the way the sky there had turned black and red with fire as hive ships died screaming. He felt that flavor again now, a familiar wrongness, a specific hunger. He knew its name, though he had never spoken it aloud. Jormungandr. As the shadow thickened, pressing down upon his mind, he did something most astropaths never dared. He did not try to send a message to Terra or to Segmentum Command. He reached for a different light. He reached for Fenris. In his mind's eye, he saw a world of storm-racked seas and ice fields. He saw a mountain fortress carved from the bones of the planet itself, its halls echoing with howls and the clatter of tankards. He had never been there, but the warp carried echoes of such places, shaped by belief and saga. he shaped his last breath into a howl. Not words, not in any conventional sense. A hunting cry, a call to arms, a sound that said in the tongue of wolves and winter, prey here, danger here, blood here. Around that howl, he wrapped a single thought, hammered into the Imperium with all the strength left in him. Wolf time. His body sagged as his heart failed. The chains that held him upright creaked. Far away, in the cold dark between the stars, the echo of his howl sped on, slipping through the crushing presence of the shadow like a streak of defiant light, seeking the listening souls of the sons of Russ. Fenris roared with celebration. In the Fang's feasting hall, the air was a storm of sound and smoke and heat. Fires burned in long trenches down the center of the stone floor, spitting fat and sparks. Great slabs of meat turned on chains above the flames, dripping grease into the blaze. Hounds darted between the boots of giants, snapping at scraps. Warriors shouted sagas to drown each other out, their voices hammering against the vaulted ceiling like artillery. Logan Grimnar sat upon the high seat, the black-maned pelt draped across his broad shoulders, the axe Morkai resting against his knee. He watched his sons with tired pride, hidden behind a tangled beard. Around him, the wolf lords bellowed challenges and insults, throwing empty jugs at one another and slamming their fists on the table with every punchline. It was the feast of the Emperor's ascension. On 1,000 worlds, litanies were being intoned, with pious monotony. On Fenris, there was meat and ale, and the thunder of duels. A ring of cleared stone near the center of the hall served as the fighting circle. 2 blood claws crashed together there, chain blades howling, sparks flying as iron teeth scraped ceramite. Their packmates howled encouragement, fists pumping the air, while a greybeard acting as arbiter shouted at them to make the bout worth the watching. A skald stood upon a raised dais near the fires, half drunk, half inspired. He chanted of old days, of Prospero burning, of Magnus brought low, of Russ standing upon the ashes of sorcerers and laughing into the smoke. Younger wolves thumped their fists on the table in rhythm with the stanzas, eyes bright as pups at a hearth-tail. Runes shimmered above the fires, carved into stone pillars and hanging from chains. Each one was old, older than any living wolf, etched by the hands of men who had stood beside Leman Russ himself. They glowed faintly with witchlight, the rune priest's wards humming to the rhythm of the feasting. Scally Weird-Eye felt the change before anyone else. He sat near the end of one long table, cloak thrown back, a half-eaten haunch of grox forgotten in his hand. His pale crystal eye whirled, the runes etched into it, catching the light as if from another fire entirely. He blinked, and for a heartbeat, the hall faded. He was back in his dream, a serpent around a world of ice, a pressure on his lungs. The sound in the hall shifted. The roar of voices dipped and wavered, like a gale faltering under the weight of a greater storm. Somewhere, a hound whimpered. The first rune cracked. It was a soft sound, like a knot of ice within a drink splitting under heat. A hairline fracture ran across the surface of a stone rune hanging above the central fire. The warding glow around it flared bright, then dimmed. Scally's head snapped towards it. His staff, resting against the table beside him, shivered as if with an animal's instinctive dread. Another crack, then another. Runes all along the hall began to split, fissures spiderwebbing through centuries-old stone. Dust drifted down, glittering in the firelight. Warriors looked up from their cups and plates, laughter dying on their lips. "Rune priest," one of the wolf guards near Scally growled. "What is this?" Scally rose without answering. He could feel it now, not in ears, but in bones. A sound beneath sound. A howl building, not from mortal throats, but from the very walls of the mountain. At the high seat, Logan Grimnar pushed himself to his feet, axe Morkai in hand. "What in Russ's name is going on?" he snarled. The answer came as a roar that was not a roar. Every flame in the hall bent sideways as if struck by a gale. The air thickened, crushed flat by an unseen presence. Warriors clapped hands to their ears, though the sound was not truly heard. Hounds went mad, yelping and flinging themselves under tables. The cracked runes exploded one after another, shards sleeting across the hall. The howling of unseen wolves drowned everything. It was everywhere at once, in the stone, in the fire, in the steel of blades and the marrow of bones. A hunting cry, savage and exultant and threaded with something like grief. The kind of howl a pack gives when it finds a trail at last after a long, bitter search. Some of the younger wolves dropped to one knee unbidden, as if the sound pressed them down. Others roared back, their own throats opening in instinctive answer. Logan Grimnar stood unmoved, shoulders squared against the invisible pressure. He knew that howl. He had heard it in his dreams since he had first taken up the mantle of Great Wolf in whispers and echoes. Now it was as if the mountain itself sang with it. Scally staggered, hand gripping his staff until the knuckles whitened. The crystal of his false eye blazed with blue light. "Wolf time," he breathed. The pressure eased with awful suddenness. The howls cut off, leaving the hall ringing with their absence. Smoke drifted. Warriors stared at one another, chests heaving, brows furrowed. The skald on the dais dropped his tankard, ale spilling across the floor. "One of you rune priests had best start talking," Logan growled. Scally stepped forward into the center of the hall, ignoring the shards of shattered runes crunching under his boots. "The prophecy," he said, voice carrying clearly. "The old words, the wolf time." Eyes turned to him. Old wolves shifted uneasily. The wolf time was something spoken of in sagas, in half-joking threats and half-serious warnings. The end of all things, the last hunt, the time when the galaxy would drown in blood and fire, and the sons of Russ would either stand upon the final hill or be buried beneath it. "The rune stones do not crack for a jest," Scally went on. "The howl we heard was not of mortal beasts. Something vast has stirred in the realm beyond, and its shadow falls upon us now. I have seen it in the warp, a serpent coiling around a cluster of stars, a hunger gnawing at the All-Father's domain." He looked up at the great wolf. The howl we heard was a call, a warning perhaps, or a summons. Logan's eyes narrowed. "A summons to whom?" he demanded. The answer did not come from Scally. Beneath the fang, in the deepest guts of the mountain, ice began to crack. The cavern of the lost lay far below even the armories and reliquaries that most wolves would never see. It was carved not by mortal hand, but by old forces, shaped by the slow grind of ice and stone and the will of those who had first raised the fortress. Here the air was so cold it burned the lungs. Here the ice on the walls held shapes like frozen ghosts. Here, once, Leman Russ had walked into the dark and not returned. Logan Grimnar descended with a chosen few. The echoes of the howl still trembled in his bones as the lift cage rattled downwards. Around him stood Wolf, garbed in heavy pelts and scarred armor, their hands never far from their weapons. Scally came with them, his staff's runes barely visible in the freezing air. "You are sure about this?" Logan said without turning. His breath steamed. Frost gathered in his beard. "As sure as I am that Fenris is cold and the All-Father sits upon his throne," Scally replied. "The call came from below as much as above. The warp's echoes are loudest here." "Plenty of things echo down here," muttered one of the Wolf Guard. "The ghosts of traitors, the promises of demons." Logan ignored him. His mind was on the stories he had been told as a young wolf. Russ walking into the cavern of the lost with his Varagir at his heels, speaking of a last great hunt. The silence that had followed. The cold. The empty sagas that had never been finished because their subject had not yet returned. The lift cage ground to a halt. The gate shuddered open, admitting them into a tunnel hewn through. Solid ice. Lumen globes flickered along the ceiling, their light swallowed by the depth of the shadows. The cavern lay ahead, waiting. Their boots rang on ancient stone as they walked. Their breath sounded loud in the stillness. No hound barked here, no song echoed. The fang's endless noise was a distant rumor, muffled by layers of rock and history. The cavern opened before them like the maw of some patient beast. Ice hung from the ceiling in vast fangs. The floor was slick and uneven. At its far end, a wall of ice rose from floor to roof, clear as glass and filled with distortions that might have been tricks of the light or the half-seen shapes of men caught in step. Logan had stood here before, more times than he cared to count. He had spoken to the ice as if it could hear him. He had cursed it in private, demanding to know why the Wolf King he had bled for and honored in every decision had not returned when his sons needed him. The ice had never answered. Now, as he stepped into the cavern, he heard a voice. It was low, cold, and threaded with a growl that carried more power than any mortal larynx could shape. "You let the serpent grow fat." The words echoed, not in the air, but in the marrow of his bones. Every wolf in the cavern stopped dead. Their hands flew to weapon hilts. The ice wall before them groaned, hairline fractures spiderwebbed across its surface. At first, they were as delicate as scratches on glass. Then they widened, deepened, radiating outwards from a vague, dark shape at the heart of the frozen wall. "By Russ," one of the Wolf Guard whispered, then realized what he had said and snapped his mouth shut. The ice bulged. For a moment, it seemed to swell towards them like some slow, cold wave. Then it shattered. The sound was like thunder wrapped in breaking bone. Shards exploded outwards in a blizzard, clattering off ceramite and pelts. Freezing air rushed past them, carrying a scent that should not have existed. Frost on iron, old blood, and the peculiar musk of Fenrisian wolves. Through the swirling fragments, a figure strode. He was taller than any Astartes, taller than any of the Primarch statues in the Fang's halls. His armor was the grey of old storms, its plates rimed with frost that did not melt as he moved. Wolf pelts hung from his shoulders and waist, the hides of beasts that would have made current Fenrisian packs look like pups. His hair and beard were a wild mane of pale gold streaked with white, braided with fetishes and tokens that crackled faintly with power. At his side hung Mjolnir, the great sword whose name had become part of Saga itself. In his right hand he carried the axe of Hellwinter, its blade rimed with hoarfrost, its edge leaving a trail of crystallized air with every shift. Behind him padded warriors. They wore Terminator plate of an archaic pattern, bulkier and more savage in line than even the current Wolfguard suits. Their pauldrons bore the snarling wolf, head of the 16th Legion, and the personal marks of the Varagir, the bodyguard that had stood at the Primarch's side in wars that were now the stuff of legend. Their armor was scarred with the memory of demon Icor and traitor blood. Those scars were fresh, as if they had not spent silent centuries entombed. The cavern shook with their presence. Logan Grimnar stared. For a heartbeat, the great wolf of the current age and the Wolf King of legend regarded one another across a few paces of icy stone. Leman Russ smiled, but there was no softness in it, only teeth. "So," he said, "the kennel grew fat while I was away." His voice was like grinding stone and distant thunder. He swept his gaze across the assembled wolves, nostrils flaring as if he could scent their years. His eyes were pale, almost colorless, and no less warm for it. "I smell the warp's taint on your souls," he went on, sniffing the air as a hound might. "I smell compromise, I smell 1,000. Xenos left alive where they should have been hunted to extinction. I left wolves. I find kennel masters guarding a rotting empire." The words stung more than any physical blow. Several of the younger wolves snarled under their breath. Old warriors shifted uneasily. Scally felt a flare of anger hot enough to match his awe. Logan Grimnar's jaw worked. "You vanish into the ice for more than 10,000 years, he said slowly. "And the first thing you do when you step out is piss on the floor and call us cowards." A few of the wolves sucked in sharp breaths. To speak so to Russ, to the Wolf King, was unthinkable. Russ laughed. It was not a genial sound. It was the bark of a beast amused by a smaller predator's willingness to bare its teeth. "There is a bite in you after all," he said. "Good. I would hate to have to put down a runt instead of greeting a son." He stepped closer, boots crunching on broken ice. The frost on his armor did not melt in the way. Cavern's air. Up close, Logan could see the lines carved by age and battle around the Primarch's eyes, the scars nicking his lip and cheek. This was no marble statue come to life. This was a weapon honed by wars beyond counting. "We have bled on 1,000 worlds in your name," Logan growled, slamming Axe Morkai's haft into the stone with a crack. "We have fought the traitor, the heretic, the demon, the alien. We have watched brothers fall and worlds burn. Do not stand there and sneer like some glory-hungry pup who has never had to carry command on his back." The Varagir shifted, gauntlets tightening on their weapons. The wolf guard behind Logan did the same. For a heartbeat, the cavern hung on the edge of something disastrous. Russ's gaze flicked from the old axe in Logan's hand to the warriors at his back, to Scally with his staff and his mismatched eyes. "You speak like a wolf lord," Russ said. "You stand like a wolf lord. Good. That is what I would expect of the one holding my throne until I returned." Logan snorted. "I have not been keeping it warm for you, old wolf. I have been sitting in it." "Then perhaps it is time we made room," Russ replied. Before the tension could twist further, Scally stepped forward, drawing every gaze with the weight of his staff and the urgency in his voice. "My lords," he said, "we do not have the luxury of taking each other's measure at length. The howl that cracked the runes was not only a summons, it was a warning. The serpent coils in the Thalasi sector. I have smelt it. I have seen it in the warp. Hive fleet Jormungandr returns. It encircles worlds even as we stand here and argue." Russ turned his head towards the rune priest. The pale eyes narrowed. "Jormungandr," he said, tasting the word. "On Fenris, it was an old name. The world serpent that encircled the world, destined to be slain at the end of days. A beast whose death would signal the ending of one cycle and the beginning of another." Scally nodded. "The same beast, in a different skin. A coil of living ships, burrowing horrors that come from beneath fortifications, tunneling beasts that hollow out worlds. Admiral Hanroth has faced it once before. He broke part of its spine in the Black Nebula. Now it has grown back, thicker and more venomous." Russ's grin faded. Something colder and more intense slid into place behind his eyes. "So the sagas were right," he murmured. "I was made for this." He hefted the axe of Hellwinter, as if feeling its weight anew. "A serpent at the end of the world," he said. "A coil around the All-Father's realm. A hunger that does not know fear. I went into the dark for a last hunt. I see now that the prey is ready." Logan studied him. Beneath his gruff anger and the half-insulting back and forth, there was a flicker of something else in his chest. Relief, perhaps, that the one whose shadow he had lived under was at last more than shadow, or dread that the prophecy he had hoped was metaphor was becoming brutally literal. "What do you intend?" he asked. Russ's answer came in the strategium. The Fang's War Council chamber was a circular cavern of stone and steel, its walls carved with ancient sagas and more recent battle honors. At its center hung a vast hololithic projector, currently painting a ghostly image of the Thalasi sector in the air. Worlds glowed as shards of light. Fleet markers crawled like fireflies. Russ stood beneath it, like a hunter beneath a painted map of his range. His gauntleted fingers moved through the projection, icons flaring and shifting at his touch. The machine spirits obeyed him without hesitation, as if they recognized something in him that transcended command codes. Logan, Scally, Wolf Lords, and senior officers watched in silence. "You speak of containment and lines," Russ said, flicking aside a proposed defensive cordon with a contemptuous gesture. "Of drawing walls and waiting for the beast to break its teeth. That is how you fight orcs. That is how you fight men who still know fear." He tapped the curving line of red icons that represented Jormungandra's projected path. "This is not a foe that bleeds as you do. This is a tide, a serpent. You do not build a wall around a serpent, you cut off its head." He brought up icons representing Saraposia, Maggaya, and Thalassa Prime, the keystone worlds of the encircled sector. "Here, and here, and here," he said. "These are the points where the serpent's coils tighten. These are where its burrowing creatures will try to reach deepest. You strike from above and below there at the same time. You send warriors into the tunnels to sever its nerve clusters, its synapse beasts, while the skies rain fire upon its spores." He stabbed a finger towards the stylized representation of the Black Nebula. "Then," he said, voice low, "you drive a spear into its spine where it is, thickest, a massed fleet assault into the heart of its formation, not to push it back, but to tear it apart from within, board its greatest vessels, kill its Norn queens, make its shadow real. Do not let it slither away to fatten itself on fringe systems. Take its head and mount it on the void for all the galaxy to see." A murmur went around the council. "That will cost us ships beyond reckoning," one Wolf Lord said. "Men, entire companies, whole regiments." Russ looked at him, the way a predator looks at a cub that has just squeaked something foolish. "It will cost you everything if you do not," he replied. "You do not bleed this beast to death slowly. You either kill it with one brutal blow, or you let it grow until it wraps itself around terror itself." Logan's fingers drummed on the haft of Axe Morkai. "And the world's already half taken?" he asked. "Sephrax, Maggaya, others. There are billions of the Emperor's subjects on those planets. Men who have sworn oaths. Children who have never known anything but the Imperium's light. Children who will scream as they are eaten," Russ said flatly. "Men who will die either in battle or as fuel for more of these abominations. I will not feed the swarm to spare your conscience, son. Any world too far gone, any world where the Xenos have dug deep and taken root, must burn." He raised his gaze to encompass all of them. "Better a billion dead in honor than a billion screaming in the bellies of beasts." Scally flinched despite himself. He had seen worlds with their crusts hollowed, hives turned into nests. He knew the horror Russ spoke of. Still, hearing the words stated so coldly, as simple fact, chilled him in a way no Fenrisian blizzard ever had. Logan's jaw clenched. For a heartbeat, he looked older than the years in his bones. He had ordered exterminatus before. He knew the weight of that command. To hear his Primarch speak of it as just another tool of the hunt was both reassuring and appalling. "We are the Allfather's executioners," Russ said. "We are not his judges. We do not weigh guilt or innocence. We weigh the threat to mankind, and we swing the axe. If that means taking off a limb to save the body, then we cut deep and do not hesitate." Silence hung, heavy as iron. Then Logan nodded once. "Very well," he said. "We will call the great companies. We will muster the fleets. We will go to Thalassa and hunt this serpent with you." Russ's lips twitched in something that might have been approval. "Good," he said. "The wolf time is not a tale for pups around a hearth. It is the sound the galaxy makes when it tears itself apart. Let it say, when it speaks of this age, that the sons of Russ did not die whimpering behind walls." The Fang's armories opened like jaws, in vaults that had not seen the light of the Fang's fires since the days of the Great Crusade. Stasis fields faded. Racks of weapons hissed as long, scabbarded blades tasted air again. Relic bolters, their shells hand-scribed with kill oaths older than the chapter itself, were lifted by reverent gauntlets. Dreadnoughts stirred in their slumber, sarcophagus eyes blazing as machine spirits recognized the war scent returning. Great companies remustered. Packs that had been scattered across a dozen campaigns were recalled by urgent astropathic cry and rune-marked orders. Stormwolves and thunderhawks were checked and blessed and lined in launch bays like flocks of predatory birds. The howl of engines joined the howls of men. In the Fang's highest docking spires, a strike force assembled under the gaze of the Wolf King. Russ walked among them, his presence like a physical force. Wolves straightened as he passed. They bared their fangs not in challenge, but in fierce pride, desperate to be worthy of his eye. Some of the youngest could not stop themselves from staring openly, seeing in him the outline of every statue and tapestry they had grown up beneath. Logan Grimnar came to stand beside him, helm in the crook of his arm. "We will not strip Fenris bare," the great wolf said. "The Fang must still be guarded. There are always other threats sniffing around our door. If we fail in Thalassa, there will be no door left to guard," Russ said. "But you are right. A hunter who abandons his den entirely returns to find another beast in it. Leave teeth here, take fangs with us." Scally bowed his head before them. "I will go with you, my lord," he said to Russ. "I have seen the serpent in my nightmares. I will see it die with my waking eye." Russ clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Good, Word Eye," he said. "I have need of a voice that can whisper to the warp and not lose itself. The shadow around this beast will be thick. You will help me cut through it." He turned then, looking at the assembled strike force. Wolfguard in Terminator plate, Bloodclaws eager for glory, Grey Hunters with the steady eyes of seasoned killers, men who had spent their entire lives fighting in Russ's name, now prepared to follow him in person. "If this is the wolf time," he said, his voice carrying across the docking bay and out into the cold Fenrisian air, "then let us show the galaxy what a dying wolf can still tear apart." Engines roared in answer. The first ship to leave was the Hrafn's Glare, its hull gleaming with fresh kill runes and the scars of countless previous wars. Others followed, a spear of steel and fury thrusting into the dark, their prows turning towards the coil of the serpent that waited, unseen, in the Thalassa stars. The war for Thalassa began as a pattern of light and shadow. In the void fortress above Maggaya, Admiral Hanroth stood beneath a vaulted dome of plasteel and glass. The darkness beyond it was strewn with stars, but his gaze was fixed on the hololithic atlas below. There, the Thalassa sector hung suspended as a cluster of pale suns and tiny world glyphs, each labeled by some administratum scribe with designations that meant less than the lives beneath them. Around that delicate constellation, a curve of crimson flared. The hollow projectors translated the incoming aurspecs and astropathic data into the image of a serpent. It was not a true pict, not an exact representation of the alien vessels, but a construct composed of mass readings and psychic impressions. It coiled around the sector, never quite closing, a sinuous arc of living void ships and their attendant swarms. The serpent's body crossed old warp routes like a drawn blade across arteries. Where once lines of green had indicated stable currents between systems, now jagged black gaps yawned. Entire shipping lanes had gone dark, ships vanishing without a final vox burst or distress cry. Worlds flickered at the serpent's inner edge, some already glowing with the dull ember hue that indicated invasion, others pulsing amber with the signal for imminent threat. Hive worlds, with populations measured in the uncountable. Agrispheres whose harvests fed half a subsector. Forge planets whose manufactoria armed whole crusades. All of them now lay within the slow tightening of that crimson curve. The serpentine representation thickened over time as fresh data came in. New Hive ships were indexed, new feeder tendrils extended. The crimson deepened, its line growing more jagged as splinter fleets flexed and shifted within the greater formation. The pattern was unmistakable. Jormungandr was not driving straight for the richest worlds. It was circling, encircling. Hanroth's hands clasped behind his back creaked as old knuckles protested. His face, lined and seamed with the years since the First Thalassa War, did not change. "We are already inside its jaws," he said. The Chamberlain at his shoulder swallowed. "Several worlds still report intact defenses, Lord Admiral," the man said. "Thalassa Prime, Saraposia, the surviving forge complexes on Maggaya's night side. They await your direction." "They await the moment the serpent decides to tighten," Hanroth replied. "Do not speak to me of intact defenses. Speak to me of how many hours of defiance each world has before it vanishes into that red." He gestured, and the hololith zoomed, the serpent's curve resolving into clusters of contact glyphs. Living ships, each one a nightmare of chitin, bone, and pulsating flesh the size of Imperial cruisers and battleships. Smaller organisms swam between them, as schools of predatory fish swim about leviathans. Beyond the resolution of the hollow, he knew, there would be yet smaller shapes, spores, mycetic pods, things that rode gravity wells and atmospheric currents, falling like rain upon the helpless. He had seen this before. At the Black Nebula, the void itself had seemed to writhe with such things. "And I thought I killed you," he told the serpent in the map. "I salted your grave with plasma and melter and the bones of 1,000,000 souls." He had been wrong. "Translation event detected," intoned a machine voice from the Vox spine above. "New contact, high mass, translation signature consistent with Astartes' capital vessel. Origin Fenris." The hololith flickered. A fresh icon burned into existence at the inner edge of the serpent's coil. A spearhead rune, flanked by the snarling wolf mark of the Vulca Fenrica. Hanroth turned away from the map. "Bring their flagship to docking arm Omega," he ordered, "and inform whoever thinks I can be summoned like a junior rating that I will receive them in my strategium when I deem fit, not before." The Chamberlain hesitated. "Their leader requested you meet them at the dock itself, Lord Admiral," he said. Hanroth raised an eyebrow. "Requested." "He said," the Chamberlain swallowed again, "that if you wished to hunt a world serpent, you would do well to meet the wolf that had been bred to kill it." Those were his words. Hanroth held the man's gaze for a long, flat heartbeat. "Very well," he said at last. "Let us go see how big a mouth this wolf has." The docking spine hissed and shuddered around them as the Astartes vessel locked into place. Through the armored viewing slits, Hanroth caught glimpses of the ship's flank. Its name, Hrafnkel, was etched along the prow, in Fenrisian runes translated by the Auspex spirits, and projected discreetly into his retinal displays. Gunmetal plating, heavy and scarred. Gun decks like rows of iron teeth. The great wolf head icon, jaws open in a permanent snarl, painted along the side. The embarkation gate cycled open with a scream of tortured metal. Steam rolled out, carrying the scents of oil, ozone, and the musky undertone of ceramite that had seen countless battles. Boots rang on the deck. They came in a tide of grey and pelts. Space wolves in full battle plate, eyes like chips of ice, teeth bared in half-feral grins. Their pauldrons bore the markings of great companies, of wolf lords whose names had become a litany of slaughter in a dozen theatres. Their presence filled the cavernous dock, pressing against the thinner blooded like a physical pressure. At their head walked a figure taller and broader than any of them. Leman Russ, Primarch of the 6th Legion, stepped down the gunmetal boarding ramp as if he were merely returning from a simple raid, rather than emerging out of 10,000 years of absence. Frost still clung to the edges of his storm-grey armor, rimming the wolf pelts about his shoulders. Mjolnir hung at his side, and the axe of Hellwinter rested against one broad shoulder, as lightly as another man might carry a hunting spear. Behind him lumbered the Varagir, relic Terminator plate, whispering with the weight of old wars. Their presence turned the entire dock into a battlefield waiting to happen. Hanroth had seen picked captures of Primarchs, grainy images preserved from older, brighter ages. They did not do this justice. The man striding towards him was not just larger. Everything about him seemed sharpened, as if reality strained a little to keep pace with his existence. Hanroth's escort of voidsmen and officers shifted uneasily. The Admiral himself stood his ground. "Lord Admiral Hanroth," Russ said as he came to a halt. His voice carried the rasp of ice and steel. "The serpent breaker of the Black Nebula." "Leman Russ," Hanroth replied. He did not bow. No one had instructed him on the correct etiquette for greeting a legend made flesh. He contented himself with incline of the head. "I had heard you were dead." "I was hunting," Russ said. "Now the prey is close enough that even Terra's clerks can smell it. So they woke you from your slow decay, and me from the ice." His gaze flicked past Hanroth, towards the armored bulkheads and the distant hum of the Void Fortress's reactors. "This is your den," he added. "Show me where you keep your maps, Serpent Breaker. I have killed beasts before, but this one is large, and I would see its shape." In the strategium, under the vaulted dome with its view of the cold stars, the hololithic serpent shone red. Russ stood beneath it with his head tilted back, eyes narrowed. The light painted the scars on his face in shades of blood. His gauntleted hand rose, fingers curling slightly as if around an invisible throat. "So this is how you see it," he said. "Lines and sigils, pretty pictures, not wrong, but lacking teeth." "It is how we wage war in the void," Hanroth answered. "Without maps you are blind, without lines you flail. Jormungandr will not be killed by heroic charges and sagas shouted over the Vox. It will be killed by range, tonnage, and hull integrity." Russ's lips twitched, something between amusement and disdain. "Range and tonnage are good teeth," he said, "but teeth must be driven into a throat, not dragged uselessly across scales." They stood in the center of a ring of officers, navy captains in stiff uniforms, guard generals in greatcoats heavy with medals, Mechanicus Magi humming with Binharic argument, and space wolves leaning with predatory ease against bulkheads, arms folded. Hanroth lifted a control wand. The hololith shifted, zooming in on the leading edge of the serpent's coil. Symbols flared to represent vanguard bioships, vanguards of feeder organisms, and sacrificial bioconstructs. "My proposal is simple," he said. "We concentrate our fleet elements here and here, at these breakpoints in their formation. We avoid committing heavily into the densest concentrations until we have spent their vanguard. We bleed them slowly, long lines of macro cannon fire, lance batteries cutting out their eyes, torpedoes breaking apart their cohesion. If we push too hard, too fast, we risk overextension. We risk being enveloped." "You wish to box a serpent," Russ said. "I wish to make it choke on its own dead," Hanroth replied. "We have the advantage of fixed defenses and known anchor points. They have the advantage of numbers and momentum. We must not feed their appetite with our own folly." Russ stepped forward into the hololithic projection. Crimson light washed over the storm grey of his armor. He moved the control wand aside with a flick of his wrist, ignoring the Admiral's faint wince. "You speak of boxes and lines," he said, "in a war against something that thinks only of consuming. It does not care about your elegant arcs of fire or your textbook envelopment. It will crash itself against them until either it breaks or they do. Your last war with this beast, you did not break it by standing back and letting your guns talk." Hanroth's jaw tightened. "No," he said. We broke it by ramming ships into its gut and tearing its insides apart. The casualty lists still haunt the administratum. Entire fleets lost to that madness. Maddened or not, it worked, Russ said. You do not pen such a creature. You harry it. You rip at its weak points. You drive a spear through its head while you still have the strength to lift the shaft. He reached up and touched the serpent's inner curve. Icons flared where his fingers passed. Here, he said, Saraposia, a hive world with trenches being carved into its skin even now. Men digging into the surface while the enemy eats from below. Here, Mega, your precious forge, already half-bitten, still fat with machinery and flesh both. And here, Thalassa Prime, the symbol, the name world, the one that will matter most to the clerks when someone writes up the end of this story. The icons for each world pulsed, casting distorted light across the gathered faces. These are the claws, Russ went on, where the serpent will dig deepest, where its tunnelers will reach for the heart of the crust. If those claws find purchase, it will drag the rest of its body in behind them. If we crush them, hard and fast, we strip it of leverage. Hanroth considered the map from this new angle. He saw not lines and arcs, but bites and grips. The analogy was crude. War in the age of starships and exterminatus was never that simple. But he remembered Saraposia's first reports. Tunnels in the underhives, burrowing horrors on parade grounds. He thought of Maggaya's manufactoria, hollowed out like carrion bones if the swarm were allowed time. You are proposing a great deal of risk, he said at last. Concentrated counterstrikes on worlds already within the coil. Heavy commitment of Astartes, ground forces and fleet elements, while the main body of Jormungandr is still coiling. I am proposing we kill its hands while it reaches for us, Russ said. Crush its claws on Saraposia and Maggaya, hold Thalassa Prime as a fortress heart, then drive upon the Black Nebula with everything that can still move under its own power. We have killed it there once. We can kill it there again. He jabbed a thumb towards the hololith's representation of that dreaded region. The gas clouds and gravitic anomalies were rendered as ghostly swirls, a storm frozen in mid-rage. Into this, he said, we send your big guns and my sharpest teeth. At the same time, not before, not after. Fleet and borders as one blow. We tear out what passes for its throat and let the carcass thrash itself to death. The chamber filled with low murmurs. Officers exchanged looks. Mechanicus optics whirred as they recalculated probabilities. Space wolves grinned, their blood already singing at the idea of such a hunt. You are asking for coordinated fleet maneuvers of a scale and timing that would daunt any High Lord's paranoia, Hanroth said. Not just heroic charges, carefully aligned strikes, communication through a shadow in the warp that is already making my astropaths bleed from their eyes. I am asking you to remember how you killed it the first time, Russ replied. You did not stand back and let your guns grind. You rammed and you boarded, and you bled with the men under your command. I have seen the records. You think I did not ask what kind of man the serpent breaker was before I came here. Hanroth stared at him, surprised despite himself. You read my files, he said. I listen to sagas, Russ answered, with a half shrug. Different language, same purpose. You have killed this beast once already, Admiral. You know as well as I that it will not die by being fenced with formality. Slowly, grudgingly, Hanroth felt the weight of his caution tilt. The image of the First War would never leave him. Ships burning in the nebula, boarding torpedoes streaking into the moors of hive ships, men dying in corridors of bone and meat, laser guns snapping until barrels melted, blades hacking until arms failed. In that slaughter, something like victory had been carved. Very well, he said. We will do this your way, with one condition. Russ raised an eyebrow. That your hunters do not rush ahead of the pack, Hanroth continued. That your strike cruisers and your spearheads move when and where the fleet needs them, not only when their blood is up. This is not a saga circle. This is a war across stars. If we commit to this, every ship, every man, must move according to a plan. No lone charges into the serpent's mouth because someone wants their kill count to impress a scald. Russ's teeth showed in something dangerously like a grin. "You ask a wolf not to chase the nearest throat," he said. "Difficult, but not impossible." He turned, letting his gaze sweep the space wolves gathered about the room. "You heard the man," he said, voice hard. "We hunt as a pack. We do not run ahead to die with our jaws in the beast's flesh, while our brothers are still struggling to catch up. There will be kills aplenty, for all. You wish to boast of how many Bio-Titan heads you will take? Do so after the serpent is dead." That, inevitably, unleashed a flurry of boasts. "I will take the first Titan's skull and use it as a drinking cup," one wolf lord declared, slamming his fist to his chest. "Bah!" another snorted. "You will be too busy scrabbling at its ankles while I climb its back and carve my name into its spine. Count your kills if you must." Russ cut across them, voice as sharp as his axe. "Argue over whose trophy is biggest once the galaxy has one less Hive fleet. I will count worlds saved. That is the only tally that matters." The room stilled again. On Saraposia, men carved circles into the skin of their world. From orbit, the defensive rings looked like scars around the swollen bulks of the Hive clusters. Trenches, emplacements, redoubts, and gun pits, all laid out in concentric lines designed by tacticians who still believed in the primacy of the surface. Artillery parks sprawled like metal cities between each ring, earthshaker cannons and basilisk batteries muzzle to muzzle, their barrels elevated towards the sky in mute readiness. Regimental priests walked those lines, swinging censers heavy with fumes. Their voices boomed from vox amplifiers as they promised Judgment Day for the Xenos. Every Tyranid corpse, they swore, would be weighed and found wanting in the Emperor's scales. Every drop of guardsman blood would be noticed and rewarded. The men listened because the alternative was despair. They dug and sandbagged and wired kill zones because there was nothing else they could do. At night, in the brief hours when they lay down in dugouts that stank of sweat and mud and recirculated air, they heard the distant rumble of impacts as more Tyranid debris fell. Some of them dreamed of tunnels. Beneath those trenches, beneath the Hive roots themselves, the real war had already begun. Trigons and Morlocks moved through the rock as fish through water, guided by the whisper of the Hive mind and more immediate, more personal signals. Genestealer cults, seeded decades or centuries before, sent their patriarchs and magi into the darkness, their pale bodies leading broods of lesser hybrids to meet the tunnelers. In half-collapsed maintenance shafts, robed figures pressed clawed hands to the exposed stone and felt it shiver under them. They hissed with reverent pleasure as the first scything talons broke through, completing a circuit of flesh and alien faith. They knew where the shield generators lay, where the munition caverns were hidden, where the command bunkers had been drilled deep in confidence of their safety. They had built some of them, helped lay the foundations, whispered into the ears of overseers about where best to anchor such constructions. Now, with movements of hands that still remembered human tools, they directed the worms that would bring all that careful planning down. The cruelty of it was not born of malice. The Tyranids did not hate the men they would kill. They simply moved along vectors of need and opportunity, stripping flesh and stone alike with the same indifferent thoroughness. It was a vast, blind inevitability, a guillotine blade already falling long before the condemned even saw the scaffold. On Maggaya, similar tunnels snaked beneath Manufactoria, whose floors still rang with the thunder of heavy machinery. Overseers above shouted at workers to keep the production lines moving. Tech priests chanted Binharic hymns to their engines. No one listened to the faint occasional groan of stone under steel. Cracks spread, caverns hollowed. The planet's crust became a honeycomb of hidden moors, waiting only for the signal to open. In the void, above all of this, the serpent's shadow thickened. On every ship in Hanroth's hastily assembled armada, the astropathic choirs labored under that weight. The shadow in the warp was not a palpable fog one could point to. It was the slowing of thought, the deadening of faith. Prayers felt as though spoken through cloth. Visions reached for the Astronomicon and found only a dim, distant glimmer. Astropaths bled from their eyes and ears as they struggled to send even the simplest of coded bursts. Some simply died, brains bursting under the psychic pressure. Others gibbered nonsense, their minds turned inward by the predatory vastness pressing around them. Whole flotillas vanished into pockets where Vox and Warp both went dead, ships sailing into regions of space where the only messages that came back were silent hulls drifting, their crews reduced to dry husks by organisms that had already moved on. In the strategium, Russ watched as fresh gaps opened in the map. "The coils tighten," he said softly. Hanroth nodded. "Then we move," the Admiral replied, "before they squeeze." Orders went out, their passage through the shadow bought with blood and will. Battle groups formed, each built around a core of Astartes strike vessels and Navy capital ships, one bound for Saraposia, one for Maggaya, one to hold Thalassa Prime, reserves to mass at the Black Nebula, ready to dive into the storm when the time came. Steel and teeth and faith, assembled against a hunger that had neither pity nor restraint. Encircled, the Thalassa sector held its breath as wolves and men alike prepared to fight inside the tightening ring. For one brief morning on Saraposia, it looked as if the sky belonged to mankind. The heavens were a bruise of cloud and exhaust, lit from beneath by the flares of lance beams and macro shell detonations. The orbital bastions encircling the Hive world threw out streams of incandescent fire, tearing through incoming objects in glittering chains of destruction. Every few heartbeats, another cluster of Tyranid spores blossomed in high atmosphere, shredded into burning fragments that skittered down as harmless meteors. In the command bastion overlooking Trench Ring, Alpha, Vox picked feeds relayed the spectacle. Officers and Vox adepts watched as icons representing incoming waves were tagged, tracked, and then snuffed out by the overlapping fields of Imperial fire. "Third wave neutralized before atmospheric breach," intoned a cogitator adept, excitement bleeding through the monotone he tried to maintain. Projected casualty levels minimal, efficiency of fire grid within acceptable parameters. A murmur went around the bastion. Men allowed themselves thin smiles. The air tasted a little less like recycled fear. On the outer lines, Guardsman Hakon Jarek of the Sarposian 45th watched the streaks of flame crossing the sky and spat into the mud. "Looks like the fleet has this," his squadmate muttered, leaning on the lip of the trench and squinting upward. "All that talk of the Great Devourer, and it dies in orbit like any other rock storm." "Shut your mouth," Jarek said automatically. "You say that out loud, the universe will hear you and decide to be funny." The priest walking the trench heard the edge to his voice and swung his censer in their direction, thick incense smoke rolling over them. "Do not blaspheme with doubt," the man bellowed. "Look to the skies and see the Emperor's hand." Jarek looked. It was hard not to. The sight was genuinely magnificent. Lines of fire stabbing down, blossom after blossom of detonating spores, the rumble of distant thunder as fragments hit in the uninhabited wastes beyond the trench lines. The trenches themselves were works of brutal art, concentric rings cut into Saraposia's flesh, studded with bunker mouths and pillboxes, bristling with autocannons and heavy bolter nests. Razor wire snarled in front of them. Last turrets tracked arcs of empty air, and artillery parks behind them loomed like steel forests, the long barrels of Earthshaker cannons pointing accusingly at the heavens. It looked, to the men who had spent weeks carving and reinforcing it, like safety, or at least like something that might stand long enough for them to shoot back before they died. In the command bastion, the overall commander of Saraposia's ground defense, Lord Marshal Tiber Ambron, stood with his gauntleted hands clasped behind him and watched the sky burn on the main Auspex screen. His white hair was cropped close in regulation style, his eyes sunken from too many sleepless shifts. "Perhaps," he said slowly, "this will be like the last lesser tendril. They expend themselves against the void and crumble before they ever truly reach us. Reports from Maggaya suggest heavier concentrations, Lord Marshal," replied his chief of staff. "But here, at least, the fortifications are strong. The bastions and the fleet are performing beyond expected parameters. They will not expend everything in the first blow," Ambron said. "No predator empties its maw at once. Still, let the men have this moment. Hope is a poor weapon, but it is better than none." In the trenches, the mood lifted a little. Men laughed, brittle but real. Someone produced a battered deck of cards. Someone else swore that once this was over, he would go back to the Hive and drink, until he forgot what it felt like to wait for the end of the world. The sky continued to burn. Then, at the height of their tentative confidence, the ground opened. It did not begin with tremors. There was no warning rumble or politely shaking cup. One heartbeat, the command plaza behind Trench Ring Alpha was solid ferrocrete, crowded with Vox relays, Munitorum stacks, and the bustle of support personnel moving between bunkers. The next, a jagged crack tore across it like a lightning bolt frozen in stone. Ferrocrete buckled, Vox masts toppled, men stumbled and swore as the ground lurched under their boots. The crack widened with obscene speed, stone and metal groaning as if protesting what was being done to them. Something vast slammed up from the depths. A Morlock burst from the plaza in an eruption of debris and gore. Its bulk tore through the surface, its circular maw opening wide enough to swallow a tank. Rows of hooked teeth spun like a saw, grinding up chunks of rock, and the bodies of the men unfortunate enough to have been standing directly above its emergence point. An entire company vanished in that first instant, reduced to a red-grey spray that pattered back down as a fine mist. The Morlock's segmented body writhed, pale armor splattered with the ruin of its prey. Smaller tunnel mouths opened around it as its passage shook loose the earth. From those secondary breaches, raveners poured, their lean bodies rippling with predatory speed, scything talons carving paths through the survivors. The command bastion shuddered, alarms howled. Auspex screens that had been tracking the clean arcs of orbital fire suddenly filled with proximity warnings, the neat icons disrupted by chaotic red pulses from directly under. The fortress's own footprint. "Contact in the rear!" someone screamed over the Vox. "They are under us! They are under..." His voice dissolved into static and a wet crunching sound. In the trenches, men stumbled as the ground bucked like a living thing. Sections of the front line simply collapsed, the carefully dug walls falling inward as voids opened beneath them. Entire squads tumbled into the darkness, their cries cut short as scything limbs flickered in the black. Raveners surged into the trenches from below, the very earth vomiting them up. They moved with horrifying speed in the confined spaces, their elongated bodies twisting and snapping, talons hooking men from their feet and dragging them screaming into the tunnels. Las fire flashed in panicked bursts, much of it going wild as men fired at shadows and motion. "Morlock in the command zone," Vox runes spat in the bastion. "Multiple breaches along Ring Alpha. Enemy emerging inside second and third line. Fortifications. This is impossible. They cannot be. They..." Lord Marshal Ambron watched a live pict feed as the Morlock reared, its body casting a shadow over the shattered plaza. A squad of Kasserkin veterans braced and fired, hotshot las beams punching glowing scars across its belly. It crashed down, obliterating them. "Divert heavy fire," he began. Another icon flared on the Auspex, then another. then too many to count, blooming all along the inner arcs of the trench network. The first wave had been spores, a feint, a distraction to fix Imperial gaze upwards, while the true assault came from below. On the surface, the defenders did what men of the Imperium always did when the impossible was revealed to be merely worse than feared. They fought, and they died. It was below that the true cruelty of the Tyranids showed its impersonal face. In a half-flooded maintenance cavern beneath Trench Ring Beta, a squad of Saraposian sappers stumbled along a narrow service walkway, laser guns sweeping the dark. The air stank of oil and stagnant water. Their vox chatter was a litany of nerves. "We have reports of movement in the sub-tunnels," their sergeant had said. "We go, we check, we plant charges if we find anything alive that is not us. We do not run." They found the first wounded man pinned to the wall. He had been one of their own, judging by the tatters of standard-issue fatigues still clinging to his ravaged body. A chitinous spike as thick as a man's arm had skewered him through the chest and into the ferrocrete behind. He still breathed. His eyes rolled blindly in their sockets, lips moving soundlessly around a prayer or a curse. The spike was not part of him. It grew directly from the tunnel wall, a living sear of Tyranid matter that pulsed faintly, its color somewhere between bone and rotten meat. Thin tendrils snaked from it into the surrounding stone. "Emperor's mercy," one sapper whispered. Another stepped forward, raising his knife to cut the man free. The wall moved, talons burst from the living growth with impossible speed, lashing out, hooking into the rescuer's torso and dragging him forward. The sapper had time for half a scream before the wall erupted fully, a ravener's head lunging out of it like a nightmare hatched from the guts of the planet. Its jaws closed on his skull and tore. The pinned man wailed, not at his own pain but at the sight. He did not wail for long. As more guardsmen fired wildly, the spike rammed further, lifting him higher, his weight helping to wedge the living stake deeper into the stone. His flailing, blood-slicked body acted as bait, a twitching lure in the dim. More Tyranid bodies shifted in the walls and ceiling. Bioforms that had grown there like fungus tore themselves free, penalty paid for their inertia in a hail of last fire. Even as they died, more burrowing organisms dug along other vectors, carving, pushing, hollowing. Wherever there was flesh, the swarm made use of it. Wounded men were pinned, left alive just long enough to moan and shout, drawing comrades into kill zones. When their usefulness as bait ended, they were stripped apart and piled into digestion pools. Pits of seething, acidic slurry bubbled as bodies were broken down, bones and armor sloughing away. The fluid flowed along hollowed channels deeper into the underworld, feeding birthing sacs and new genetic templates. There was no hatred in it, no spite. Only the cold logic of a predator that wasted nothing. Saraposia howled, above and below. From high orbit, the approaching silhouette of the Hrafnkel cut through the glow of the burning atmosphere. The strike cruiser plunged through the upper air wreathed in flame, shields flaring as debris and dying spores bounced from its void fields. Behind it, other Space Wolf vessels followed, spearheads of grey iron descending towards the maelstrom. Drop pod doors blew open in the launch bays. Red runes stuttered from ready to. Armed. Space Wolves slammed helms into place, checked the charge in their bolters, ran thumbs along the teeth of their chain blades. Their war cries were not yet voiced, but they burned in the back of every throat. Leman Russ strode through the bay as the pods cycled. Wolves thumped fists to their chests as he passed. He did not slow. Frost still clung to the edges of his armor, refusing to melt even in the heat. "Trench Ring Alpha," he said into the Vox. "The Bastion. The enemy has bitten deep there. We go for the largest throat in reach." "Yes, my lord," replied the Wolf Lord of his chosen great company, voice thick with anticipation. "The Saraposians cry for saviors. Let us show them something worse than the monsters in their nightmares. Save your boasts for after the killing, Russ said. Strap in. The drop pods screamed down through the sky, punching through clouds, trailing fire. On the ground, where trench lines had become slaughterhouses, and the command plaza was a crater full of writhing flesh. The first of the pods hit like meteors. Hatches blew with explosive force, ramp petals slamming down into churned mud and broken bodies. Grey figures surged out, storm bolters already spitting mass reactive death. The roar of their arrival was like a bell tolling through hell. To Guardsman Jarek, huddled behind the broken lip of what had once been a gun emplacement, it looked like a story tearing through reality. He had been reduced to firing short, panicked bursts into a tide that never seemed to thin. Gaunts swarmed over the corpses of their own fallen, their chitins slick with blood. Warriors loomed behind them, bellowing in alien frequencies that still made his teeth ache. The Morlock that had broken the plaza was burrowing again, its bulk feeling like a moving earthquake under his boots. Then, a drop pod smashed down directly onto a cluster of gaunts, its impact obliterating a dozen in a spray of pulp. The pod's doors blew, and the first space wolf to step out put a bolt round the size of Jarek's thumb through the head of a leaping Tyranid at point-blank range. It exploded in a burst of bone and ichor. More followed, fanning out, weapons roaring. Bolter fire hammered into the oncoming swarm, each shell bursting inside its target in geysers of torn flesh. Chain blades howled as they bit into carapace and bone, chewing through in wet arcs. Wolves shouted in harsh Fenrisian, laughing as they hacked and shot, the joy of battle bright and terrifying on their vox-distorted voices. Their arrival did not stop the swarm. It changed the scale of the slaughter. Where guardsmen were dragged down one by one, these giants waded into the tide and cut themselves space. Where human lines had crumbled, new lines formed around the Space Wolves' positions, men clinging to that island of impossible defiance as drowning men cling to wreckage. Something bigger than a gaunt loomed through the smoke. The Carnifex lumbered forward, its bulk shaking the ground. Heavy, plated armor, massive claws, each capable of shearing a tank. Acid dripped from its maw, hissing where it struck the already pitted ferrocrete. It smashed through a section of barricade that had once been part of the plaza's decorative statuary. Guardsmen scattered like toys in front of an oncoming avalanche. A figure dropped from the sky, trailing debris. Russ hit the ground in front of the Carnifex hard enough to crack the stone, dust geysering around his boots. His cape snapped in the shockwave. Frost steamed as it met the heat of Saraposia's air. The Carnifex roared, bringing its claws down with enough force to pulp a battle tank. The axe of Hellwinter flashed up, faster than something that large should have been able to move. The blade caught the claw, bit through chitin and bone, and sheared it off at the joint. The severed limb tumbled away, spraying thick, reeking ichor. Before the beast could adjust, Mjolnir came, round in a backhand stroke that shattered its chest plate. It staggered, internal organs exposed to the open air. Russ stepped in, driving the axe up through its throat and out the back of its skull. The entire sequence took less time than a guardsman needed to draw a breath. To Jarek's eyes, it was wrong in a way he could not articulate. It was not that Russ was merely faster or stronger. It was as if space and time around him bent to allow his movements to happen. The arc of his strikes, the placement of his boots, the angles of impact, they all seemed too precise, too perfectly anticipated, as if some unseen script had been written, and now reality struggled to perform it. He stared, mouth open, laser gun forgotten in his hands, as the Primarch tore the dead Carnifex aside and waded deeper into the swarm. Gaunts that leapt at him were torn in half by casual backhand blows. Warriors that tried to bring scything talons down on his head found their limbs severed and their torsos split before the strike could land. Jarek realized he was trembling. He could hear himself laughing, high and hysterical. A space wolf crashed into cover beside him, chainblade dripping. "Up, little man," the giant barked, switching to Gothic with rough fluency. "The Wolf King is here. That means you do not get to die hiding in a hole. That is," Jarek managed, voice shaking. "That is Leman Russ. He was, I thought, stories?" The wolf's helm turned towards him. Through the azure glow of the lenses, Jarek imagined disdain. "Aye, he is that. Best part about stories is that sometimes they come to kill things in front of you." Jarek's gaze was dragged back to Russ, just as the Primarch ripped another Carnifex's head free with a twist of his wrist and hurled it into a cluster of raveners. "I am a story, little man," Russ called over his shoulder, as if he had heard the comment over the din. His voice cut through the roar of battle like a clarion. "Today you get to live long enough to tell it." For the span of a heartbeat, Jarek believed he might. Then a section of the trench line to his left broke. It began as a ripple of movement, men falling back, some running outright, their faces white under their helmets. A tide of gaunts had punched through further along the arc, the weight of numbers overrunning the positions there. Those now fleeing had seen their friends buried in claws and teeth and wanted no part in the same ending. "Hold!" bellowed their officers. "Stand and—" No one listened. Panic spread faster than discipline could patch it. A wolf lord saw the breach. He gestured to one of the artillery vox links. "We can move a pack to shore that up, my king," he voxed. "Or call down a barrage on the gap to slow them." "On the fleeing line," Russ snapped back. The wolf lord hesitated. "Those are our allies," he said. "They are breaking, aye, but if we give them a moment, they will break, feed the swarm, and rise again with alien minds inside stolen flesh," Russ snarled. "Do you think the beasts will spare them? There is no retreat on this field, only two kinds of death. Mercy is for the dead. Shell them." The wolf lord's jaw clenched. Then he relayed the coordinates. A moment later, Earthshaker rounds shrieked in. They landed along the line of retreating guardsmen, ploughing trenches of fire and shrapnel through their ranks. Men who had been running were simply gone, reduced to fragments and vapor. The oncoming Tyranid wave behind them was shredded too, entire ranks blown apart. The breach was sealed by obliteration. Jarek flinched as the shockwave went through his position. He knew dimly what had just happened. He also knew that the men who had died under those shells would not be rising again in the bellies of the swarm. The lesson burrowed deep and cold. The space wolves, it seemed, could be as cruel as the creatures they were fighting, but their cruelty had a direction. The Tyranids simply consumed. The wolves chose where and how to kill. Russ's helm turned slightly, as if acknowledging the barrage. Then he slammed Mjolnir into the ground, the blade biting deep into cracked stone. "The tunnels," he said. His voice reverberated through the local voxnet. "These surface lines will not hold if we do not cut the beast's roots. The true war is below. Grey hunters, wolf scouts, with me. We go into the dark." They dropped into the moor. Access shafts that had once been maintenance routes became entry points. Where those were not sufficient, the wolves made their own, blasting holes into the undermined ground and dropping through the settling dust into the tunnels beneath. The underworld of Saraposia was a labyrinth of carved stone, rusted metal, and now living matter. Tyranid growths slicked walls and ceilings, pulsing with sluggish life. Bulbous sacs oozed something like light, casting a sickly glow over the organic architecture. The air was damp and heavy, stinking of acid and meat. In those cramped corridors, the advantages of power armor and size became double-edged. Claustrophobia pressed on ceramite. Every movement had to be measured, every bolt shot risked deafening the squad in the confined space. The wolves went anyway. Lars and bolter fire turned the tunnels into strobe-lit nightmares. Muzzle flashes froze images in Jerrick's mind as he followed, huddled behind a space wolf's broader frame, gaunts scuttling along walls and ceilings like obscene insects. Warriors wedged into junctions, their bulk blocking entire passageways, their deaths requiring grenades and melter charges. The flash of a chain blade as it carved a ravener that had lunged from a seemingly solid wall. Corpses piled quickly, clogging roots. Tyranid bodies still twitched after death, limbs spasming, mouths biting at nothing. Human dead lay amidst them, armor torn open, faces unrecognizable. The wolves climbed over all of it without pause, boots slipping in gore, refusing to waste time clearing paths when brute force would serve. Every so often, Russ would stop, head cocked, as if listening to something none of the others could hear. Then he would pick a tunnel and move, certain, trusting some hunter's instinct or the whispered guidance of the rune priest's murmured counsel. They found the first nexus by following the heat. A cavern opened before them, larger than any of the side passages. Its ceiling was lost in shadows. The floor was covered in a webwork of fleshy conduit, pulsing with each slow beat of some distant heart. At the center rose a bulbous mass of brain-like tissue, suspended from above by thick cords of sinew. Tyranid forms clustered around it, warriors, lictors clinging to high walls, chameleon skin flickering as they blended with the living structure. Smaller synapse creatures, their elongated skulls constantly twitching, eyes rolled back as they relayed the lightning-fast impulses of the hive mind through the node. Russ did not bother with subtlety. He charged. The wolves followed, howling, bolters barking. The first volley blew chunks out of the guarding creatures, their ichor spraying across the conduits. The lictors responded, dropping from the ceiling in arcs of scything claws. One took a wolf scout full in the chest, its talons punching through ceramite, pinning him to the ground where more gaunts swarmed over him. Russ hit the central mass like a meteor. The axe of Hellwinter bit into the synapse node, ice forming along the edges of the wound as the weapon's unnatural chill met the fever heat of alien flesh. Mjolnir hacked at the cords holding the mass up, severing them in showers of fluid. Warplight flared as rune priests thrust their staves forward, hurling psychic bolts at the cluster. Scally Word-Eye's good eye blazed as he shouted ancient Fenrisian words, his power clawing at the psychic connections the hive mind had, threaded through this place. For a moment, there was resistance, a crushing presence pushing back, trying to smother his will. Then something snapped. The synapse node convulsed. The brain mass pulsed one last time, then sagged, rupturing along the lines of Russ's axe wounds. Its fluid spilled, smoking where they hit the conduits, eating through them. Across Saraposia, burrowing organisms faltered. Tunnels half-dug collapsed as their architects twitched and died. Assault waves that had been flowing through the underworld like water into cracks stumbled, losing cohesion. On the surface, those defending the trenches felt the pressure change. The assaults did not stop, but they became less coordinated, less precisely timed. Gaunts still came, but no longer in perfectly staggered waves. Warriors still advanced, but their choice of targets showed the first hints of random error. Russ did not stop at one node. He sent packs deeper, each guided by rune priest whispers and auspex, traces to find more of the pulsing nerve centers and destroy them. Some squads never came back, their death signals flaring and then cutting out as their tunnels collapsed, or they were simply overwhelmed under a tide of bodies. Others emerged hours later, armor caked in alien filth, eyes bright with the knowledge that they had cut one more thread in the serpent's grasp. Above, Saraposia burned. Lord Marshal Ambron's bastion was now little more than a shattered ruin, but he still lived, directing what remained of his artillery. Reports came in of rings lost, regained, and lost again. Each time a line collapsed, he gave the same order. Zone denial bombardment, full spread, cleanse everything between here and the next ring. Shells fell on still fighting guardsmen. Whole districts went up in firestorms as Prometheum depots were detonated rather than allowed to fall into Tyranid hands. Hab blocks that had housed millions were flattened in moments, their occupants already dead or dying, their bodies reduced to ash instead of biomass. Ring by ring, Saraposia's surface defenses were shorn away. The map in the remains of the command center shifted from colors indicating fortifications to the sickly gray that meant total devastation. Jarek lost track of time. He fought until the charge in his laser gun ran dry, then scavenged another from a corpse. He followed the wolves when they surged forward and cowered in whatever cover he could find when the artillery fell. The sky above was a permanent sheet of smoke and flame, the air thick with drifting ash that settled on everything like foul snow. Once, through a break in the clouds, he thought he saw the silhouette of a ship in low orbit, looming like a black knife. By the time the last major tunnel nexus was destroyed, there was very little left of Saraposia that could be recognized as a living world. Hive spires lay broken, their tops snapped like rotten teeth. The trench rings were scars, half filled with rubble and bodies. The once teeming plains between hives were fields of glass and fused metal, where fires still burned with no fuel but the lingering heat. In the ruins of the former command bastion, Russ stood with Lord Marshal Ambron and a Vox link to Admiral Hanroth. The primary burrow networks are severed, Scally reported, wiping Tyranid Ichor from his staff. The beast can still dig, but it will have to begin again, and the ground it wishes to use is no longer rich. Hanroth's voice crackled from the Vox grill. "Surface biomass estimates?" he asked. Ambron looked out over what had once been his world. He saw rows of charred corpses, some human, some insectile, indistinguishable under the ash. He saw collapsed digestion pools where Tyranid constructs writhed feebly, starving in the absence of easy meat. "Minimal," he said. "What is left will feed them, but not enough to seed a full renewal. We have cut their claws here." "At the cost of your world," Hanroth said. "At the cost of my world," Ambron agreed. His voice did not break. There was nothing left in him to break. Russ watched them both, frost rims still unmelted on his armor despite the heat. "Dead but denied," he said. "They will not make a brood nest of this place. They will not spawn a new generation from your people's bones. That is a victory." Jarek, standing a little apart with the other survivors, looked around at the ruins and tried to fit the word to what he saw. Victory. In the 41st millennium, it seemed, meant that the planet you had failed to save would not go on to kill others. It would have to be enough. Mega had already been bitten once. From orbit, the Forge world looked like a metal carcass left too long on a fire. Great plates of crust were peeled back, exposing veins of molten rock and rusted machinery. Entire manufactorum districts lay as bare bones, their frames twisted and gnawed where the Tyranids of Jormungandr had dug deep during the First War. There were impact scars the size of seas, faded now, filled with slag and slag-borne slums, where workers had returned after the worst had passed. The worst had not passed. It had circled back. Now fresh impact blooms flared across the surface. Mycetic spores rained down like a constant storm, streaming through holes torn in the void shield grid by sheer attrition. Macro cannon emplacements that had once pounded the first wave of the Hive fleet into drifting wreckage thundered again, their barrels glowing, their machine spirits keening with overuse. This time, the Imperium did not try to save Maggaya's every cog and gear. This time, they came to kill. On the ash plains east of the principal forge spires, an entire Titan legion walked to war. Warlord-class engines strode like metal mountains, their long strides cracking the crust under their feet. Reaver-class god machines loped alongside, their weapon arms heavy with volcano cannons and chain fist assemblies. Warhound scout titans darted around their ankles, swift as wolves around a line of mastiffs. Legio Frost Reaver's heraldry glimmered on every carapace. Frost blue and white, edged in ice motifs, the colors of a lost winter world, long since ground to dust by the march of time and war. Now their titans bore the scars of Maggaya's first mauling. Plates of necrotized Tyranid matter still fused to armor where they had eaten into the metal before being burned out. Acid pits in plasteel, scorched outlines where bioplasma had struck and been turned aside. Opposite them, across a plain churned by the passage of 1,000 tracked vehicles, the swarm came. Spore chimneys rose in forests, bulbous towers of living matter belching clouds of spores into the already choked sky. Between them crawled and ran and skittered every manner of bioform, gaunts in their millions, a living carpet of pale bodies and chitinous backs, warrior broods striding above them, scything, limbs raised, carnifexes, stolid and brutal, their massive heads swinging as they sought fresh targets. Above even these loomed shapes large enough to mock the titans. Hierophant bio-titans stalked forward on long spidery legs. Their bodies were hateful parodies of the Imperial engines, elongated torsos bristling with biocannons, scything limbs as long as hab blocks, carapaces layered with thick plates of armor grown from compressed bone and chitin. Where they stepped, the ground shuddered. Where they fired, whole squads of guardsmen ceased to exist. Between the titans and the swarm stretched an armored sea. Leman Russ battle tanks, their stubby turrets and heavy sponsons, blackened with soot and Tyranid ichor from earlier engagements, rolled in tight lines, guns barking. Bane blades and other super-heavy engines ploughed through trenches, their colossal cannons booming, shells carving furrows in the living tide. Artillery pieces by the hundred lined the rear, firing over the heads of the front lines in a constant deafening barrage. Maggaya had been marked as a killing field. If it could not be saved, it could serve as the place where Jormungandr bled itself white. A warlord titan took a step forward, each stride measured by a symphony of servos and the hiss of cooling systems. Its name was Sky of Winter, painted in high Gothic and accompanied by Fenrisian runes down its flanks, honors granted after a campaign fought alongside the 6th Legion long ago. In its command throne, Princeps Hestian of Legio Frostreaver hung in a web of haptic interfaces and fiber bundles. His body was little more than a desiccated core, limbs long since replaced by mechadendrites that bound him to the manifold. His mind was half his own, half merged with the vast spirit of Sky of Winter. He felt the rumble of war as a vibration up his spine. He smelt the furnace heat of his reactor heart, like a coal in his chest. He saw the advancing swarm through a dozen auger eyes, each painting a different spectrum across his awareness. Target, Central Bio-Titan, intoned the Moderati at his station. Acknowledged, Hestian said, his voice a dry rasp that never left the interior of the throne. To the Titan, the command was more than words. It was a scent, hunger, the thrill of hunting something worthy. Twin volcano cannons elevated, their barrels cycling. Plasma coils screamed with caged power. On the plains below, guardsmen winced and glanced up as the light intensified, casting long, thin shadows. By the Omnissiah's grace, Hestian murmured. Fire. The cannon spoke. 2 spears of incandescent plasma lashed out, carving through the smoke and spore clouds with contemptuous ease. They struck the leading Hierophant full in the chest. Armor plates slagged and ran like wax. The force of the impact lifted the monstrous beast off its legs, hurling it backwards. It hit the ground and skidded, gouging a trench through its own ranks, crushing hundreds of lesser organisms under its bulk. The Hierophant convulsed and staggered up again. Chunks of molten chitin hung from its torso. One entire limb was gone, taken off at the base. It took a step, nearly fell, then steadied. Its bio-cannons flexed and spat gouts of corrosive fire back towards the Titans. The first volley splashed across sky of winter's void shields. Energy fields flared, shimmering as they bled off the impact. Warning chimes sounded in Hestian's mind, the Titan's spirit roaring in mingled pain and defiance. A direct hit on the shields, the Moderati reported. Capacitors at 60%. Advance, Hestian ordered. The god machine strode forward, each pace carrying it over wrecked tanks and crushed bodies. It could not afford to stand and trade at range. Not here, not against this many. To either side, other Titans did the same. Reavers fired their arm weapons, knocking aside advancing carnifexes like toys. Warhounds darted in there, turbo lasers cutting swathes through the gaunts, their movement drawing fire away from the larger engines. The plain became a killing ground between gods. Bio-Titans met their Imperial counterparts in storms of fire and ichor. Hierophants leapt, impossibly graceful on their spindled legs, slashing at void shield boundaries with claws that crackled with energy. Warlords took blows that rated on seismic scales, their carapace plates dented, their internal systems screaming. Where void shields collapsed, bioplasma chewed deep, eating away paint and armor and organodes. Every time a Titan fell, the world moved. One Reaver, legs sawn through by a coordinated strike from a knot of Tyranid warriors and carnifexes, toppled like a collapsing spire. Its massive bulk came down across a trench line, crushing men, tanks, and creatures indiscriminately. Its reactor breached, detonating in a blast that rolled a wall of dust and flame across the battlefield, flattening and burning everything. In a wide circle, Hestian did not flinch when the shockwave hit sky of winter. The Titan staggered, then caught itself, claws digging into the ruined plain for purchase. Acceptable losses, he whispered to the machine spirits. Necessary losses. He had told himself that so many times it no longer felt like a lie. In the heart of Maggaya's primary command bastion, a different kind of god arrived. The teleport flare cracked reality like an axe through old ice. For a heartbeat, the command chamber was full of light and the taste of ozone and metal. Magi of the Mechanicus flinched back, their mechadendrites recoiling from the temporal distortion. Guardsmen stared, hands flying to weapons. When the glare faded, Leman Russ stood where there had been empty air. Frost steamed from his armor, sublimating into vapor in the heat of Maggaya's nerve center. Servitors turned ocular arrays towards him and clicked, their logic processors struggling to reconcile the sudden appearance with their threat hierarchies. Skitarii troopers tensed, then recognized the wolf-headed sigils and the calm posture of the space wolves at his back. Russ's gaze swept the chamber once. It was a place of harsh light and harder lines, all cogitator banks and data altars. Hollow displays floated in the air, showing the progress of the battle outside from 100 augur perspectives. Tech priests robed in red and steel murmured Binharic to one another, hands flickering through strings of data. At the chamber's center, a towering hard-linked throne housed the primary interface of Legio Frostreaver. From here, the senior princeps who commanded not just one Titan, but the coordination of the whole battle line, sat half-merged with the manifold. He was old, not in the way Hestian was old, worn thin by his bonding to a single machine. This princeps was old in the way of mountains, his flesh diminished to a withered node nestled among a forest of cabling and metal. Half a face remained visible, the rest masked by interface sockets. One eye rolled mechanically towards Russ, focus struggling to close. Identification, croaked a nearby Magos. Voice filtered into static through a vox grill as he tried to assert protocol. Teleportation into this sanctum without prior clearance is an unorthodox deviation from established. Russ ignored him. He stepped forward, past the protesting tech priest, and placed one gauntleted hand on the arm of the Princeps's throne. "Princeps of Frostreaver," he said. I am Leman Russ of the 6th. I have walked with your god machines before. I come to stand with you again. The Princeps's eye focused. For a moment, the old man saw not just a towering armored figure before him, but flickers of past campaigns. Memory, perhaps his own, perhaps echoes from the manifold, offered images of warlords striding alongside a column of grey-armored Astartes, frost on their carapaces, the laughter of giants mixing with the deep chant of engine hymns. "Wolf King," he whispered. Machine tones in his voice warred with raw human awe. The old records spoke of you, of a war on a world of ice when Legio Frostreaver first took your mark. They said you fought like a titan in flesh. I thought it myth. Russ's lip curled. Much of what was fact in those days has turned to myth in yours, he said. Today we make some of it real again. Your engines are holding the line, but the beast presses harder. The swarm has more flesh to throw at you than you have iron. You will break their bones and burn their towers of chitin until your reactors run dry, and still they will come. The Princeps shuddered as Sky of Winter took another blow, its void shields flaring. Data scrolled across his vision. You speak like a commander, he rasped. What do you offer, Wolf King? We have faith, we have guns, we have god machines walking in the Omnissiah's name. What do you bring that changes this? Some? Russ's eyes, pale and hard, met his. I bring the understanding that this world is already dead, he said, and the will to use that death. A chorus of outraged Binharik erupted around the chamber. Magi twitched as if struck. This forge is sacred, hissed one, mechadendrites flailing. Every manufactorum is a holy temple, every assembly line a litany. We cannot abandon them. We must divert our efforts to preserving key production centers. Divert armored and infantry elements to protect the hallowed machinery. Flesh can be replaced. Steel cannot. Russ turned his head slowly towards the Magos. Metal can be forged anew, he said, each word like a blow. Men cannot be reforged once chewed. You would send your people to die in the corridors of your beloved engines just to buy more time for the beast to feed. What will they work with if all that is left of them is acid-scoured bone? We save what breathes, or there will be no one left to worship your machines. The calculus of acceptable loss, the Magos began. Russ cut him off with a snarl. Your calculus does not include the cost of letting this swarm take root here, he said. If Jormungandr finishes its meal, this world will not be a forge. It will be a brood nest. It will vomit new ships and beasts into the void, each one bearing the taste of your sacred metals in its bones. I have seen what happens when hive fleets turn a world into a seed for their next generation. I will not see that here. He turned back to the Princeps. Your titans are the hammer, he said. The plain outside is the anvil. We will crush as much of the swarm between them as we can. But Maggaya itself must die in the doing. The Princeps closed his one organic eye. Through the manifold, he felt the pulse of reactor hearts, the tremor of striding limbs, the fury of weapons being fired. He felt the prayers of the Moderati, the surge of adrenaline in mortal crews. He felt the slow, inevitable encroachment of the swarm along their flanks. He had devoted his entire elongated life to the god engines and the world that fed them. To contemplate destroying that world was like contemplating cutting out his own heart. He opened his eye again. What do you need of Legio Frostreaver? He asked. Russ inclined his head, the gesture as much acknowledgement as any formal salute. Hold the plane, he said. Draw the biggest monsters. Make enough noise that the swarm cannot ignore you. While they fix on your god machines, I will cut their guiding mind. The Princeps managed the ghost of a smile. You speak of hunting something larger than any ice beast your sagas ever named, he said. Russ's teeth showed. Good, he said. New prey makes for better stories. Outside, the battle intensified. The Tyranids, drawn to the Titan line by the sheer magnitude of psychic and physical energy it represented, hurled more and more of their largest war forms into the fray. Hierophants clambered over mounds of their own dead to get into clawing range. Bioplasma blasts streamed from their weapons, battering void shields, eating into armor. One warlord fell, its knees buckling as a hierophant's talons ripped through its leg assemblies. Its collapse was a slow, thunderous affair, the engine bellowing through its auspex horns as it went down. It crushed a swathe of gaunts and tanks alike under its weight before detonating, the explosion punching a momentary hole in the swarm's advance. Into that chaos, something darker swooped. A Hive tyrant descended on a field of beating wings. Larger than most of its kind, its carapace thick with bony protrusions. Its twin pairs of scything talons edged with some glistening toxin. A synaptic node of Jormungandra's assault on Maggaya. It radiated psychic command, rallying wavering broods, directing artillery beasts to bring their fire to bear on weakened segments of the Titan line. It landed atop a shattered manufactorum gantry, overlooking the plain, its talons biting deep into twisted steel. From this vantage, it could see the Titans like great prey beasts, hemming them in with a web of mental commands. A teleport flare cracked the air beside it. Russ appeared mid-stride. He did not wait for gravity. The moment his boots materialized on the half-collapsed gantry, he pushed off, hurling himself sideways and up. The structure groaned under the sudden shift in mass. The Hive tyrant turned, psychic senses spiking with alarm, but its physical reflexes could not quite match the Primarch's unnatural timing. Russ landed on its back, his boots slammed into carapace, denting plate. One arm clamped around a bony ridge for purchase. The other sank the axe of Hellwinter down into the flesh between exoskeletal plates. The tyrant shrieked in a sound that was part psychic broadcast, part physical howl. It reared, lashing with its upper scything arms, trying to reach the thing that had dropped onto it. Russ rode the movement like a Fenrisian sea beast under him, shifting his weight, keeping his balance as the Tyranid thrashed. He drove the axe down again and again, each strike precise, aimed to sever connective tissue, to crack the protective plates over sensory clusters. Ichor sprayed, freezing in strange patterns where it touched the weapon's chill. One of the tyrant's eyes burst under a blow from Mjolnir, the great sword arcing in and smashing the delicate organ out of its socket. The Primarch twisted, hacked at the base of a wing. Bones snapped. The tyrant staggered, half toppled by the loss of lift. From the plain below, the duel looked like some apocalyptic vision. A god from old tales wrestling a monster the size of a cathedral against a backdrop of titans and fire. In a crippled macro cannon tower some distance away, tech adept Lithis watched through bloodshot auger lenses. The tower had taken a glancing hit from a passing spore. Impact. One entire side of its armor casing had been peeled open, exposing its inner workings to the polluted air. Lithis had remained at his post despite the damage, hands moving over rune keys, trying to coax another few salvos out of the shaken cannon before its spirit gave up entirely. When the Hive tyrant landed, his auspex temporarily froze, overloaded by the sudden psychic presence. He had adjusted, rerouted, fought the machine's fear. Now his lenses zoomed in on the figure on the tyrant's back, unbidden. The Wolf King moved wrong. Lithis had watched Space Marines fight before. He had seen them charge, seen their speed, their brutality. He had witnessed their enhanced reflexes and gene-forged might. It had been impressive, certainly, efficient, understandable within the equations of modified flesh and power armor. This was something else. Every motion Russ made seemed to anticipate not just the tyrant's current position, but its next several. He was always where the claws were not. His blades always intersected with exposed weaknesses not yet revealed. The arc of his leap onto the creature's head, the twist that took him around a blind backhand strike by a scything limb, the timing of his final downward thrust. They were too precise, too inevitable. Lithis's logic cores tried to map it as predictive computation. They failed. There was not enough input for that level of foresight, not enough data. It was like watching the math of reality be ignored and rewritten around the Primarch. His presence an equation the universe was forced to balance after the fact. He felt nothing heroic watching it, no thrill, only a cold, crawling sense that this was as far beyond the standard pattern of Astartes as a Titan was beyond a tank. A weapon honed to a purpose that did not include the understanding of those who happened to stand near it. Russ drove Mjolnir down through the base of the Hive tyrant's skull. The sword punched through bone and folded cartilage. Psychic backlash ripped through the air as the synapse node died. Broods across the battlefield twitched, directionless for a heartbeat. The Primarch rode the corpse down as it toppled from the gantry. He pushed off at the last instant, landing hard on the torn earth, rolling up to one knee in a spray of dust and ichor. The dead tyrant crashed into the side of a super-heavy tank and slid away, leaving a smear. Voices rose on the Imperial vox bands. Some mortal units cheered. Some screamed in terror at the psychic shock. Titans noted the brief lull in coordination among the smaller creatures and pressed their advantage, hammering bio-titans with renewed fury. Lithis closed his lenses for a moment. When he opened them again, Russ was already moving, heading towards another knot of resistance, as if the titanic duel had been nothing more than one more necessary strike in a longer sequence. The god of winter and war did not pause to celebrate. He saved his breath for other commands. Hours later, the plains around Maggaya's forge spires were layered in the wreckage of god machines and monsters both. Titans lay broken, their carcasses smoking, their once proud carapaces pitted and torn. Hierophants sprawled in unnatural angles, legs snapped, torsos cored out by volcano cannon strikes or ripped open by concentrated melter fire. The swarm was dented, not broken. For every Titan-scale beast that died, 1,000 smaller organisms had swarmed past. They had scuttled into tunnels, up walls, into cracks in fortress walls. They had poured into the outer tiers of the Hive forges, ripping apart assembly lines, turning conveyor belts into rivers of blood and metal fragments. The forges themselves still burned, but their fires were no longer used to shape steel. Now they smoked, with the exhaust of digestion pools and biomass processing vats, seeded by the advancing Tyranids. In the command bastion, alarms chimed with a steady, fatalistic rhythm. Reports came in of breached inner sanctums, of machine temples fallen, of worker habs wiped out to the last soul, of Skitari cohorts cut off and swarmed under. Amagos, features twisted in something approaching despair, turned to Russ. "We are losing," he said. "Even with the Titans, even with your wolves. Every meter we hold costs more men, more machines, and the Xenos simply climb their own corpses to replace those that fall. We cannot push them fully off-world. There are too many, and more spores fall with each passing hour, but we can still save the core. We can reinforce the primary forges. We can seal the inner sanctums, use the remaining Titans to hold them long enough to evacuate critical schematics, cogitator data, sacred artifacts." Russ raised a hand. The Margos fell silent. "There is another way to save what matters," the Primarch said. Hanroth's image flickered in a hololithic projection above the central table. The Admiral looked older than ever, his features drawn, his eyes shadowed. "You are going to say it," Hanroth said quietly. "I knew you would. I have been waiting for the moment you chose this path." Russ met his gaze without flinching. "Maggaya's flesh is already half in the beast's mouth," he said. "We can gouge the jaws, we can break a few teeth, but we cannot pull the world free without leaving much of it behind. If Jormungandr is permitted to digest what it has already taken, it will birth fresh horrors in the bellies of its ships. It will grow stronger on the bones of your forges. I would rather it choked. He looked at the assembled Mechanicus delegation. Flood your manufactorums with plasma, he said. Overload your reactors. Arm cyclonic warheads in the planet's core. Do not leave so much as a bolt unslagged. Evacuate who you can. The rest we consign to the Emperor with fire. The chamber erupted again, this time not merely in outrage, but in something like panic. You are asking for self-immolation, a senior Mago spat. You would burn a forge world, a holy site of the Omnissiah on your own authority. You are a Primarch, not a fabricator general. You do not have the right. I have the duty, Russ said. His voice cut through the babble. I was made to end threats the way a headsman is made to end lives. You have prayed over these engines for millennia. Hear me now. There will be no engines, no prayers, no red robes, no cog-shaped icons if this Hive fleet grows fat on Mega. The All-Father did not forge me to hesitate. He turned his head towards Hanroth's projection. You can authorize the cyclonics, he said. Hanroth nodded slowly. I can, he said. The edicts give me that power in extremis. Do it, Russ said. There was a long, thin silence. Then Hanroth exhaled. So be it, he said. By my authority as Sector Fleet Admiral, under the writ of Segmentum Command and the oversight of the Inquisition, I authorize the use of cyclonic warheads on Maggaya. Let the record show that this was the only remaining option. Not the only, one Magos muttered. The only you were brave enough to name. Russ ignored him. Begin the rites, he said. What followed was a different kind of war. Mechanicus adepts raced through manufactorum halls, their mechadendrites tapping out Binharic code on access panels. Protective seals were broken. Plasma reservoirs were uncapped. Safety protocols that had been sacrosanct for centuries were overridden with a few curt data bursts. In the deepest reactor cores, tech priests stood in concentric circles around humming machines, chanting litanies that inverted traditional pleas for stability. Instead of asking the machine spirits for restraint, they begged for release. They coaxed, cajoled, and finally coerced the reactors into cascades that could not be contained. In ore storage vaults beneath the crust, cyclonic warheads were rolled from their reliquary. Cradles and slotted into launch housings, aimed not at the void, but at the planet's own heart. By iron, by fire, by the Omnissiah's disdain, an Archmagos intoned as he initiated the final sequence. Let this world be unmade, rather than misused. Above, space wolves fought in corridors choked with smoke and spores, buying minutes for evacuation columns. Data cores were ripped from cogitator banks and slammed into cargo holds. Titan crews that could be spared ran for shuttles, carrying with them the manifold records and holy STC fragments that could not be allowed to die with Maggaya. They did not come close to saving everyone. Millions still labored on assembly lines that would never see shutdown orders. Tens of millions more huddled in habs that never received a single warning. The swarm moved through them without slowing. Russ stood in a gunship bay as the last of his wolves embarked. Through the widening gap in the bay doors, he could see the glow on the horizon intensify, a sullen red deepening towards white as reactor fires broke their housings. He felt Maggaya shudder under his boots. Time to go, Scally said, coming to stand at his side. Russ nodded. Time to kill, he corrected. They rose on engines howling in sympathy with the distant groans of a dying world. From orbit, the end of Maggaya was almost beautiful. At first, it appeared as a spreading network of light. Lines of molten brightness traced themselves across the forge crust, following the buried roots of reactor conduits and plasma feeds. Spots flared where manufactorum complexes went up, their internal fires erupting through roofs in geysers of white flame. Then the cyclonic warheads struck. They did not detonate like conventional munitions. There was no outward shockwave, no expanding ring of debris. Instead, the planet convulsed, Cracks split its surface, jagged wounds that cut across continents and seas of slag. Fire spewed up, fountains of molten rock and boiling metal. Whole sections of the crust lifted, fractured, and settled again at new angles. Atmosphere boiled away, ripped into space in vast gusts. Tyranid structures, spore chimneys, capillary towers, and digestion pools were torn apart. The living architecture collapsed inward as its foundations were removed. Bioships in low orbit tried to rise higher, beating swollen wings, but the tidal forces and surging plumes of matter threw them into one another. They collided, went tumbling, burned in the wild energies. From the bridge of his flagship, Hanroth watched as Maggaya cracked. He saw the forges he had fought to save once, before become lines of fire. He saw the icons representing Mechanicus facilities wink out one by one. He saw the swarm around the planet flicker and break, its coherence lost, as so much of its feeder structure was annihilated in an instant. He also knew, with a cold clarity, how many millions of Imperial souls had been sacrificed in that single decision. On the Hrafnkel, space wolves crowded the viewing ports. They watched the Forge world die in silence for a long time. Then, as Maggaya's crust finally split and a column of incandescent matter rose like a pillar towards the void, Russ threw back his head and howled. It was not a sound of joy. It was not even purely rage. It was a long, torn note that held loss and triumph and the savage satisfaction of having denied an enemy a prize. One by one, his wolves joined him. The howling rolled through the ship, through the Vox, out into the fleet. Across a dozen vessels, men who did not know the origin of the sound still heard it and felt something in their chests respond. When it faded, the only thing left of Maggaya was a smouldering, uninhabitable rock, still wrapped in a flickering halo of debris and escaping atmosphere. In the strategium, Hanroth turned to Russ. "You just killed more servants of the Emperor than the Xenos did," the Admiral said. His voice was not accusatory so much as exhausted. Russ's expression did not change. "No," he replied. "I saved the rest of the sector from what they would have become in Jormungandr's gut." He gestured towards the ruin on the hololith. "If we had let that world fall fully, it would have turned into a womb for more of this serpent's flesh," he said. "Every man, every machine, every gram of metal and meat would have been repurposed and hurled back at us. The deaths I ordered today are fewer than the lives that would have been lost in the wars those new beasts would have brought." Hanroth's jaw tightened. "That is a cold comfort to those who burned," he said. "Comfort is a luxury," Russ answered. "Survival is not." Word spread quickly through the fleet. Some whispered that the Wolf King was as monstrous as the beasts he hunted, that he destroyed worlds as easily as he destroyed monsters. They told each other in hushed tones how he had ordered the forges of Maggaya drowned in their own fire, how he had chosen to kill millions with a few words. Others heard the same tale and felt something like grim reassurance. They spoke of an executioner returned, a weapon from a harsher age forged for exactly this kind of decision. In an Imperium that had grown bloated with bureaucracy and hesitation, having a figure who would swing the axe when needed felt, to them, like a blessing as much as a curse. In the lower decks, where ratings and guardsmen and lesser officers drank what they could and tried not to think about the crackling of the Geller fields, the stories grew. They said that Leman Russ had wrestled a Hive giant on the back of a Titan. They said he had walked unburned through the heart of a reactor to arm the Cyclonics personally. They said he had stared into the warp and made it look away. Above all, they said this, that the Wolf King had returned, and that where he passed, both monsters and worlds died. In the cold between the stars, Russ stood alone for a time at the viewport of the Hrafnkel, watching the drifting cinders of Maggaya. He did not smile. He did not frown. His face was set in a hard line, as if carved from the same ice that had once encased him. The god of winter and war had done his work. The serpent had lost another bite. Thalassa Prime waited like the last tooth in a broken jaw. From orbit, it was a world of spires and scars. Hive towers clawed at the stained sky, their upper reaches plated in new layers of armor and defense grids, their lower slopes girdled with fresh bastions and gun emplacements. Around each hive, rings of trenches and fortifications radiated outward, stark geometry imposed upon a terrain that had once been sprawling slums and manufactoria. Much of the old Undercity was gone. Whole strata of the underhives had been flooded with chem slurry and promethium, drowned in toxic seas that glowed faintly in the dark. Other levels had been mined and sealed, void charges buried in choke points, their detonators wired to cogitator banks in the command spires above. Every tunnel chart they had was etched into the strategium walls. Every map of sewage lines and transit channels, every old administratum plan for forgotten sub-basements and foundations had been dragged from mouldering archives and fed into the machine spirits. This time, they had sworn, the serpent would not come from below. In the planetary command spire, a cluster of Astra Militarum officers and Mechanicus adepts watched the auger screens that monitored the deep strata. Green lines traced seismic activity. Runes flared whenever a tremor went beyond the acceptable pattern of tectonic restlessness. So far, the runes had remained calm. On the surface, last batteries fired into the sky, picking off incoming spores. Shields flickered as the heavier clusters hit. The sound of guns was constant, but it was a familiar noise, one men could cling to. In the shadow of one hive, scally-weird Eye knelt in the mud and pressed his bare palm to the ground. The world hummed under his hand, not the slow, deep hum of planetary life, of magma and fault lines and old, patient stone. This was a higher, more frantic vibration, a twitching beneath the skin. He narrowed his good eye, the crystal of the other whirling, as it tried to match what his soul already felt. "You drown the top levels of your hives," he murmured, half to himself, half to the world. "You set mines and charges and clever traps. You forget that this world is older than your records." Behind him, a pack of space wolves in the grey of Russ's own great company watched the streets with weapons ready. Their boots were planted on cracked ferrocrete that had once been a hab concourse. Now it was an approach corridor to a fortress gate, lined with improvised barricades and firing nests. A junior officer of the Thalassa PDF, face pale under his helmet, cleared his throat. "Rune Priest," he said, voice edged with the brittle respect of one who knew very well what stood before him. "Our Auspex shows no breaches below this district. The lower hive has been flooded to the level of the old transit lines. Anything down there would be drowned." Scally's fingers curled, digging into the damp grit. "Flooding drowns what breathes air," he said, "not what breathes stone." He stood, wiping his hand on his cloak. The mud on his palm was cold, too cold. The earth beneath the surface chill had a strange, damp coolness to it that reminded him of ice over deep water. "Skirmish reports," he said. "Along the eastern hab rings, bring them." A Vox officer fumbled with his data slate, calling up compiled reports. "Minor engagements in sub-basements and transit maintenance shafts," he read. "Scattered contacts, nothing that indicates a major tunneling presence. The Magi believe those are stragglers from previous drops, seeking to burrow and regroup." Scally took the slate and flicked through. The entries: short notes, panicked lines, picked captures half obscured by static and blood. He stopped on one. "Collapsed hab sub-block, grid reference," the officer began. "I can read," Scally said, though his tone lacked true rebuke. He stared at a grainy image of a hab corridor ceiling, the picture twisted and blurred by the moment of its taking. There was a sag in the metal above, a bulge, and something like a ripple in the wall that should not have been there. He sniffed, as if he could scent the alien presence through the screen. "Show me this place," he said. They found the collapse by the bodies. The Hab block had been evacuated days before, its residents driven up into higher, better defended tiers. Officially, the sublevels had been sealed, left to be flooded if and when the order came. Unofficially, a few families had hidden, clutching at their old rooms, unwilling to face the unknown crush of refugee decks above. They lined the corridor now, in broken shapes, some still clutching last weapons or makeshift blades. Their deaths had not been clean. The walls around them bulged and sagged, metal and rockcrete pushed inward by some vast pressure. Scally stepped over the first corpse, eyes on the wall. "Here," he said. The ruin of the Hab's inner skin was slick with something that was not water. A sheen of organic slime, thin and almost clear, but beading in a way no condensation would. The air smelled faintly of copper and wet earth, and something sour underneath. He drew a knife and scraped the wall. The metal flaked away like rotten bark, revealing a layer of pulsing, fibrous matter beneath. It twitched at the touch. "Your floods and mines covered the routes you remembered," he said. "These are older. Sewers and catacombs built when your hives were young. Buried, forgotten, left off your neat little maps." He plunged the knife deeper. The fibrous tissue tore, and a thin stream of foul-smelling fluid seeped out. Beneath, in the darkness of the hole, something chittered. Wolfguard moved up, chain blades revving. The PDF officer behind Scally went white. "I will need to speak with the Wolf King," Scally said calmly. "Your last fortress has rot in its bones." The decision, when Russ heard, took no time at all. They gathered in a lower level of the command spire, far below the echoing halls, where generals and admirals argued over attack vectors and casualty projections. Here, the air was thick with dust and the ghosts of old foundations. The walls were bare stone, stained with age, where pipes and conduits had been moved or replaced over the centuries. A rough circle of warriors stood beneath a low ceiling. Space wolves in battle plate, grey hunters and wolfguard, picked for their experience. Wolf scouts in lighter armor, their gear rigged for silence and speed. Among them, black armored figures with silver left arms, the mark of a different brotherhood, Deathwatch. Their armor bore a dozen different heraldic schemes on the right shoulder pads, each showing a chapter symbol. Any other time, there would have been jokes, rivalries jabbed at one another with rough humor. Here, below this world, there was only the grim acknowledgement of shared duty. Russ stood at the center, his presence shrinking the chamber simply by existing. Frost clung to the edges of his armor, refusing to melt even in the warm air of the fortress. His breath steamed faintly with each exhale. Scally, his cloak still marked with the smears of the alien wall he had cut, gestured at a rough map etched into the floor. Lines had been scratched into the stone, then overlaid with chalked corridors and notations. Layers of old construction plans had been reconciled as best as they could be. "The underhives we flooded," he said. "The transit lines and main sewer trunks we mined and collapsed. Here, and here, and here." He marked them with the knife he had used in the Hab. But, beneath that, older strata. Catacombs from the first founding of Thalassi Prime. Sewer drains that were sealed off when the lower hives sank under their own weight. They were forgotten by your administratum. Not by the Hive fleet. The burrow swarms have found them. They are using them to move under your supposedly safe ground. A Deathwatch watch captain stepped forward, helm cradled under one arm. His face was a network of old scars, one eye replaced by a dull augmetic. The chapter badge on his right pauldron was a stylized mailed fist. "I have seen this pattern on other worlds," he said. "When the Tyranids cannot simply eat through the crust, they find the paths that already exist. Built infrastructure becomes their veins. We have records of primary synapse nodes buried in subcrust chambers, linking entire networks of tunnels. Destroying such a node can cripple their subterranean assaults. Russ's gaze flicked to him. "You have hunted in these tunnels before," the Wolf King said. "Yes," the watch captain replied. "We lost many brothers doing it." Russ nodded once. "Then you will lose more today," he said. "But perhaps fewer than would die if we leave the beast's brain untouched." He looked around the circle. "We go down," he said. "We take my best fangs and your most experienced Xenos hunters. We cut out whatever passes for the subcrust synapse in this network. The surface war will not matter if the ground opens beneath every bastion. The true throat is below." He smiled, a hard, predatory baring of teeth. "If we must go into the belly of the beast, we will at least make sure it chokes on us." They descended through a shaft that had once been a maintenance access for power conduits. It had been widened hastily by combat engineers, the walls still raw and jagged. Lights on their armor threw moving shadows across the stone. At the bottom, they stepped out into the first of the old tunnels. It was like walking into the skeleton of some forgotten animal. The arching ceiling was brick and stone older than the hives above, carved with worn reliefs of eagles and cogwheels and skulls. The floor was slick with damp and thicker things. In places, the original masonry had been entirely eaten away and replaced with Tyranid growths, organic pylons, and fleshy walls pulsing faintly with sick light. Here and there, broken bones lay half embedded in the living architecture. Some were human, some were not. The air was warmer than it should have been. It smelled of mold and acid and blood, layered over the faint, familiar scent of old sewage that no amount of time could entirely erase. "Smells like home," one of the grey hunters muttered with a humorless grin. "If home were under a midden heap." Scally's good eye tracked the warp echoes. Down here, under so much stone and alien biology, the shadow pressed heavier. It felt like a wet cloth draped over a fire, smothering the sparks of human consciousness. They moved in staggered formation, Russ at the front, because there was nowhere else he would ever be. Wolf Scouts ranged ahead, their footfalls eerily quiet for men in armor. Deathwatch troopers took up positions where their specialized weapons could cover flanks and ceilings. The first ambush came from the walls. They were passing through a section where the brickwork had been entirely subsumed. The corridor narrowed, its sides rippling with fibrous tissue. Bulbous growths throbbed with a dim, sickly luminescence, casting everything in a pallid green. Scally felt the warning a heartbeat before it came, a prickle at the back of his mind, a twitch in the warp, like a muscle tensing. He opened his mouth to shout. The walls unfolded. What had looked like lumps of inert tissue split open, revealing eyeless, toothed maws. Clawed limbs punched out of the fibrous mass, hooking into armor, flesh, anything they could reach. Gaunts and other smaller creatures had been half-grown into the structure. Their backs fused to the wall, leaving only heads and limbs free. Now they tore themselves out, trailing strands of organic filament. For a moment, the tunnel became a threshing pit. Claws and blades and bolter muzzles in impossible proximity. The trick here is not to panic, Scally thought distantly, even as he thrust his staff into the jaw of a lunging creature, the rune-carved wood cracking its teeth. There was no room for sweeping strikes. Every movement had to be short, brutal, efficient. Space Wolves and Deathwatch veterans alike fired from the hip, bolt rounds blowing apart creatures that were close enough to splash their ichor across visor lenses. Chainswords chattered against chitin and bone. A wolf scout was pulled into the wall up to his waist, limbs flailing, before a point-blank melter blast from a comrade turned that entire section of tunnel into a sagging, smoking crater. For a few breaths, all Scally could see were flashes of light and the impression of teeth and claws. He felt something rake across his pauldron, armor held. He swung his staff, felt it connect with something hard, heard a shriek. Then, as fast as it had erupted, the ambush faltered. The walls sagged as the creatures embedded in them died. Half-formed gaunts slumped, torn free from their nesting places, their bodies riddled with bolts. Silence fell in ragged gasps, broken by the click of reloading magazines and the hiss of damaged armor valves. A younger wolf, helmless, his hair dark with sweat and ichor, laughed shakily. "Is this what it was like in the Eye of Terror?" he asked, voice too loud in the confined space. "All tunnels and beasts and things crawling out of the walls." Russ wiped his blades on a scrap of still-twitching Tyranid hide. The frost on his armor had turned to a faint mist in the heat of the melee. "The Eye has purpose," he said without looking back. His voice was low, but it carried. "The Eye has malice. It hates. It whispers your name when it dreams of breaking you. These things do not hate you. They do not know you. You are a number they mean to subtract from the tally of meat in this sector. That is worse." The wolf swallowed. Whatever foolish bravado had prompted the question faded from his eyes, replaced by something harder. They pressed on. The tunnels twisted and branched. An entire underworld spun beneath the fortress city. Some passages were clearly human in origin, their shapes and proportions matching the logic of builders who had needed to move men and goods. Others were newer, carved in sweeping, unnatural arcs by burrowing organisms. In those, the stone was raw and scored, the walls slick with Tyranid resin, the floor ridged with the impressions of countless clawed feet. More than once, they found evidence that Imperial attempts to block these paths had failed. Collapsed sections of tunnel where demolition charges had brought ceilings down. Around them, fresh shafts had been dug, sidestepping the obstacles, the swarm flowing like water around a stone. They fought as they went, lictors dropping from the ceiling like shadows becoming substance, hormagaunts streaming along the floor in a living tide of talons and teeth, warrior broods anchoring choke points, their deaths bought only with grenades and point-blank fire. Scally kept pace near the front, his staff raised, his senses extended. The shadow pushed against him, dulling his thoughts, muffling his connection to the warp. It took effort, real effort, to push through, to pull at the threads of power his order had taught him to weave with practiced ease elsewhere. He was reaching for a spark of lightning to hurl down a side tunnel when something cold and sharp and impossibly fast brushed his neck. He twisted. A lictor loomed out of the dark, its chameleon skin shimmering as it resolved fully. Its feeder tendrils writhed, tasting fear. Its talons were already extended. If he had moved a heartbeat slower, his head would have left his shoulders. As it was, one scything limb cut through his left arm at the elbow. For a moment, Scally did not understand what had happened. He felt an impact, a numbness, and then a flare of pain so bright it washed his vision white. His staff fell from nerveless fingers. Something thumped against the tunnel wall behind him. He became aware, distantly, that something was his own severed forearm, still wrapped in rune-etched gauntlet. The lictor lunged for his throat, capitalizing on his moment of disorientation. Russ was between them. The Wolf King's knee drove up into the lictor's thorax with enough force to crack carapace. His hand caught one of its feeder tendrils, yanking hard. The creature shrieked, its camouflage rippling uselessly. Mjolnir came down in a glittering arc, cutting the lictor from shoulder to hip. Its upper body slid off, ichor fountaining. Russ pivoted, planted his boot on the lictor's lower half, and shoved it aside. Scally staggered, one hand reaching for the torn stump of his arm, blood pumped between his fingers, spattering the alien resin underfoot. Russ seized him by the shoulder. "Do not coddle it," the Primarch growled. Scally had time to snarl an incoherent protest before Russ's other hand closed around the torn limb above the elbow joint. With a single brutal motion, he tore away the ragged remains of flesh and armor. Pain flared again, hot and loud, ripping a cry from the rune priest's throat. Russ dragged him 2 strides to the side, towards a shallow depression in the floor where Tyranid fluids had pooled. Scally realized what the glistening liquid was a moment before Russ pushed his stump down into it. The bioacid bit instantly. It was not strong enough to eat space marine ceramite, but exposed flesh was another matter. It seared the wound, cauterizing and burning in the same breath. The smell of cooked blood and alien toxin filled the air. Scally's world narrowed to that point of contact. He heard himself roar, felt his knees buckle, his fingers clawing at Russ's grip. The Primarch held him upright with effortless strength. "No one needs 2 arms to swing a staff and shout at the warp," Russ said, and there was a harsh kind of reassurance in the words. "You are not done yet, Weird Eye." Scally's breath came in ragged gasps. The agony began to recede from a blinding spike to a deep, throbbing ache. The acid cooled on the sealed wound, crusting into an unpleasant alien scab. He swallowed. "No," he managed. "I am not." Russ released him. Someone kicked his fallen staff back towards him. He caught it with his remaining hand, surprising himself with the ease of the motion. "There," Russ said, already turning back to the front. "Now you have a story to match the men who boast of the limbs they left on other worlds. Stay on your feet." They descended further. The psychic pressure grew with every level they passed. Even the Death Watch veterans, hardened by countless Xenos hunts, felt it as a weight at the back of their minds. The rune priests muttered counter-chants under their breath, weaving what protections they could. At last, the tunnels widened into something other. The cavern was vast. Its ceiling was lost in the darkness above. Faint bioluminescent growths clung to it like twisted stars. The walls were lined with ridges and protrusions that might once have been pillars, now entirely subsumed by Tyranid biomass. The air was hot and wet, thick with the smell of chemicals and blood. The center of the space was filled by the synapse maw. It was a reef of brain tissue and bone. Great lobes of pulsating grey and purple matter bulged and sank, connected by thick cords of sinew to the walls and floor. Neural filaments extended throughout the cavern, threads of flickering biolight running along them like impulses in a colossal nervous system. The entire structure throbbed in time with a heartbeat that none of the wolves could hear, but every one of them could feel. Around it, as guardians, stood some of the largest and most specialized warrior forms the Hive fleet could muster. Tyrant Guard, heavy-plated beasts with thick shields of fused bone. Warriors with elongated skulls and additional sensory organs, their scything limbs tipped with barbs that glinted with toxins. Lictors clung to the upper reaches, their outlines flickering. At the base of the synapse, more crouched something worse. It was not a gene-stealer patriarch, not exactly, but it shared enough traits that the Death Watch veterans hissed through their vox at the sight. A swollen, pallid form, its spine fused into the mass of the brain reef behind it. Multiple limbs extended from its torso, some ending in claws, others in delicate manipulators that played constantly over the neural lobes. Its head was crowned with a fan of sensory tendrils, all of them twitching, tasting the psychic currents. It was the conductor of this obscene orchestra, directing the burrow swarms, linking every tunnel and node. Russ took it in with one glance. "There," he said simply. He raised his axe. "Kill the guards," he growled. "Then kill the brain." The charge of the wolves and the Death Watch into that cavern would have made a saga on its own. They came in a tight wedge, Russ at the point. Bolters thundered, each shell aimed at critical joints and sensory clusters on the big beasts. Melter-fire stabbed out from Death Watch weapons, slagging armor and softening targets. The first rank of Tyrant Guard met the charge with a wall of shield and living armor. Russ hit that wall and went through it. The axe of Hellwinter sheared through a shield in a shower of bone fragments and ichor. Mjolnir cracked a skull, the force of the blow lifting the Tyrant Guard from its feet. Behind him, Wolfguard crashed into the gap, power fists and chain blades tearing into exposed flanks. Lictors dropped from above, their talons reaching for skulls and spines. A storm of psychic force met them. Scally and the other rune priests thrust their staves up, unleashing sanctioned storms. Lightning played along neural filaments, disrupting impulses. The air crackled, the smell of ozone momentarily overriding the stench of the cavern. The shadow in the warp bucked, resisting the intrusion, but for a few heartbeats, the rune priests tore open a bubble of relative clarity. In that bubble, men moved with their own wills again, not wading through muffling psychic fog. "Now!" Scally shouted, his voice raw. Deathwatch warriors hurled melter charges at the base of the brain reef, their throws precise. Others sprinted forward under covering fire to slap heavy charges directly onto the neural lobes, mag clamps locking them in place. The Patriarch thing hissed, lashing out with a flurry of claws. One Deathwatch trooper took the hit, his chestplate collapsing, but he managed to arm his charge as he fell, voxing a single satisfied curse before the creature crushed his throat. Russ carved his way towards the moor, each stroke of his blades cutting down another defender. A warrior lunged at him, only to lose both its arms in a single motion. He stepped onto its convulsing body as a platform to leap, driving Mjolnir into the mass of the Patriarch creature's chest. The beast shrieked, a psychic scream that shook the cavern. Neural filaments flared. For a moment, Scally thought his own mind would burst. He gritted his teeth and held, one hand pressed to his rune-carved staff, the other clenching on the scabbed stump at his side. "Charges set!" a Deathwatch voice called. "Fall back!" Russ commanded. They retreated in controlled bursts, firing all the way. The Guardians pressed after them, but without the full coherent guidance of the Moor, there was a fraction of delay in their movements, a hesitation that had not been there before. It was enough. At the mouth of the tunnel they had entered through, Russ slammed his fist against the detonator rune. The melter charges went off. For a moment, the cavern was a sun. Heat rolled out in a wave, so intense that even behind armor and distance, it felt like a physical blow. The brain reef dissolved, its matter liquefied, then vaporized. Neural filaments snapped like overstressed cabling. The Patriarch creature, already impaled, vanished in a flash, its psychic scream cut off mid-keening. The synapse maw became a collapsing ruin. The ceiling groaned. Great slabs of stone and dead biomass crashed down, crushing the remaining defenders. Across Thalassa Prime, the effect was immediate. In tunnels above and around the node, Tyranid organisms twitched. Gaunts froze mid-stride, claws half-raised. Warriors shook their heads as if struck, their limbs flailing without coordination. Burrowing organisms stopped, their digging motions faltering. On the surface, defenders at bastions, that had been resisting constant pressure, felt the change like a change in the wind. The next wave did not come with the same eerie, machine-like timing. Creatures that had been surging up through breaches emerged in clumps instead, their assaults poorly synchronized. Some ran in confused circles, scent trails disrupted by the sudden psychic void. Artillery crews took merciless advantage. Heavy weapons that had been firing in preset patterns now raked back and forth, cutting down clusters of Tyranids that milled rather than charged. Flamers turned, holding actions into butcheries as confused creatures failed to retreat from the flames. In the command spire, auger screens lit with fresh data. The runes representing tunnel breaches shifted color, many flashing from active engagement to confused non-coordination. Sub-crust assault patterns collapsing, a tech adept reported, his mechadendrites twitching in something approaching excitement. Enemy movement below ground has degraded significantly. They are still present, but their efforts are scattered. A general who had not slept in far too long laughed, a harsh, disbelieving bark. "Push them," he snapped. "Drive them back into whatever holes they are stumbling out of. Seal those holes with everything you have." In the depths, Under collapsing ceiling and drifting clouds of ash and dust, Russ and his warriors climbed. They moved through tunnels that were shaking themselves apart. Chunks of rock and dead biomass fell around them. Once, a collapsed side passage revealed a lower level, a glimpse of a deeper dark where things still moved, sluggish, but not yet dead. Russ looked down into that gulf for a heartbeat, then turned away. There were always deeper tunnels. There was always more of the beast. They emerged at last in a hab-block basement that had once held storage crates. Now it was a mess of broken walls and dead bodies, both human and alien. Light from above stabbed down through a ragged hole in the ceiling where a shell had punched through. Russ tilted his head back, following that shaft of pale daylight up. Dust motes drifted in it, like the ghosts of ash. "We bit the worm's tail," he said. Scally, leaning on his staff, breathing hard through bared teeth, looked at him. "Feels like more than that," he said. Russ shook his head faintly. "This was only its tail," he replied. "The head is still out there in the void, coiled in the black nebula. Until we take that, it will keep writhing, no matter how many times we cut the lesser parts." He stepped into the light, ichor steaming on his armor. "Come," he said. "We have one more hunt before this saga ends." The black nebula filled the void like a wound that had never healed. From the bridge of his flagship, Admiral Hanroth watched as it swelled across the forward viewing ports. A boiling mass of gas clouds and gravitic scars, colored in bruised purples and poison, greens, churned slowly in the dark. Lightning crawled through its depths, silent from this distance, like veins of pale fire in a tumor. He had been here before. Behind his back, the combined Imperial fleet spread in a bruised crescent. Navy battleships with hulls older than most of the worlds they defended. Battle cruisers and cruisers, their auger masts bristling with antennae. Squadrons of frigates and destroyers like wolves guarding the flanks of leviathans. Mechanicus warships, all sharp angles and glowing wards, their captains muttering Benharic prayers to machine spirits that hated the irregularities of the nebula. Strike cruisers and battle barges of the Astartes, their lines heavier, their void shields stronger, their prows marked with the sigils of chapters who had come to hunt. The Fenrisian spearhead rode near the front. The Hrafnkel and her attendant escorts printed the wolf's head across the void with their Vox encryption ciphers, silent and hungry. Other space wolf. Vessels lurked nearby, grey shadows against the shifting light. The fleet's engines burned, then flared down as they approached the edge of the storm. The translation from the warp had gone well enough, though even the navigators had complained of turbulence and pressure. Now the ship slipped into real space alignment, edging towards the cloud as if approaching a beast's lair. Hanroth's knuckles whitened on the rail before him. "Range?" he asked. "Outer eddies at 2 light minutes, Lord Admiral," replied the Master of Augurs. "We are beginning to feel gravitic interference. Auspex fidelity dropping along expected curves." Expected. He almost laughed. There was nothing expected about the way the black nebula swallowed ships. The first time he had come here, at the head of a smaller, less battered fleet, he had watched icons vanish into that storm and not return. His dreams still sometimes replayed those flickering deaths in the dark. 3/4 of his ships gone. Hundreds of thousands of men and their steel coffins, snuffed out in the gravitic storms and bioplasma tsunamis of Jormungandr's last stand. They had rammed and fired and boarded until the nebula itself burned with the glow of wreckage and the dying screams of Hive ships. And even then, some part of the serpent had slipped away. A portion of its mass had vanished into the deep void beyond the nebula's far side. He had known it in his bones, even as the High Lord's scribes wrote of Jormungandra's destruction in neat final script. He had been right. "Signal to all commands," Hanroth said. "We are committed. No ship enters the nebula without escort. No captain breaks formation without direct orders. We go in as one blade. or we break alone. "Aye, Lord Admiral," the Vox officer said, voice tight. The orders went out in curt bursts of pyrrhic and clipped Gothic. Across the fleet, engines adjusted, formations tightened, gun crews checked and rechecked their ordnance. In the chapel decks, priests of the Ecclesiarchy and the Mechanicus intoned conflicting blessings over the same shells. Hanroth watched the clouds swell. He remembered the first time, the taste of metal in his mouth as the nebula's gravitic tides toyed with his ships. He remembered the way the Hive ships had loomed out of the murk, at ranges that had made his Auspex officers swear and his gunners pray. He remembered the order to ram, his own voice, half strangled, giving permission for men to die in fire so that the beast might bleed. He remembered that it had not been enough. "We do this again," he murmured to himself, "and we finish it." The Black Nebula accepted the first of his ships like a throat-swallowing. Colors flared across the viewing ports. Lightning licked at the void shields, making them flare with pale halos. The stars beyond vanished, cut off by swirling gases. The ship's gravitational compensators groaned as gravitic currents tried to twist the vessel off course. "Maintain heading," Hanroth snapped. "Maintaining," the helmsman grunted through clenched teeth. "The nebula's pull is stronger than in your previous records, Lord Admiral. Or more agitated." "Of course it is," Hanroth said. "The serpent remembers the place it was once hurt." Auger returns filled the air above the strategium dais in a twisting, unstable cloud of runes. Contacts flickered in and out as the nebula's interference strobed across them. Multiple mass shadows detected at the outer third of the nebula, the Master of Augurs said. Range uncertain, configuration difficult to resolve. They match known Tyranid profiles, but the readings are distorted. Could be feints, could be background echoes. "They are never feints," muttered a junior officer. Hanroth glanced at him. "Do not count on the enemy's stupidity," he said. "They have learned since last time. Assume the worst." For once, his assumption did not fall short of reality. The first of the biomines drifted up from below the fleet's main plane of travel. They were not large. Individually, they barely registered as more than blips on the augmented Auspex. Organisms roughly the size of gunboats, their bodies swollen with volatile biocompounds, their surfaces studded with chitinous protrusions that tasted the void. They floated on the gravitic eddies like seeds on a breeze, drifting into the fleet's path with a casual inevitability of pollen. "Contact," the Augur Master snapped. Multiple small masses closing on Vector Delta 9. They are masking in the nebula flux. Identification. Bioforms. Not ships. Mines. Many mines.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Hanroth's lips drew into a thin line. "Frigate screen. Intercept," he said. "Point defense fire priority on those contacts. Do not let a cluster near a capital vessel's void sheath." The lighter ships responded with practiced speed. Their own void shields flared as they pushed out ahead of the heavier vessels, guns swiveling. Batteries that had been ready to swat down incoming spores now turned their attention to the void. The first mine died in a burst of lurid green. Its death triggered sympathetic detonations in the closest of its brethren. For a moment, the void beyond the fleet lit with an expanding cloud of toxic light as the biomines tore each other apart. Pieces still struck the shields. Acidic fluid splashed across energy fields, hissing like rain on hot metal. On at least one frigate, shields already strained by the nebula's interference buckled under the additional load. The mine's carcass hit hull plate and burst, eating through armor. The frigate's symbol on the hololith flickered, then went out. "Frigate losses?" Hanroth asked. "Minimal so far," the Augur Master said. "Containment holding, but the mines are thickening. They are trying to herd us." Of course they were. Hanroth saw it on the hololith, even as he thought it. the drifting patterns of the mines, their tendency to cluster thicker in certain regions. The initial bioship contacts, half resolved, lingered like shadows at the edges of the display. Feints, baits. He ground his teeth. Sector Gamma Battle Group, adjust vector away from that cluster, he ordered. Do not chase those shadows. They want you in that pocket. The captain of the Gamma flagship acknowledged. Their formation shifted, engines flaring. The shadows moved too. For a few moments, the hollow map degraded into a storm of static and false returns. The black nebula's inner turbulence surged, rattling every hull. Gravimetric readings spiked. When clarity returned, Hanroth swore. Gamma Group has lost cohesion, the Augur Master reported. Some ships have drifted into the outer limit of the bioship formation. They are reporting multiple enemy contacts at close range. We are detecting a surge of bioplasma. They have been drawn into a kill zone. On the hollow, the faint icons of Tyranid vessels finally resolved as a swarm. Hive ships and attendant beasts lurked behind the curtain of mines and nebula interference, their positions masked until now. They surged towards the isolated Imperial ships, like sharks scenting blood. Gamma Group is too far out for direct support, a staff officer said quietly. By the time we bring the nearest battle line into range, they will be gone. Hanroth watched as the first of Gamma's cruiser symbols winked out. So, the Serpent had learned. Last time, it had allowed him to choose where to engage. This time, Jormungandr was choosing its own points of contact, using the nebula as misdirection, biomines as shepherds. He felt, rather than heard, the doors to the strategium open. Leman Russ walked in as if gravity had forgotten it was supposed to affect him. The Wolf King's armor was clean for once, the frost at its edges still unmelted by the ambient heat of the ship. His pale eyes flicked to the hollow display, taking in the dying icons without a change in expression. So, he said, the beast hides in the storm and nips at the edges of the pack. It set a trap, Hanroth replied, not bothering with preamble. We lost Gamma's vanguard. They were drawn into a pocket of mines and feints and gutted before we could respond. Russ stepped up onto the dais, into the shifting light. Then stop sending your teeth ahead like little fish, he said. You have a whole shoal here. Use it. Hanroth's mouth twisted. I thought you preferred axes to admirals, he said. Russ did not look away from the hololith. Axes are for personal problems, he said. This is a sector-sized one. Use the right weapon. The admission that this, here, was not simply a matter of leaping at the nearest throat was oddly reassuring. Hanroth had been braced for Russ to demand a direct suicidal charge into the heart of the swarm. Instead, the Primarch's gaze tracked vectors and mass shadows with the same predatory focus he had given to foes on the ground. You had a choice at the Black Nebula the first time, Russ said. You could have stood back, traded volleys, watched your ships and your men die, and hoped the beast died slower. You did not. You rammed, you boarded, you used your teeth and your mass. And lost 3/4 of my fleet, Hanroth said, and broke the Serpent's back enough that it took decades to slither together again, Russ replied. You are here to finish that. Learn from the hurt you gave it, and from the hurt it gave you. He gestured, the hololith shifting to his unspoken command. A portion of the map zoomed, showing the densest concentration of Tyranid mass near the nebula's core. Fringes of that swarm extended outward in tendrils, some of which were now curling around where Gamma had died. The beast is using the storm as its shell, Russ said. It wants you to dance around the edge, snapping at what it can afford to let you bite. You must stop chasing those pieces and drive something sharp into the coil. We still have mines and false contacts between us and that coil, the Augur Master protested. Any direct vector will be savaged. The void shields can only withstand so much bioplasma and gravitic stress before we start losing ships even without enemy gunfire. Russ's eyes narrowed. Then we give it something to waste its strength on, he said. We make it fire before it is ready. We make it move to avoid blows instead of choosing where to place its own. Spear thrusts, not a broad wall, points that bite in, with screens to draw the sting. Hanroth recognized the pattern as soon as Russ named it. Spearhead formations, frigate and destroyer screens ahead of heavier ships. Aggressive, risky, the opposite of the cautious walls he had been trying to maintain. He also recognized that the situation had shifted beyond what caution could salvage. Battle Group Alpha and Delta, Hanroth said slowly, form into spear thrusts, 2 lines, one high, one low, relative to the enemy's main plane. Frigates and destroyers forward, battleships staggered, overlapping arcs of fire, Mechanicus vessels to anchor the flanks. The Astartes will form the core of boarding contingents. He glanced at Russ. Will your wolves hold formation, he asked, or will they go chasing whatever looks like the biggest kill? Russ's grin was brief and sharp. They will hold, he said. They know the story we are writing. Let the smaller ships howl first. We will follow the sound. The orders spread like fresh lines carved into fate. The fleet reshaped itself, bulk and mass shifting within the nebula's turbulent sea. Frigate squadrons pulled ahead, their captains offering up their ships in silent acknowledgement of the role they had been assigned. Destroyers slid in beside them, ready to pour point defense fire into any mine or spore that came too close. Behind them, the battleships and grand cruisers of the line adjusted course. Lance batteries pivoted, macro cannon crews manhandled shells into place. The Mechanicus vessels slotted in at the edges, their emissive shields flickering as they adjusted to the new gravitic profile. The Tyranids reacted. The mines thickened along the projected vectors. Bioships shifted, some retreating deeper into the nebula's glow, others sliding to new positions to create fresh kill pockets. Good, Russ murmured. They see the spears. Let them raise their shields. Frigates died in droves. The first spearhead hit a dense minefield. Point defense fire tore apart dozens of biomines, but enough survived to slam into void shields and hulls. One frigate, its shields already ragged from the nebula's strain, vanished in a soundless blossom of green and white as 3 mines detonated against its flank. Frigate Hammerfall gone, an officer reported. Frigate Justicar venting atmosphere, multiple hull breaches. Frigate Valiant reporting loss of secondary reactors. They are falling behind. Tell them to hold for as long as they can, Hanroth said. Every mine that eats a frigate's hull is one less that reaches the battleships. On the second spear, a destroyer squadron took the brunt of a bioplasma storm. The corrosive torrents scoured their shields, and then their armor, carving molten furrows into their hulls. One ship lost its prow completely. Another drifted, engines dead, until a nearby battleship's macro cannon volley finished it off, rather than let it drift helplessly into the swarm. And still, the spears drove in. Tyranid vessels turned to meet them, their own mass shifting, their formations stretched to respond to sudden, concentrated Imperial thrusts. Where the bioships bunched, the battleships behind the frigate screens raked them with fire, macro cannons punching through living armor, lance beams carving channels of boiling flesh. Russ watched, eyes hooded, the hololith reflected in his armor, red and green and shifting. Closer, he said softly. We need to get closer. You will have your chance, Hanroth replied. The screens are thinning, but they have dragged the enemy's teeth into place. Prepare your boarding contingents. We are about to open some mouths. The first ramming orders went out. Some captains had known this was coming. They had volunteered their vessels when the strategy was laid out, their names noted in cold administratum script for later commemoration, if anyone survived to write it. Others had not volunteered, but accepted the orders without protest. This was the Imperium. Dying for a cause you barely understood was the default condition. On the Vox, Hanroth heard snippets as ships closed. Primary engines to full burn. Bring us in close enough that even a blind gunner can hit their maw. Boarding torpedoes 1 through 5, stand by. If the hull crushes, you go with it. You knew that when you took the oath. For the Emperor, for the throne, for the sons of Russ. On, on. In the name of the Omnissiah and all his holy algorithms, may this impact be true. Ships burned. A cruiser took a bioplasma lance to the prow. Its armor boiled away, then the deck beneath, then the decks below that. For a heartbeat, the ship's internal structure was visible in cruel relief. Compartments, corridors, people. Then the flame washed over all of it, and the cruiser became a hollowed shell. Another vessel, the old battlecruiser Gilded Spear, drove itself into the side of a Hive ship. Its armor plates buckled and shattered. Gun decks crumpled. Men died in droves as bulkheads collapsed. The prow cut into living flesh, piercing chitin and layers of pulsing membrane. Boarding torpedoes spat from its flanks, even as the hull ruptured. The torpedoes streaked onward, burrowing deeper into the Hive ship's side as their parent vessel broke apart around them. On the Hrafnkel, alarms strobed. Boarding vector locked, the helmsman reported. We are closing with target Hive ship designated Alpha 9. Bioplasma fields heavy, but our shields are holding. Russ stood in the teleportarium, helmet cradled under one arm, axe and sword mag locked at his hips. Around him, his chosen wolves waited, weapons ready, their expressions behind their visors hidden, but their body language exuding barely restrained violence. Deathwatch veterans stood among them, their black armor absorbing the flickering light. Scally Weird Eye leaned on his staff, the scabbed stump of his missing arm tucked close to his side. Sweat beaded his brow despite the cold aura that always seemed to linger around the Primarch. The shadow is thicker here, the rune priest said. The closer we come to the heart, the more it presses. It will not want us in its veins. Good, Russ said. Then we are going where we ought to be. Runes along the teleportarium arch flared from amber to green. Range to Alpha 9 hull secured, came the voice of the ship's master of the Vox over the internal channel. Teleport locks stable. Emperor, go with you. Russ placed his helm over his head. The seals hissed shut. Emperor can watch, he said. The rest is up to us. The world dissolved in light and cold. For a split heartbeat, Scally felt himself stretched, not in body, but in the soul, as if he were being pulled thin and threaded through the needle's eye of reality. Then the warp's teeth snapped, the Geller fields held, and he slammed back into the material. He stood in a corridor that was not a corridor. The Hive ship's interior was a nightmare of organic architecture, walls of ribbed bone and pulsing flesh, the floor a gristly, uneven surface that squelched underfoot, veins of bioluminescent. Tissue ran along the ceiling, casting a sickly, fluctuating light. The air was humid, thick with a mix of reek that reminded him of open wounds and rotting meat. The teleport flare had seared a circle of burned matter into the flesh around them. Nearby, living conduits twitched, trying to repair the damage. Space wolves fanned out, bolters covering every approach. Deathwatch Marines moved with practiced economy, their eyes and sensors sweeping for the telltale distortions of lictors and other concealed forms. Forward, Russ said. We go for the weapon spines and node beasts, cut the guns and the nerves. They moved. Gaunts and smaller organisms rushed to meet them, chittering, their clawed feet slapping on the living floor. Bolters spoke. The confined space amplified the sound, turning it into a concussive roar. Chitin shattered, flesh exploded. The wolves advanced through rolling clouds of vaporized alien tissue. In one chamber, they found a cluster of organisms fused into the walls, their bodies swollen around organ sacs that pulsed with energy. Weapon nodes. The Deathwatch veterans recognized them instantly, having seen their like in other Hive ships. Melter, a silver-armed Marine snapped. Fire washed over the organ sacs. They ruptured, spraying liquefied tissue. Somewhere deep within the ship, something screamed, a sound translated through the very structure into a shudder underfoot. Outside, on the Hrafunkel's hololith, one of the plunging bioplasma beams guttered and died. They fought through breeding pits where half-formed creatures writhed in viscous fluid, their underdeveloped limbs twitching as if eager to tear. They burned those too. They hacked apart synapse creatures that clung to walls, their elongated skulls mounted on spines of nerve tissue that ran deep into the ship's body. With every node destroyed, the Hive ship's behavior shifted. Its external weapons fired out of rhythm. Its course wobbled. It reacted more, sluggishly, to the Imperial fleet's thrusts. In one vast central hall, where living pylons rose like columns in some cathedral built by a diseased god, Russ paused. Scally felt it before he saw it. The weight. It was like a hand pressing down on his skull from the inside. A presence that had nothing to do with the warp storms or the local shadow. This was not background noise. This was attention. His breath caught. His remaining hand tightened on his staff until the wood creaked. Russ straightened as if under physical load. His blades lowered a fraction, not from fatigue, but in wary acknowledgement. For a heartbeat, everything in the hall was still. The air vibrated with a pressure that had no material source. Even the ever-present chitter of lesser creatures faded. Scally's inner sight, always half open to the warp, showed him a vision that was not his. He saw an ocean, not of water, not of carbon and hydrogen, but of thought. A vast, roiling mass of consciousness that was not one mind but many, bound inextricably together. Trillions of individual presences, each a tiny fleck of hunger and instinct, linked into a single will that rolled and surged like a tide. He saw that ocean turn. Not all of it. A fraction. A wave. Enough. It looked at him. Not at him as Scally, son of Fenris, rune priest of the Space Wolves. Not at the details of his life and scars and lost arm. It looked at the cluster of meat and wetware and psychic spark that constituted his existence, and assessed it with the same cold interest one might give to a patch of algae on a rock. Then it looked past him. Russ stood like a stone in a current. The pressure of that attention broke around him, diverted, warped. For a single terrible moment, the Wolf King saw what Scally saw. Not individual beasts, not ships, not nodes, but the entire pattern, the serpent's full coil. Jormungandr, as a collection of all its flesh and thought, regarding him. He felt it evaluate him. A threat. Yes, a laceration dealt to its body, an irritant in its digestion, minor. The weight shifted, sliding away. The hall's silence shattered. The lesser creatures screamed and lunged as if some invisible whip had cracked. Scally staggered, bile rising in his throat. "It saw us!" he rasped. Russ's helm turned, the pale glow of his lenses unreadable. "Good," he said. "Now it will know what killed it." Outside, the war in the nebula raged. Under the guided brutality of the spear thrusts, the Imperial fleet had carved channels into Jormungandr's mass. Hive ships burned, their carcasses floating ruinously in the turbulent gases. Escort organisms were blown apart. Boarding actions tore out critical nodes from within, leaving some vessels to drift mindlessly until they were finished off by lance strikes. The serpent writhed. Its formation, once a near-perfect encirclement, bent. Segments of the swarm were forced back under the concentrated hammer blows, driven into regions of the nebula where gravitic storms were strongest, where their ability to maneuver was limited. Hanroth watched as parts of the crimson curve on his hololith snapped under pressure, folding inward. "Keep them penned in that pocket," he ordered. "Do not overextend. The more we drive them into that knot, the less room they will have to bring their full mass to bear." Sacrificial ships continued to die. Entire crews chose to ram rather than be consumed. On the Vox, their last transmissions were rarely elegant. sworn oaths, choked laughter. The names of homeworlds shouted as if to anchor them in memory. With every such death, another gap opened in the bioplasma screens around key targets. With every gap, another battleship's broadside found a vital organ instead of a deflecting mass. The serpent's spine cracked. At last, beneath layers of interference and gas, the central mass resolved. The auger returns were unstable, flaring and fading, but the outline was unmistakable. A Hive ship, larger than any they had yet engaged, swollen to obscene dimensions, its hull studded with more weapon nodes and capillary towers than a lesser fleet might boast in total. It sat at the heart of the densest cluster of Jormungandr's remaining ships, its psychic signature a vortex in the shadow. The head, Scally whispered, seeing the same data on a smaller display aboard the Hrafnkel. The core Norn vessel, the first brain that birthed the rest. The symbol representing it burned brighter than any other on the hololith aboard Hanroth's flagship. That, Hanroth said through clenched teeth, is a problem. On the Hrafnkel's strategium deck, Russ stared at the rendering of the colossal beast, the lines of his face hardening. Not for long, he said. He turned, gaze sweeping the assembled wolves, the Deathwatch representatives, the mortal officers who had the misfortune of being in the same room when he made decisions. I am going to take its head as a trophy, he said. You will make sure there's enough of a fleet left for me to bring it back to show the Allfather. Hanroth's voice came over the Vox link, dry and weary. If you can kill that thing, the Admiral said, you can paint its image on my grave for all I care. Russ's teeth showed. The serpent escaped you once, Admiral, he said. It will not escape me. Outside, in the boiling, lightning-haunted dark of the Black Nebula, the Wolf King's fleet adjusted its course, angling inexorably towards the vast, pulsing shape that was the true head of Jormungandr. The apex Hive ship filled the void like a tumor wedged in the throat of the nebula. On the hololith, it was a jagged mass of rune light, a central knot of biosignatures dense enough to distort local gravitic readings. In truth, it was bigger than the representation could comfortably show. Even scaled down, the mind balked at its dimensions. It was not a ship so much as a traveling ecosystem, a world turned inside out and armed for genocide. On the command deck of the Hrafnkel, Leman Russ watched it turn. Here, he said, pointing at the burning icon. This is where the story ends, or it is where we die. The chamber was full of killers. Varagir in their ancient Terminator plate loomed near the rear, their pelts and trophy chains clinking softly as the ship thrummed around them. Wolfguard from Russ's own great company stood closer, eyes like winter ice visible through helm lenses. Deathwatch Marines in their black and silver, each bearing a different chapter badge on their right shoulder, watched the hololith with the flat, intent gaze of men who had made a profession of murdering Xenos in their own nests. And there were others. They stood apart, armor the color of burnished moonlight, rather than the dull grey of Fenris, or the somber black of the Deathwatch. Their helms were wrought in smooth, severe lines, their pauldrons marked only with the sigils of Titan, their left hands sheathed in crackling force gauntlets. Each carried a blade that thrummed faintly, machine spirits and warp resonance interlaced. Grey knights. The air seemed to tighten around them. Even seasoned Astartes shifted unconsciously out of their way, like wolves wary of a different breed of predator. Russ's gaze rested on them for a heartbeat. There was no warmth in it. You smell of witchery, he said. The leading knight, a Justicar with a face like chiseled stone and eyes that glowed faintly with inner light, inclined his head. We are the blade the Allfather buried in the warp, he said calmly. Our gifts are sanctioned. Our order is secret, but not in defiance of his will. Gifts, Russ snorted. Call it what you like. You pull at strings no mortal should touch. Scally-wired eye cleared his throat softly, leaning on his staff, his one remaining hand tight around the worn wood. The shadow around. That thing is thick enough to drown a navigator in his own skull, the rune priest said. When the first Hive ships died, the Hive mind noticed us. It pushed. Hard. If something does not push back, our astropaths will burst like overripe fruit, and the men on these ships will follow. We will not be boarding anything. We will be drifting, witless. Food. The grey knight's gaze flicked to him, taking in the crystal eye, the cauterized stump where his arm had been. You have walked near the eye, the knight said. You know what unbound sorcery looks like. This is not that. This is will, harnessed and honed, a shield made from the same storm we stand in. Russ's lip curled, more in reluctant acknowledgement than disdain. You think I do not know the difference between a witch and a warrior who happens to shout at the warp? He growled. My own rune priests have been dancing on that knife's edge since before your order was a sketch on some inquisitorial slate. He looked back at the looming icon of the Hive ship. Very well, he said. You will have your part. You and Weird, I and his choir. You hold the pressure off long enough for my axes and your pretty sticks to find the Queen's skull. The Justicar almost smiled. Agreed, he said. I have seen a Primarch fight in the warp only in visions and in the records of our oldest brothers. Today, I would see it with my own eyes. You may wish you had not, Russ said. He turned from the hololith. Arm and ready, he called, voice filling the chamber like a physical force. Varagir, Wolfguard, Grey Hunters, Deathwatch, Knights of Titan, you know our prey, you know our path. We tear a hole in its hide, we get into its brain, we kill the queen that spawned this horror. Anything that stands between us and that kill is meat. The teleportarium deck hummed like a living heart. Runes pulsed on the arching pylons. Tech marines and ship serfs chanted litanies as they fed power from the reactors into the patterning coils. The smell of ozone grew thick as ionization built in the air. Russ walked to the center of the primary pad. His armor was scored and scarred, the frost pattern along its edges harder, almost crystalline after the days of battling through toxin storms and nebula lightning. Mjolnir hung at one side, the axe of Hellwinter at the other, weapons resting easy, as if they too were eager to be blooded again. Varagir took up positions flanking him, their heavy plate making the deck vibrate underfoot. Wolfguard and Deathwatch formed concentric rings. The Grey Knights stepped into their own designated places, each standing inside a circle of subtly different runes, patterns designed to mesh with their particular liturgies. Scally stood close to Russ, propped on his staff. The missing arm ached at the ghost of the limb's remembered weight. He shoved the sensation down. He would need every shred of focus he had. Locks, Vox crackled in his ear. Range to target hull confirmed. Bioplasma screens degraded. Shields and Gela projectors stable. Then do it, Russ said. The world broke. The sensation of teleportation was never pleasant. Even for Astartes, it felt like being taken apart and reassembled by an impatient god. For Scally, with his senses stretched half into the warp at the best of times, it was like being shoved face first into freezing, screaming water. He felt himself scatter across a distance that was simultaneously short and infinite. For a heartbeat, he was aware of the raw, howling void outside the Gela fields, of things that pressed against the thin skin of reality with greedy curiosity. Then the patterns snapped back together. He slammed into existence inside the beast. The Apex Hive ship's interior stank of old blood and fresh birth. They arrived in a chamber whose scale was dwarfed only by the knowledge of what lay deeper. The walls were layered in, ribbed bone, slick with membranes that pulsed a dull, sullen red. Great conduits like oversized veins ran along the ceiling, pumping fluids that glowed faintly, liquids and energies carried from one unknown organ to another. The teleport flare blackened a circle in the floor, charring organic matter to brittle charcoal. At the edges, living tissue twitched, already trying to regrow. Gaunts were there, of course. They were always there, like vermin in the walls of a fortress. They scrambled around the perimeter, chittering in alarm as the intruders appeared. Behind them, larger shapes stirred. Warriors, their shadows long and jagged against the irregular surfaces. "Form line," Russ snapped. Bolters barked. Storm bolters mounted on Terminator plate thundered banked volleys into the front ranks of the bioforms, shredding them in sprays of ichor and shards of bone. The Death Watch picked key targets with surgical efficiency, special issue rounds turning synapse beasts into pulped ruin. Grey Knights raised silvery blades, power fields hissing, their helms turning as they tasted psychic currents. A Varagir took a scything talon to the pauldron and did not slow, ramming his frost axe into the attacking warrior's chest, wrenching it free in an arc that took the heads off two more. Wolfguard advanced behind the wall of Terminator plate, chain blades chewing through anything that forced its way into contact. Russ was movement and certainty in the storm. He struck where the line bowed. He was there before it did, as if he had seen the flow of the fight 3 heartbeats ahead. Mjolnir flicked through the air, clipping a lictor that had dropped from the ceiling, sending its head spinning away, trailing cords of spine. The axe of Hellwinter cleaved a charging Carnifex's forelimb at the elbow, its unnatural chill freezing the stump even as the beast's lunge carried it on, momentum wasting itself in a clumsy crash that trampled its own smaller kin. To the Astartes, around him, seasoned killers who had spent their adult lives fighting beyond the limits of normal men. He was not just bigger and faster. He was separate, a different category of thing, a demigod in the flesh, a weapon that made their own ferocity feel measured by comparison. "Forward!" he snarled as the first wave broke under them. "This is the throat. The heart lies deeper. We have a queen to find." They pressed on into the monster. Far away, on the bridge of Hanroth's flagship, a mortal officer watched a small icon move on his tactical slate. It was a simple rune, one among hundreds covering the representation of the vast Hive ship. It blinked as the system updated, tracking the approximate position of the Hrafnkel's primary boarding party inside the biomass. Each flash marked another corridor cleared, another node destroyed. The officer's name was Rennick Voss, but it did not matter. If he died, someone else would take the slate. He knew this, as he knew the likelihood of his survival if the Apex ship was not neutralized. He stared at that tiny rune. The reality it represented was impossible to truly imagine. Somewhere inside a mass of flesh, large enough to swallow continents, a cluster of men was fighting in corridors made of bone and meat. At their head walked a figure out of legend, an ice-eyed giant whose choices in the next hour might determine whether the fleet he stood on lived or burned. Voss reached up and touched the rune on the slate's surface with the tip of one finger. A pointless gesture of contact. "Run fast, you bastard," he whispered. "Run fast and cut deep." The boarding party ran. They moved through great arteries where fluid sloshed around their boots. They hacked their way through sphincter, like valves that tried to close on them. They fought in galleries where rows upon rows of embryonic creatures floated in viscous sacs, their half-formed limbs twitching in time with some distant pulse. Grey Knights battled the psychic currents as much as the physical things that attacked. Their force halberds flared with inner light, each strike accompanied by a murmured litany that twisted the warp's currents, ripping apart the tenuous threads that bound lesser creatures' instincts to the greater will. Scully felt the difference their presence made. Where before the shadow had been a constant pressure in his skull, now there were lulls, brief clearings in the storm where he could pull more power, shape it with more precision. It was still like hacking at a glacier with a hatchet, but at least his blows were no longer landing in a blizzard. The deeper they went, the louder the whispered roar in his mind became. By the time they reached the Norn Queen's lair, it was a scream. The cavern was the size of a city. There was no other way to grasp its scale. Its ceiling arched high overhead, lost in a haze of organic haze and dim glow. The walls were layered in structures that might once have been ribs, now fused into a lattice of flesh and bone. The floor was a landscape of pools and mounds. Birthing pits and digestion vats bubbled together with a grotesque, obscene efficiency. Everywhere things were being born. Broods of gaunts slithered from open pods, shaking mucus from their chitin, eyes still cloudy. Larger creatures heaved themselves up from deeper pits, their first breaths shuddering through their bellows as fluid drained from engineered lungs. The air was thick with the smell of amniotic fluid, blood, and the chemical tang of genetic brew. At the cavern's center hung the Norn Queen. It was suspended from the ceiling by ropes of living tissue thicker than Titans, its bulk dangling like a bloated, obscene fruit. Its body was a mass of overlapping plates and engorged organ sacs, each pulsing with the rhythm of creation. Tendrils extended from it into pools and conduits, feeding raw material into its vast churning insides and sending finished flesh back out. Its head, if it could be called that, was a nightmarish cluster of sensory organs and neural masses, a crown of twisted antennae and nodules that twitched constantly as they processed the flow of the hive mind's will. "It is ugly," Russ said. His voice seemed small in the cavern, but the echo came back multiplied, as if the very walls repeated his words. Around the Queen, its elite guardians waited, tyrant guard in phalanx, massive shields interlocked. Warrior strains more specialized than any they had yet faced, some bristling with spines that crackled with contained bio-lightning, others wreathed in hissing mists that ate at metal. Lictors clung to the walls in numbers, their chameleon bodies flickering as they tried to hide in a place that was already too alive to offer concealing stillness. Behind the boarding party, tunnels pulsed shut, the hive ship's own immune system trying to seal the wound before it reached the brain. The hive mind took notice in full. Scally fell to one knee. The pressure crashed in like a wave, his vision filled with white, then black, then colors his eyes had no names for. He saw stars extinguished as if a hand had closed around them. He saw continents stripped in slow sweeps, forests and cities and oceans reduced to grey sludge. He saw the Thalassa sector as a cluster of cracked eggs, their contents sucked dry. His nose bled, his ears bled. For a moment, he could not hear anything but the roar inside his skull. He dimly felt Russ's gauntleted hand on his shoulder. The weight of it was like a stake driven into the ground, something to hold on to. "Stay up," the Wolf King growled, and the words cut through the psychic noise with the authority of a primal command. "You are not done until I say so." Around them, the Grey Knights staggered and then rallied. They had been born to this, bred and forged and psychically scoured to stand in the teeth of powers that shattered lesser men. There, Justicar raised his halberd in both hands, the runes along its shaft blazing with inner fire. "In the name of him on terror," he shouted, voice ringing with more layers than sound. "By the throne and the blood of our Gene Father, we refuse you." The Grey Knights began to chant. Their words were not in Gothic. They were in a language older than that, a harsh, clipped tongue threaded with sigils of warding. Each phrase was a knot tied in the currents of the warp, each chorus a blade driven into the seething tide of the hive mind's will. The pressure redoubled, as if the immensity beyond the veil did not appreciate being defied. Scally felt his thoughts pushed back, his personal identity fraying at the edges, images forced into his mind. Himself, broken, folded into biomass, his genes stripped and repurposed. Fenris as a cold husk turned into a spawning ground. The Fang as a skeleton wrapped in chitin, wolves hanging brain-dead in vats. He snarled. I have seen worse. Skies than you, he hissed, teeth flecked with blood. I have heard the Eye whisper my name, and I did not walk into it. You are not the first monster to try to wear my soul. He dragged power up from deep within, from the place where his connection to Fenris and the old spirits of that world sat like a stone in his gut. He let the warp run along those channels instead of straight through his mind, grounding it, shaping it. His staff blazed with a cold blue light. Lightning danced along the cavern's floor, racing up the legs of advancing Tyrant Guard. They convulsed as nerve clusters overloaded, shields dropping. Up, Russ said, hauling him to his feet. Scally stood. His knees felt like lead. His missing arm ached with phantasmal sensation. But he stood. We could die here and do nothing, he gasped, forcing the words past a throat that wanted only to howl. Russ laughed. It was a harsh sound, full of fangs. Of course we could, he said. We could die here and accomplish nothing. Or we could die here and slit the Queen's throat on the way down. We could die in the right place, at the right time, for the right kill. That is more than most men ever get, Scally. He pointed the axe of Hellwinter at the Norn Queen's bloated head. This is the right place, he said. That is the right kill. He charged. The wolves and their allies went with him. The first rank of Tyrant Guard tried to absorb the impact. Their shields locked, their mass a wall of bone and chitin. Storm bolters turned them into a storm of fragments. Grey Knight halberds carved glowing lines through their armor, the psychic charges in the blades ripping apart the link between flesh and hive mind. Varagir crashed into the gap, frost axes biting, fists like thunder. Deathwatch Marines fired combi weapons into the faces of specialized warriors, melting their distorted skulls. Grey Hunters filled any hole in the line with snarling ferocity, their bolters roaring, their chainswords drawing shrieks from alien throats. The fight became a vortex. Every step forward was paid for in blood and ichor. Lictors dropped onto backs, only to be torn off by brothers and smashed into the floor. Gaunts swarmed in hysterical numbers, forming a living carpet that tried to bog down power-armored legs. Russ cleared space with every swing, his weapons tearing through ranks as if the aliens were made of wet parchment. The Norn Queen shuddered, its tendrils lashed, pumping more biomass into the pools at its base. New forms stirred, accelerated growth pulsing along their bodies. It tried to birth more defenders, more meat to throw between itself and the intruders. The hive mind sent waves of psychic force through it, using it as a relay, trying to crush the minds of the attackers with sheer volume. The Grey Knight's chant reached a crescendo. Their Justicar thrust his halberd up, the blade pointed at the Queen. Psychic fire licked along its length, a pallid, cold flame that burned without heat. The litanies they spoke twisted into something else, a chorus that did not merely ward but attacked, biting into the connection between the Norn Queen and the greater mass. For Titan, they roared. For Fenris, the wolves howled back. Scally, every nerve aflame, raised his staff and added his own voice. The words he spoke were old Fenrisian, names of storms and beasts and the long winter nights when men huddled around fire while monsters prowled outside. He called on the memory of the first sagas, when mankind had been young and the universe had been wild, and something answered. Lightning, not of this cavern, but of the storm that lived in Scally's blood, lanced up into the tangle of sensory organs on the Queen's head. It convulsed, its crown of tendrils writhing like worms on a saltstone. Russ reached it. He leapt, not caring about the lesser creatures that clawed at his greaves, shredding as many as he trampled. He landed on a ridge of the Queen's lower bulk, boots sinking into yielding flesh. The axe of Hellwinter bit in, carving a path up the sloping curve of its body. He ran along that path, each stride a gout of alien blood as he ripped the weapon free and slammed it down again. Mjolnir took the supporting tendrils, hacking through the thick cords that held the queen suspended. One by one, they snapped, spewing fluids. The queen let out a scream that was not a sound any human organ could have produced. It was in skulls and nerves, in the warp and the thin membrane between reality and madness. It was the cry of a brain that had never known fear, feeling something cut it and recognizing too late that death had finally found it. Russ drove both weapons into its cranial mass. The axe of Hellwinter sank deep, sending freezing ripples through the synaptic tissue. Mjolnir punched through bone and into the cluster of neural matter at the core. The power field along the sword's edge flared, cooking and severing connections. For a heartbeat, everything stopped. Astropaths across the Thalassa theater slumped in their chairs. On ships and worlds, men who had grown used to living under the weight of the shadow in the warp felt suddenly light. The crushing pressure that had dulled prayers and made thoughts feel like trudging through mud vanished. In the nebula, Jormungandra's formation shuddered like a creature struck in the spine. Ships that had been moving in perfect concert faltered. Some kept on their current vectors, but failed to adjust for new threats. Others drifted, their lesser synapse nodes struggling to compensate for the sudden silence from the apex. Feeder organisms that had relied on constant updates from the Queen's mind went into loops, their behavior turning from coordinated swarms to erratic clusters. Hanroth watched on the hololith as the once smooth, sinuous curve of the Hive fleet's formation broke into jagged pieces. "Now!" he snapped. "All guns, all lances, every ship that can fire, fire. They are a beast with a broken neck. Do not let them learn to crawl without it." In the Norn Queen's cavern, the backlash hit. Psychic energy that had been flowing in controlled torrents through the Queen and into the network had nowhere to go. It snapped back along every conduit, every filament. It lashed through the minds of every lesser synapse creature in reach, burning them out from the inside. Warriors clutched at their heads, shrieking, before collapsing. Lictors fell from the walls like dead spiders. Scally felt it like a hammer. His protective wards, already strained to translucency, shattered. For a moment he was certain his brain would cook itself in his skull. He tasted copper and ash. He saw everything and nothing. Russ took the brunt. Standing where he was, both weapons buried in the Queen's brain, he was the spear point through which much of that violent disconnection flowed. His armors warding, runes flared, then blew out in tiny explosions along the plates. The frost at his edges flared too, turning to a swirl of icy shards that blew away in a non-existent wind. His muscles locked. For a heartbeat, something like surprised pain flashed behind his lenses. Then it passed. The Norn Queen sagged. Its remaining support tendrils tore, dumping its massive bulk. It crashed to the cavern floor, sending waves of viscous fluid and twitching organisms in every direction. The supports in the ceiling groaned as load shifted acutely. Cracks ran through the organic lattice. Russ rode the falling mass like a man surfing the flank of a dying sea beast. He ripped his weapons free as the Queen hit, boots sliding in gore, then kicked off just before the thing's entire body flattened, crushing anything beneath it. He hit the ground hard, his knees buckled. He stumbled, catching himself on Mjolnir's hilt like a staff. For a moment, the Wolf King went to one knee. The cavern shook. The Hive ship was dying around them. Systems built to replace biomass, to grow, to repair, had no protocols for what to do when the central brain was not simply damaged, but gone. Power flowed uncontrolled. Bioplasma stores ruptured, turning nearby chambers into incandescent ovens. Structural support softened, then tore. Scally, panting, ears ringing with a silence that was somehow louder than the prior roar, limped to Russ's side. "Up," he said hoarsely. echoing the command the Primarch had given him earlier. "You are not done yet." Russ laughed. The sound was ragged, raw, but it was laughter. He pushed himself to his feet. His armor was cracked in half a dozen places. Segments of ceramite hung loose. His helm was fractured along one cheek, a thin line of blood showing where the blowback had cut through to skin. "That," he said, voice hoarse, "will make a good story." Behind him, the Apex Hive ship began to tear itself apart. Great fissures opened along its spine. Gouts of flaming gas and luminescent fluid spewed into space. Bioships that had been clustered around it veered away, their lesser minds uncertain, some colliding with one another in their confusion. On the Hrafnkel's bridge, warning runes flared. "Massive structural failure in primary target," the Augur Master reported. "The beast is dying. Recommend immediate extraction of boarding teams." "Bring them home," Hanroth said. He watched the central icon on his slate flicker, then begin to move again, back along the path it had traced inward. Rennick Voss whooped aloud, startling his fellows. "He did it," the officer said. "The mad bastard actually did it." In the teleportarium, light flared once more. Russ and his battered strike force appeared on the pad in a shower of ichor and debris. Men staggered. Some collapsed outright, their bodies pushing beyond their limits. Grey Knights dropped to one knee, helms bowed, force halberds grounded like banners. Scally swayed, then caught himself, the stub of his missing arm throbbing in time with his heart. Tech Marines rushed forward, servo arms whirring. Medici servitors trundled, their auto-injectors clicking. Russ stood amid the chaos. He pulled off his cracked helm, letting it fall into the hands of an over-eager serf. His hair was damp with sweat, frost and blood both crusting his beard. His eyes were bright, feverish but steady. "Report," he rasped. "Primary Norn node destroyed," one of the Grey Knights said, voice carrying enough authority that even in his exhausted state he could summarize. "The Hive Mind's influence in this sector has been badly disrupted. The fleet outside is cutting their ships apart like butcherwork." Russ nodded. "Good," he said. "Then we are not done yet." He straightened, rolling his shoulders. Bones creaked, armor plates shifted. "We have a serpent to finish off," he said, "and tales to tell after." Outside, in the Yez, boiling dark of the Black Nebula, the Apex Hive ship's corpse drifted, splitting along its seams, its death shudder running down the length of Jormungandra's once proud, once terrible body. The serpent died loud, not all at once, not cleanly. Nothing in this age died clean. Even with its Norn Queen's brain turned to slag, and its apex vessel tearing itself apart in the Black Nebula's storms, Jormungandra's flesh still thrashed. Splinter fleets broke away from the collapsing mass like shards of a shattered blade. Some drifted, mindless, their lesser synapse nodes burned out by the psychic whiplash. Others retained just enough command to behave like wounded predators, snapping in every direction, trying to sink their teeth into anything soft before oblivion claimed them. On the hololith in Hanroth's strategium, the serpent was no longer a single red coil. It was a scattering of bleeding fragments. "Several bioship clusters attempting to flee the nebula," droned the Augur Master, his tone raw from hours of constant report. "Others are on erratic vectors. Some are diving towards the nearest gravity wells. Instinctive behavior. Suicide feeds." Hanroth's jaw clenched. "They will not die alone," he said. "Flag to second and third battle lines. Pursue and reduce any splinter you can. Do not follow them too far into the storms. We have torn out the brain. Now we cut up the meat." Icons shifted as Navy squadrons peeled off. Battleships and cruisers lunged at wounded biovessels, their lances and macro cannons slaughtering the remnants with grim pleasure. Mechanicus ships stalked crippled hive ships like carrion crows, ensuring each one burned to the core. One contact flared brighter than the others. "Lord Admiral," the Vox officer said abruptly, "new reading. One major biomass cluster has broken from the nebula, on a direct translation vector. Destination? Hanroth asked. Frontier world, the Augur Master replied, data streaming across his station. Designation, Karodon, population estimates in the mid-billions, defenses minimal. Orbital stations, a half-strength system fleet, several guard regiments in garrison. No void fortress, no Titan presence. Hanroth spat a curse. On the hololith, the splinter reappeared beyond the nebula's edge, a knot of hive ships and lesser organisms riding the wake of their own translation shock. It is going to feed, Hanroth said. All that instinct, all that hunger, and no mind to tell it to pull back. It will hit that world like a falling axe. He ran quick calculations in his head, matching them mentally against the data scrolling on the hololith's side. Range? He asked. The answer was not kind. We cannot intercept in time with the main fleet, the Master of Augurs said. We would have to break from current operations, abandon pursuit of several other splinters, and still, we would arrive too late to prevent atmospheric entry. Karodon would already be under full assault. Silence for a heartbeat. Then a cold voice cut across the strategium channel. Hrafnkel can make it. Russ's rune flared on the display as his ship altered vector. Hanroth turned his head, though he knew the Primarch was not physically present on his bridge. The Vox units carried his voice like the echo of a winter gale. You will strip yourself of support, Hanroth said. One strike cruiser, even a well-armed one, is not a fleet. You will arrive ahead of everyone else. If the swarm tears you apart, there will be no second chance. Then we had better not be torn apart, Russ replied. You said yourself the splinter is wounded. It has instinct, not strategy. It will fall on Karodon, like a beast on a carcass. I will put my hand into its jaws. The Hrafnkel's translation drives are already strained, Hanroth pressed. Emergency burned through that much Imperium turbulence. You wanted. The serpent dead, Russ said. This is the last fanged head it has to send against us. If we let it feed on a world of billions, we might as well have let the Norn Queen live. Hold your nets on the fragments you can catch. I will take this one. Hanroth exhaled slowly. Very well, he said. Go then. The fleet will follow when it can. We will either see you in orbit over Karodon, or we will write your saga into the casualty ledger. Russ laughed, and there was no humor in it, only iron. Make sure you spell it correctly, he said. Hrafnkel, emergency translation. Point us at the prey. The warp took them with teeth bared. The Hrafnkel plunged into the immaterium like a thrown spear. The Geller field howled under the stress. Tech Marines sang litanies until their voices broke, feeding every reserve of power into the thrumming generators. The navigators of Fenris, their eye slits weeping blood, forced a path along currents that boiled and writhed in the wake of the dying Hive fleet's psychic detonation. Scally stood in the shrine deck, one hand on a rune-carved pillar, the other pressed to the sealed stump of his missing arm. He could feel the echoes of the Norn Queen's death still ringing through the warp. A vast, recent wound, raw and crackling. Around it, instincts still jerked. The splinter they raced alongside was a spike of hunger and pain, bound for whatever gravity well its remaining synapse beasts had first fixed upon. It did not think in words. It did not consider vector efficiency. It went where the scent of biomass was thickest. Karodon. They broke back into real space, in a blossom of lightning and exhaust. The Hrafnkel translated in close enough that the ship's shields shuddered under the drag of Karodon's gravity. Warning runes screamed in the bridge. Void sailors grabbed for rails and restraints as the deck pitched. On the main display, the world loomed. It was a temperate sphere, rich with the green, smears of forests, and the steel-grey patches of hive sprawl. A few oceans glimmered dully under a sky already streaked with unnatural light. Orbital platforms hung like tarnished coins around it, their defense batteries firing desperately at the first incoming spores. Beyond those, like a second ugly dawn, the splinter fleet arrived. Hive ships, smaller than the monster that had once anchored Jormungandr in the nebula but still vast enough to dwarf the Hrafnkel, bled into existence one by one. Their hulls were scarred, patches of necrotized flesh still clinging from earlier battles. Their feeder vessels swarmed around them, a cloud of chittering shapes. The planet's defense fleet, such as it was, surged to meet them. Hanroth would have called it valiant. Russ, watching from his own bridge, called it doomed. Escort frigates darted forward, firing torpedoes and broadsides. A pair of light cruisers brought their lances to bear, stabbing beams of burning energy into the nose of the leading Hive ship. Bioplasma and living projectiles answered. Void shields failed in cascades. Ships went dark, then silent, then broke apart, their burning hulks falling towards the atmosphere. "There will not be time to clear the skies fully," Russ said. "They will reach the atmosphere in some number no matter what we do." "Then we use the time we can buy to dig in on the ground," Scally replied. Russ nodded. "Drop pods and thunderhawks," he ordered. "We go in now." On Karodon, the sky tore open. From the ground, it began as a second meteor storm overlaying the first. Trails of fire streaked through the upper atmosphere, curving in unnatural arcs as orbit tried to claim them. Mycetic spores, globes of flesh and chitin, burned as they fell. Some were torn apart by the remaining defense platforms. Others slipped through, their surfaces charring, their insides intact. Threaded among them came different streaks. Metal pods bearing the wolf's head of Fenris screamed down, retrojets firing in fits and bursts, riding along vectors calculated in haste and sharpened by instinct. Thunderhawks and stormwolves followed, their engines howling, weapons already cycling. On continents that had never expected to be battlefields for anything more than minor skirmishes, space wolves fell like the promise of bloody salvation. Each pack had been given a piece of the world to hold. It was an insane division of labor. Dozens of wolves, where any sane commander would have demanded hundreds of thousands of men. But sanity had little to do with this age, and nothing to do with the scale of the threat. On one continent, a pack of grey hunters landed in a mountain range that arced above a hive sprawl, their drop pods punching into snow and rock. Their orders were simple: hold the passes. Block the routes Jormungandr's beasts would use to flow into the hives from the landing zones beyond. Call down orbital strikes on anything larger than a tank. On another, bloodclaws tumbled out of their pods into the middle of agri-complexes, fields of wheat and grox grazing lands stretching to the horizon. Their job was to burn the harvest rather than let it feed digestion pools. They laughed like madmen as they ignited seas of crops, the flames a line of defiance under a sky already darkening with spore shadows. Around the main hive clusters on the primary continent, Wolfguard and mixed packs established fire bastions on elevated promontories, turning hab blocks and manufactorum towers into blunt spears thrust up against the incoming tide. Their long fangs set up heavy weapons in windows and on roofs, lines of fire plotted against the projected fall zones. They were not here to win a war alone. They were here to hold, to kill as much as possible, to buy heartbeats for the fleet above, to stabilize and reinforce. Each second they carved out of the jaws of the great devourer would be paid for in blood. In the shadow of Karodon Prime, the largest hive sprawl, Russ came down. His drop pod slammed into the upper levels of a manufactorum stack with enough force to crack its spine. The doors blew outward, buckling, a wave of dust and debris rushing ahead of the hulking figure that stepped through them. He was joined by his chosen Wolfguard, their armor already scarred and stained from the Black Nebula's battles. Grey hunters and bloodclaws spilled out behind them, weapons up, pack leaders barking orders as they established a perimeter on the cracked ferrocrete. Below, the hive spread out in all directions, towering stacks and domes, hab blocks and processing towers, all hemmed in by the ragged lines of poorer districts that had sprawled beyond original plans. The streets were choked with civilians trying uselessly to flee from a sky that offered nowhere to run. Already, the first spores were falling. They punched into the Hive outskirts, collapsing habs, sending up mushroom clouds of dust and alien matter. From the splits in their shells, swarms poured. For a time, the wolves shot them. Heavy bolters, autocannons, and missile launchers barked from elevated positions, turning gaunts and their larger kin into shredded piles of meat. Vox relays crackled as pack leaders coordinated fire with the Hrafnkel above, calling for orbital lance strikes on larger clusters, their coordinates marked in burning flame on the surface. Then the rivers came. It was as if some invisible dam beyond the horizon had burst. Gaunts poured into the streets in numbers that made the earlier waves look like probing claws. They flooded alleys, climbed over their fallen, filled squares. Warriors waded among them, their scything limbs reaping any resistance that had not been crushed by the sheer press of bodies. At their heart, something worse moved. It walked with calculated grace, its 4 bone sabers moving in lazy arcs that deflected stray shots and flicked apart debris. Its height matched the upper levels of the surrounding hab blocks. Its carapace, layered with scars from battles fought long before Karodon, had even been tagged on some administratum chart. It was not the old swarmlord that had once led Jormungandr in its first war. That beast had died alongside the portion of the fleet Hanroth had broken. This was a descendant, a reflection, an echo of genetic perfection brewed again, refined, adapted, armed with the memories and tactics of every duel its lineage had ever fought. Jormungandr's last champion. It stepped over a row of burning vehicles as if they were toys. Its eyes were cold, empty pits lined with alien organelle. But somewhere in that blankness, Russ recognized something like focus. The wolves on the towers felt it too. Bolter fire that had been directed broadly now snapped towards that advancing figure, bursts of tracers streaking through the haze. The shots that were not turned aside by those whirling blades impacted and exploded, leaving pockmarks on armor that glowed briefly, then closed. Scally, on a lower tower, lifted his staff and felt the psychic echo. "A last spear," he murmured. "The serpent knows it will die, but it still has this one tooth left to sink." He voxed up to Russ. "It comes," he said. "The champion." On the Manufactorum roof, Russ watched the approaching figure. Around it, the gaunt rivers surged. Wolves met those streams in brutal close quarters, throwing themselves into choke points where narrow ramps and access ways restricted the flow. Chainswords and axes rose and fell. Bolters barked until the barrels heated. For every alien body that fell, 2 more clambered over it, feet slipping in ichor. Russ saw packs shrink in the space of a few breaths. Names he knew, faces he could have recalled from fang feasts, vanished under the tide. He drew the axe of Hellwinter and Mjolnir. "See?" he growled to the wolves nearest to him. "Even the beast knows it needs a champion to face me." He pointed, the axe at the oncoming swarmlord. "Kill its brood," he said. "I will kill its pride." He leapt from the roof. He dropped through a haze of smoke and spores, landing on a habstack walkway a level below with a crack of stone. The impact sent cracked spiderwebbing out from his boots. Gaunts that had been swarming towards a barricade there skidded to a halt, chittered in confusion, then hurled themselves at him. He moved through them like they were tall grass. The axe swept out, carving a swathe of emptiness in the choked walkway. Mjolnir flicked left, right, up, each stroke cutting a head from a body or a limb from a spine. He did not slow. He did not look back to see the wolves using the space he created to push forward. He knew they would. He dropped again, this time from a broken balcony onto the street. The swarmlord strode into view. Up close, the air around it hummed with a pressure that was more psychic than physical. Scally would have described it as resonance, the lingering echo of all the tactical adaptations and battle instincts that had been layered into its gene structure. Russ recognized it as something simpler, experience, weaponized. The Swarm Lord slowed as it approached him, 4 sabers raising, crossing in front of its body, in a defensive posture that had nothing mindless about it. Behind that screen of bone blades, its focus settled fully on the grey armoured figure standing alone amid spreading puddles of ichor. They regarded one another. Around them, the war roared. Wolves went down under waves of claws, buying seconds with their lives. Guard units, fighting alongside them where they could, screamed prayers and curses in equal measure as they were buried under the living tide. Civilians died in buildings that collapsed under the weight of creatures climbing their walls. In that moment, to those whose eyes could see it, the battle narrowed to 2 silhouettes, meeting in a street choked with smoke. Then they moved. The Swarm Lord closed the distance in a blur, far faster than its bulk suggested. Its blades came in high and low, a scissoring pattern designed to decapitate and disembowel in a single flurry. Lightning-fast feints dragged Preyguard out of position, making space for a killing thrust. Russ stepped in. He did not meet the first strike head-on. He turned his shoulder, letting the upper saber skim the curve of his pauldron, sparks and frozen shards flying. His axe came up under the lower pair, hooking them, twisting. Mjolnir flicked sideways, knocking the remaining blade offline. To watchers on nearby roofs, it looked like he had simply been lucky to slip between 4 killing arcs. To Scally, who had seen the Wolf King fight demigods and demons both, it was clear. Russ had read the pattern a heartbeat before it fully formed. He had seen the path the sabers would take and placed himself where they were not yet. The Swarm Lord adapted. Its next sequence was different, drawing from 1,000 duels encoded in its flesh. It used the rebound from the first parry to spin, sweeping low, then stabbing up, then feinting high, only to come in with a thrust meant to take Russ through the chest. Russ's body moved as if answering an unspoken rhythm. The axe intercepted one cut, the haft ringing with the force. Mjolnir turned the thrust aside by a thumb's breadth, the power field along its edge flickering as it clashed with the alien material. His boot came down on the Swarm Lord's lower arm, pinning it for a fraction of a second, enough to drive his knee up into a joint and crack it. Bones snapped. One of the sabers drooped, its control severed. Russ did not press the brief advantage with wild blows. He stepped back, just out of range, letting the Swarm Lord adjust. He was not playing with it. He was learning it. Around them, wolves died. A pack of bloodclaws, cut off in an alley, stood back to back as gaunts climbed the walls and dropped onto them from above. Their leader roared a Fenrisian oath, then disappeared under a pile of bodies, his chainsword still rising and falling until it vanished. On a rooftop, a Long Fang squad fired their last missiles into a cluster of warriors, blowing them apart, then switched to bolters as a fresh wave of gaunts clambered up the building's side. One by one, the old warriors fell, dragged screaming over the parapet. Scally saw them, each spark flaring and sputtering out in the warp. He also saw Russ register each loss, not with panicked glances or shouted names. There was no time for that, but with tiny shifts, a fractionally harder set to his jaw, a fresh layer of ice settling over the furnace of his rage. He did not let it boil over into frenzy. He funneled it. The Swarm Lord lunged, 2 sabers coming down in a crushing overhead blow, the third stabbing in low. Russ stepped inside the arcs. The axe of Hellwinter rose, catching the descending blades near their tips, using their own momentum to force them up and apart. Mjolnir came around in a short, brutal stroke that chopped into the joint of the lowest arm. The sword bit deep, ichor sprayed. The limb hung by tendons for a heartbeat, then tore free as Russ wrenched the blade back. The Swarm Lord screeched, a sound that cut through the general roar. Its remaining sabers blurred, an explosion of motion slashing at the Primarch's throat, his legs, the side of his head. One caught him, a bone blade raked across his helm, cracking it further, gouging the ceramite, sending a hot line of pain across his scalp. Another slipped past his guard to spear his side, glancing off his rib plate, leaving a deep groove. Russ grunted, forced back a step. Blood ran into his eye, warm and sticky. He blinked it away, baring his teeth. "Good," he muttered. "You bite." He surged forward again. The duel stretched. From the perspective of the gaunts surging around them, it was a blur of impacts and moving shapes, too fast to follow, too terrible to approach. Space wolves who found themselves near the fringes of the clash pulled back, instinctively, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire of something beyond them. To the mortals watching from shattered windows and half-collapsed rooftops, it became the center point of their world. Men who had never heard the name Jormungandr before this day watched, open-mouthed, as a giant in grey clashed with a horror that had stepped out of their worst hive fever dreams. Russ's armor was a ruin by the time the opening came. Plates hung loose, runes were torn away, frost patterns were smeared with blood and foul ichor. His breathing was heavier, shoulders rising and falling with each inhalation. The Swarm Lord was not much better. 2 of its 4 sabers were gone, one hacked off completely, the other hanging at an angle that made it more hindrance than weapon. Its carapace was scored with dozens of cuts, some shallow, some deep enough that pale organs pulsed visibly. Through the cracks, it adjusted again, drawing on the last of its encoded dueling tactics. It shifted its stance, mirroring one that had once allowed its progenitor to kill a different Primarch's champion in a different war. It feinted high, drawing Mjolnir up, then swept its last true blade low, aiming to hamstring, to force Russ to his knees. Russ moved before it did. He had seen that stance before, not in his own life, in the echo of the Swarm Lord's own genetic record, read in the pattern of its foot placement, the tension of its limbs. For a heartbeat, the genetic memory that guided the creature was like an open book to him. He stepped into the feint, not away. The low blade came, fast and deadly. He dropped his center of gravity, twisting his torso just enough that it passed his thigh by a hair's breadth. His hand snapped out. He caught the blade. Fingers that had cracked tank armor and demon bone alike closed around the alien weapon. The edge bit into his palm, cutting, but his grip held. Tendons flexed, muscles bunched. With a snarl that seemed to tear at the sky, Russ wrenched. The Swarm Lord tried to pull back. For a heartbeat, it was like watching 2 elements of nature at odds, glacier and avalanche. The blade tore free from the Swarm Lord's grasp. Russ turned the stolen weapon in his bleeding hand and drove it up under the alien champion's chestplate into the thorax. The force of the thrust lifted the Swarm Lord off its feet. The bone blade speared it, the tip punching out between the plates at its back. It spasmed, all its limbs jerking. Russ stepped in close, using his weight to force the weapon deeper, to pin the creature to the shattered ground beneath, driving it down until the bone saber's hilt almost touched its chest. The Swarm Lord writhed. Its remaining limbs clawed weakly at him, talons scraping his armor without real strength. Russ released the saber. He lifted the axe of Hellwinter. For a moment, he held it, high, the battered haft steady in his blood-slicked hand. The sky behind him was a sheet of dirty grey and burning orange, spores and smoke mixing. To every mortal eye turned that way, the silhouette was unmistakable. The Wolf King, standing over the pinned body of the Serpent's last champion, axe raised. He brought it down. The blade bit into the Swarm Lord's neck, where carapace plates met. It sank through chitin, through bone, through whatever served as the spinal cluster for such a creature. Its head separated from its body in a single decisive stroke, rolling to the side in a spray of ichor. In the minds of those who saw, Jormungandr's last head fell. The effect rippled outward. Without Norn Queen or Apex champion, without a coherent synaptic web to regulate their behavior, the remaining Tyranid organisms on Karodon shuddered. Some continued to fight, as beasts always would, lashing out at whatever was nearest. Others simply stopped. The animating thread cut. Gaunts froze in place, their limbs twitching, then collapsed. Warriors howled, then sagged, their bodies still massive, still deadly, but lacking the precise purpose they had wielded moments before. Above, in space, the splinter fleet's movements became entirely erratic. Bioships veered off paths that had made tactical sense a moment ago, colliding with each other, exposing flanks they should have shielded. Escort organisms flew in loose spirals, like flies around a dying animal, easy targets for the guns of the Hrafnkel and the few surviving ships of Karodon's defense fleet. Over the following months, the war did not stop. It changed tempo. Jormungandr was no longer a serpent. It was a carcass. Imperial vessels, freed from the constant pressure of coordinated Hive fleet assaults, turned their guns on isolated clusters of biomass. System defense flotillas, reinforced by ships Hanroth could spare now that the central threat had been blunted, methodically hunted down any bio-vessel that tried to slink away into the dark. On the worlds the splinters had touched, guard regiments and Astartes companies alike trudged through wastelands that had once been fields and cities, flushing out pockets of feral Tyranids. Without synapse guidance, the creatures were still lethal, still hungry, but no longer a united tide. They were wolves without a pack, dangerous in small numbers, incapable of planetary extermination on their own. Hive spires were cleansed with fire, forests were burned, oceans were bombarded. Wherever a digestion pool was found, it was turned to steam. Wherever capillary towers sprouted, they were crushed under artillery barrages. It was not swift. It was not clean. By the end of it, the Administratum stamped a notation into its data vaults that would mean little to anyone outside the small circle of those who had bled for it. Hive fleet Jormungandr, functionally destroyed. On Karodon, the victory tasted of ash. The world still turned. Its suns still rose and set. Its hives still stood, though many were cracked teeth, their upper levels shattered by bombardment, and their lower levels choked with the remains of creatures not human. The population, once measured in the mid-billions, now existed as numbers in an adjusted ledger. Several billion saved, several billion lost. The exact figures mattered less than the fact that there were still minds alive to write them. In the ruins of a plaza that had once held a statue of some forgettable imperial saint, Russ walked alone. The bodies had been cleared mostly. Piles of ash marked where mass pyres had burned for days, their smoke turning the sky a permanent smear of grey. The stink of death lingered, too deeply soaked into the stone to be washed away by a few rains. He stepped over a discarded lasgun, its power pack long since drained, its barrel melted and bent from overuse. A guardsman's helmet lay nearby, the inside stained brown where blood had dried. He paused by a hastily dug trench that had become a mass grave. The Administratum would eventually assign it a designation, something like Mortis Pit Karodon Prime 17. For now, it was just a long cut in the earth, backfilled with soil that bulged slightly where bodies were not yet fully settled. He looked out over the hive. In the distance, manufactorum stacks still belched smoke, some of them already retooled to churn out replacement weapons and munitions. Civilians moved like ants along the surviving streets, hauling debris, building new walls over the rubble of the old. Priests shouted about deliverance from the Xenos, their voices hoarse. Scali approached, his steps uneven, his staff tapping on the shattered stone. Hanroth has sent word, the rune priest said. The sector considers Jormungandr dead. The remaining splinters are being hunted down. Thalasi will live in some fashion. Russ grunted. And this place? He asked, eyes still on the hive. It lives, Scali said. If you can call this living. They are already counting the bodies, already dividing the dead into those killed by the beasts. Those killed by the bombardments. Those killed by the flooding and the fires we ordered. He fell silent for a moment. They say you saved billions, he added quietly. Russ's mouth twitched. I killed billions, he said. On Maggaya, on Saraposia, on worlds where I ordered fire instead of mercy. I saved others by doing so. But do not pretend the ledger is neat. Scally nodded. He knew better than to offer comfort. The Primarch did not seek it. You met cruelty with cruelty, the rune priest said. Theirs was mindless. Yours had purpose. Purpose does not make a corpse less dead, Russ replied. He sighed, a sound that seemed too heavy to come from something as simple as lungs. But it is the only language this age understands. He turned from the grave. Somewhere in the distance, the howl of a space wolf echoed between the broken towers, not of rage now, but of mourning and fierce, stubborn pride. Other voices answered, a ragged chorus that rose over the clatter of rebuilding and the whispered prayers for the dead. Russ listened for a moment, then bared his teeth in something that was not quite a smile. The serpent is slain, he said. There will be another. There is always another. But this one, at least, will not coil itself around any more worlds. He looked up at the bruised sky. Come, he said to Scally, and to the ghosts of the sons he had buried here. We still have one chapter left in this saga, before the wolf time ends. On Terra, the war became ink, far from Fenris and Thalassa and Karodon, under a sky of gold and smog. The scribes of the Administratum sat hunched over stacks of data slates and crackling picked records. The echo of the Black Nebula and Jormungandr's death reached them as it always did, late, distorted, filtered through a dozen conflicting reports and 36 layers of censorship. In the scriptoriums of Segmentum Command, men in parchment-stained robes argued in whispers, lest a superior overhear and make the argument disappear. The primary credit must go to Lord Admiral Hanroth, one insisted, tapping a slate with a stylus that had almost worn through. Here, his own after-action reports from the Black Nebula. It was his spearhead formations, his sacrifice of the frigate and cruiser screen that broke the Hive fleet's back. It is a clear continuity with the earlier action. His name will sit well on the rolls. Yet here, another said, sliding a different slate forward, we have accounts from Astartes' witnesses, multiple chapters, not only the sons of Fenris. They speak of boarding actions, of key Hive ships gutted from within. The macro cannon and lance batteries created the openings, yes, but it was the Space Marines who plunged into the meat and tore out the organs. To downplay that would be politically unwise. A third scribe, younger and more tired, rubbed at his temples. And this, he muttered, displaying a red-bordered slate that bore the sigil of inquisitorial transmission, claims that a Primarch fought at Thalassa, Leman Russ no less, returned from myth to lead the wolves in person. Do either of you want to put that in the official record? Do you want to explain that to the High Lords when they ask how such an event occurred without their sanction? The first scribe snorted. Impossible, he said. Russ is gone, lost in the warp since the days when the galaxy's maps were still being inked. The Thalassa campaign was brutal, but not so unprecedented as to demand the return of a demigod. And yet, the second murmured, too many sources mention him to ignore. Not just the wolves, navy officers, guardsmen, even a Mechanicus princeps, who swears under the seal of Mars that he spoke with the Wolf King on Maggaya as the Cyclonics were armed. Silence lingered for a moment, filled by the scratching of distant quills and the rustle of parchment. Then we do what we always do, the youngest said at last. We smooth. We pare away. The official chronicle will say that Admiral Hanroth, supported by assorted Astartes forces, destroyed the main body of Hive Fleet Jormungandr at the Black Nebula and its subsequent splinter actions. The rest, he tapped the red-bordered slate. The rest goes into the sealed stacks marked as uncorroborated. And the Primarch? The second scribe asked softly. The youngest considered. In a footnote, he said. Apocryphal. A note that some front-line reports ascribe impossible deeds to the supposed presence of Leman Russ. The censors can undercut it, the priests can frown at it, and the wolves can drink to it. Everyone gets what they need. Far from Terra's vaults, in the Fang, the wolves did not bother with footnotes. The feasting. Hall boomed with song. Fires roared in the great trenches. Meat hissed on chains. Ale sloshed from horns and jugs. The scars of the Thalassa War were still fresh on many of the warriors gathered there. Grey hunters, with new lines carved into their faces where Tyranid claws had kissed their helms. Blood claws with a certain brittle light in their eyes that spoke of the first realization that not all sagas ended with the hero standing. At the center of the hall, a skald stood on a raised stone, arms wide, hair wild. He sang of the serpent breaker. He sang of a time in the wolf time when the sky itself grew teeth, when a serpent of living ships coiled around a swathe of the All-Father's realm and began to squeeze, when its tunnels gnawed at the roots of Hive worlds and its jaws closed over Forge worlds. He sang of how the Wolf King, long gone into the dark, heard the howl in the warp and broke the ice that held him, how he strode from the cavern of the lost with Mjolnir and the axe of Hellwinter in his fists and contempt in his eyes for the decay he found. He sang of Saraposia's trenches, of Russ standing in a collapsing bastion, carnifexes dying around him as if someone had dropped a god of murder into their midst, of Maggaya's forges, where Titans strode and Russ leapt from a gantry onto the back of a Hive tyrant the size of a habstack, riding it down in a blur of blades and laughter. He sang of the tunnels under Thalassa Prime, of the Synapse Maw screaming as melter charges turned it to glowing slag, of Russ dragging Scally forward by the shoulder while the rune priest's blood steamed in Tyranid acid. He sang of the Black Nebula, the second one, where the Wolf King took a spear of steel and teeth and drove it into the serpent's coil, where he walked through living corridors deep in an apex Hive ship and put his axe into the skull of a Norn queen big enough to birth armies. He sang of Karodon, the last world, where Jormungandr's final champion came, down like a god of bone and ichor, and met something older and more savage in the street. He sang of Russ tearing the serpent's head off. With every telling, the carcass grew larger. In some versions, Russ dragged Jormungandr across the sky like a hunter hauling a sea beast over the ice. In others, he mounted its skull in orbit around Fenris as a new moon. The details changed with each retelling, embellished by ale and proximity to a listening audience. But the core stayed the same. The Wolf King returned. He hunted a god serpent of the void. He killed it. In a smaller chamber far from the feast's noise, Admiral Hanroth wrote in silence. The room was little more than a cell carved into the stone of an orbital fortress above some nameless world. The only light came from a single lumen strip and the faint glow of a data slate on the desk. Outside, the void rolled dark and cold. Hanroth's hands shook slightly as he keyed in the final lines of his report. The first version had already been sent off. That one was tidy. It honored the fleet, named the units, praised the guard, noted the sacrifice of Maggaya and Saraposia in words that made those worlds' endings sound almost dignified. It mentioned the space wolves as an important component, their boarding actions vital. It did not mention impossible names. This version bore a different seal. Its header carried the sigil of a more secret archive, a place where certain truths were taken and buried like hazardous waste. It would be read by fewer eyes, and most of those would belong to men who knew how to see horror as numbers. Hanroth did not bother with pretty phrases here. He summarized. Without the intervention of Leman Russ, Primarch of the 6th Legion, the Thalassa sector would have fallen. my fleet alone, with the Guard and Mechanicus assets available, could perhaps have slowed Jormungandr. We might have bled it. We would not have broken it before it broke us. He paused, then continued. I have commanded for longer than most mortals live. I have seen saints and traitors, heroes and fools. I have never before stood beside something that made me feel like a child playing at war. Russ is war, not the march of columns and the neat arcs of fleet engagements. War as the All-Father intended when he put a chain of Primarch sinew around the throat of the galaxy and pulled. He hesitated over the next words, then typed them anyway. He is also the most loyal and most terrifying weapon the Emperor ever made. He will burn a world to save a sector with less hesitation than I require to sign an order for a single ship's scuttling. He will kill his own allies as readily as any Xenos, if doing so denies the enemy biomass an advantage. He will smile at you as he orders the death of millions in your name, and he will be right to do it. He signed it. Vortigern Hanroth, Lord Admiral, Serpent Breaker. Then he closed the file, applied the seals that would bury it, and blew out the lumen with a tired breath. On a forgotten shrine world somewhere in the sprawl of the Ultima Segmentum, an old guardsman talked to anyone who would not walk away fast enough. His comrades called him Jerek, because that had once been his name. His rank had been stripped long ago, partly because he had not cared about such things since Saraposia, partly because the Administratum had lost his proper records in some data purge following the world's classification as dead but denied. He sat on the steps of a cracked statue, a battered tin cup rattling in his hands. I saw him, he would say, to petitioners on their way up to light candles. Back on Saraposia, when the ground was opening and the sky was falling and everything stank like burning meat, I saw a giant with a wolf's grin pull me out of a trench that was collapsing under me. Some nodded, smiling politely, dropping a few coins into his cup. I, a space wolf, one would say. They are stories made. Flesh, those ones. Jerek would shake his head, stubborn. Bigger, he would insist. Wrong, the way he moved, like the world had to shuffle itself around him. He laughed when I said I thought the Primarchs were stories, told me he was a story, said I was lucky to live long enough to tell it. Sometimes, on bad days when the past and present blurred, he would call the giant Russ. On better days, when he remembered that names carried weight, he would hold back, just saying Wolf King with a reverent slur. Priests dismissed him, commanders ignored him. Young conscripts sometimes sat and listened, eyes wide, half wanting it to be true, and half afraid that it might be. In the Fang, in a quieter hall than the feasting chamber, Scallyward I stood with Russ and asked the question that had been gnawing at his one remaining hand. They were alone, save for the wind. The balcony jutted out from the upper reaches of the fortress like a broken fang from a stone jaw. Below, Fenris raged. Storm clouds roiled over the sea of ghosts, lightning spearing the waves. In the far distance, the ice floes shifted with the grinding of ancient glaciers. You chose the path that killed the most, Scally said. His voice was steady, but only just. You burned Maggaya to a cinder rather than let it fall. You turned Saraposia into a grave rather than a brood nest. On Karodon, you saved billions by letting billions more die in the margins. Was there no other way? No less ruinous victory? Russ leaned on the cracked stone of the parapet. The wind caught the fur on his shoulders, making it snap like the pelt of some vast, agitated beast. Perhaps, he said, in a better age, with more time, with a foe that bleeds like men and thinks like men, you can bargain with orcs in a fashion. You can frighten men. You can outflank and starve and besiege. You can say, this far, no further, and sometimes they will listen. He looked out over the storm. These things do not listen, he went on. They do not parley. They do not fear. They do not hate. You are a number to them, a tally of biomass to be subtracted. There is no surrender they recognize except death, and no mercy in them except the swiftness with which they chew. Scally's fingers tightened on his staff. "Then what mercy is there in us?" he asked. "We burned billions." Russ turned his head. The pale eyes were tired, the lines around them deeper than any scar. "The only mercy possible," he said, "was to make their death as total as possible, to deny them the chance to rise again in the bellies of beasts and come at us a second time. The mercy was for the galaxy, not for the beasts. The men and women and children on those worlds died once. If we had failed, they would have died twice, 3 times, 100 times, their flesh feeding the things that ate their neighbors." He snorted, a harsh sound. "You ask about mercy," he said. "I am an executioner, Scally. Mercy is not in the job description." Later, when Scally had left, the Wolf King remained. The balcony wind howled around him. The storms over the Sea of Ghosts flared, lightning etching jagged veins across the black water. The Fang behind him hummed with life, with wolves boasting and brawling and drinking and sharpening their blades. Russ counted worlds. Not literally, there were too many. But in his mind's ledger, each planet he had consigned to fire had a place. Prospero, from an age when brothers had been the foe. Maggaya, Saraposia. Half-remembered names from the wanderings in the warp between. Worlds he had helped burn in savage corners of reality that did not make it into the neat rows of Terra's archives. Everyone added weight. He knew it would never balance. There was no number of saved lives that would make the dead rise and walk again. The math of war in this age was not about zeroing accounts. It was about making sure there were enough living left to write the accounts at all. "I was made to cut," he said quietly. "To the wind, to the dark, perhaps to the All-Father, perhaps only to himself. The blade does not get to care if the neck it strikes is grateful. The headsman is not loved, only needed." On some distant date, in some dusty corner of the Librarius Terrae, an anonymous adept wrote a note in the margin of a compiled chronicle. "Destruction of Jormungandr by Leman Russ, classification disputed. Some volumes pressed for popular use and approved for dissemination among the more martial worlds took the tale at face value. They spoke of the Wolf King's return, of his duel with a swarm lord on Karodon, of the Norn Queen's death in the belly of a Hive ship. They printed crude pics of a lupine-helmed figure standing atop a mountain of alien corpses, axe raised. Other tomes, bound in more conservative leather, relegated the story to a brief paragraph in the Apocrypha section. This, they said, was clearly an exaggeration put about by the Space Wolves, who had never met a fact they did not want to turn into a saga. The true credit lay with Admiral Hanroth and the fleet, with the Guard and the Titans. The Primarch's presence was more likely the product of frightened minds reaching for legends in the dark. The Inquisition did not issue an official ruling. That, in itself, was a ruling. Where Ordo Xenos margins touched the subject, the ink became thin. References to Grey Knights on the Apex Hive ship were covered in black bars. Mentions of Primarchs in the 41st millennium were noted and then carefully not commented on. Truth, as ever, lay somewhere between what could be safely written and what could not be safely believed. In the end, there was very little moral difference in outcome. Worlds burned. On some, digestion pools bubbled for a time before being turned to steam under Imperial bombardment. On others, plasma floods and cyclonic charges preempted the Tyranids entirely, turning cities and forests into glass. Billions died. Billions more lived on shattered planets, rebuilding their hives atop the bones of their neighbors. The Tyranids' cruelty was not cruelty at all, merely physics expressed in teeth. The Imperium's cruelty was deliberate, considered, aimed. The only real distinction lay in who held the quill at the ledger's end. On Fenris, the storm swallowed the Wolf King again. It happened without fanfare. One night, After a feast that had run long and hot, a few thralls on the outer battlements saw a tall figure walking away from the Fang. His armor was unadorned by banners, his steps unhurried. He moved like a man going out for a stroll, rather than an immortal going back into myth. He walked towards the sea of ghosts. Clouds gathered over the water, thick and low, their undersides lit by silent lightning. The wind off the ocean howled, driving flurries of icy needles across the rock. Those who later claimed to have watched said he did not hesitate at the shoreline. He stepped out onto the waves as if they were stone, each footfall sending up a burst of spray that froze mid-air. He walked towards the heart of the storm, his silhouette diminishing. One thrall swore he heard Russ mutter something as the gale snatched at his words. "Other beasts out there," he thought the Primarch said, "hunts unfinished, sagas not yet sung." The storm swallowed him. When morning came, the Wolf King was gone. The Fang felt his absence the way a man feels the loss of a tooth he has tongued for decades. Something missing, something raw. The wolves howled their grief and their pride. Then, as they always did, they turned their faces back to the wars that never ended. In the feasting hall, a young skald stood before a pack of fresh-blooded warriors. They were barely out of their trial runs, some still bearing the last of their mortal scars. Their eyes were bright, their fists restless, eager for the first campaigns that would see them kill, and maybe die in the names of men whose statues they had grown up beneath. The skald banged his staff against the stone for silence. "Listen," he said. "You pups know the old tales. Prospero, the burning of the Red Planet, the time Russ drank a whole sea dry. Now I will teach you the opening of a new one, a saga born in our time." He took a breath. "This is the tale of the Wolf King and the Serpent of the Stars," he intoned, "of the wolf time and the shadow that fell on Thalassa, of how Jormungandr coiled around the Allfather's realm and the Wolf King tore it apart." He spoke the first lines, old Fenrisian syllables knitted to new names. The young wolves repeated them, stumbling at first, then finding the rhythm. The words tasted of smoke and blood and victory, half a shade from defeat. "Remember them," the skald said. "As long as men stand on walls and look up to see the sky darken with spores, they will need this story. As long as the great devourer sends its coils into our worlds, they will need to know that once in the dark, a wolf put its teeth into a serpent and did not let go. Outside, beyond the stone and the storm, the galaxy turned. Somewhere in its endless night, something hungry stirred. And in the Fang, under a roof built from the bones of beasts that had thought themselves unkillable, the sons of Russ learned how to shout a name into that dark and make it flinch,